still quite a long day today, so that's the way it is. So you've got all your click-throughs to the schedule of submitters today. Might change a little bit here and there, so we'll just be a bit flexible. But we'd like to first welcome Brian.
Early departure, 3:45.
Okay, apologies for early departure. Sorry, also apologies for Ryan till after lunch. And Maxine's going to work from home this afternoon, Mark.
Yeah, I had an early arrival today. Read my emails.
Yeah, so we'll apologise for the
So
fact,
you've got a half-hour credit, have you?
Yeah,
that's right.
We'll apologise for Mark not reading his emails sufficiently in detail.
I'll apologise for Mark anyway.
Yeah, just
Blanket one.
blanket
Yeah.
apology, please
Yeah.
apply now. Yeah.
All right, thank you, everyone. Brian, welcome.
Thank you. This is just a very quick, small idea, but I think it's one that might be able to benefit the city. So what I've noticed, walking around, there's quite a few sites where we've got buildings that have had often seismic issues and have been demolished. I can think of ones like the Les Mills building down the main street there, the old ANZ building by Sky City there, the Tainui building on the corner, all similar reasons, all good reasons that they've needed to be demolished. But what I'm noticing is that to get a big development off the ground, there's quite a period of time that elapses, and I think during that time it would be really good if we could see something that was actually giving a little bit more back to the street. So most of these sites have hoardings put up temporarily, but what I'm proposing, probably not to the happiness of some of my clients, but would be to pull the hoarding back perhaps one car park depth, say 5 metres, and I just wonder if there's the opportunity to create some little parklets, little small parks, just so that there's a little bit of an active edge to the street, and it just gives a bit more back to the city. I was thinking about ways that this could be encouraged, and this is kind of outside my pay scale, but you know, perhaps through the development contribution remissions, there might be a way that we could incentivise creating these spaces within the city. I think there's lots of different ways that you could roll it out. You know, maybe in order to obtain that full 100% DC remission, you actually are obligated to provide this in the interim until your development proceeds. When I think about it from a commercial perspective, I'm thinking one car park on the end of an aisle, say it's a 20-metre site, there's probably 4 car parks you're going to lose. 4 car parks at say $45 or $35 to $45 a week. It's probably actually not too big a deal in the scheme of things.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take some questions. So I can't see who's on questions at the moment.
I did have a little PDF that is attached to your...
Yeah, I'm just trying to open that. Mine's going a bit slow. Has anybody else managed to get it open? I have read it before.
It just sort of highlights, I think, 5 sites that are around the city.
Okay, we'll take some questions as we go. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. So you're suggesting, just for people who don't have the PDF, that you'd go back a metre where those hoardings are, into the land owned by the developers.
Owned by the developers,
Yeah.
yeah. You might need to go back more than a metre. I'm thinking perhaps a full car park depth.
And the parklet would still go out over the car park outside? Is that necessary?
It would be within the bounds of the site that's going to be redeveloped.
Yeah.
So the first 5 metres of the site that's going to be redeveloped would be given over in the interim to some sort of park, or you know, some big trees and big pots, or something that actually gives a little bit more back to the street.
Right. But you talked about like losing car parks as well?
Yeah, obviously if they're giving away part of their site in that short term, they can't get quite as much car parking rental off it.
I see. You're talking about within. I thought you were talking about losing street car parks.
Yeah, no street car parks.
I see.
Just the idea of some of the car parking that's been done within these sites.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks. That was my query. Thanks, mate.
Councillor, thank you. Love the look of the cool photos that the examples you've provided. Councillor McPherson. Oh, there you go.
Yep, thanks. I was just wondering, Brian, have you got any examples of where they're doing this sort of thing elsewhere? I mean, I've seen on-street things, but not on future building site ones. But I think it's a lot of merit. But it'd be great if we could get some samples.
I can't really think of any examples, Dave, that I've seen done.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I don't look at the first page.
Brian, I presume these photos underneath the photos of the sites, those are examples of somewhere where
they're examples. Most of these are ones that are done outside the footprint. So I'm sort of
So you
proposing
think
to do it,
pushing them back in?
pushing it back. So you're not impacting on your own space.
Yeah.
You're just using a bit of that development space in the short term.
And sometimes it's seating, sometimes it's other things.
Yeah. Yep.
Councillor Dave, it's not an uncommon process in multiple cities around the world. When I was in the States, when there was a building site, they'd actually go in and the building owner would pay for a playground to be put in. And there's actually companies in bigger countries that actually have mobile playgrounds that get dropped on a pallet and all that sort of stuff. So it may well be a commercial market out there for people, so we don't even have to fund it. So,
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Submitter Briggs.
Yeah.
I'm actually,
That was good, Richard. Yeah.
Okay, we've still got a few more questions, and we need to move on. So, Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, for the benefit of colleagues, this concept was with us under the Mayor Julie Hardacre administration about pocket parks. Would that be would the pocket parks or the areas, would that still be under the ownership of the building site itself, but with a designation of access, or would it go to the city?
Yeah, it'd still be owned by the developer. There'd just be an obligation to provide this bit of
And there'd
amenity.
be an ongoing obligation or an agreement with the council for reasonable upkeep and that kind of thing. And
Yeah, just until such a time as they're ready to do their development.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's good. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, if you had the likes of, there'd be some seating there, and maybe some bike racks and a few other things, who would typically fund that? The developer or the council?
I was wondering, it could be a mixture. It could be that there's some proprietary items that the council owned that were then
That they
shipped
could just
from
put
site
there and
to
lend
site.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and even leased to them or rented to them on a temporary sort of basis. I'm not so sure about how you'd roll that out. Or you just say to the developer, hey, well, if you want to knock down a building and have a vacant site for the next 2 years, well, you're actually going to need to do this to
Yeah, as part.
Yeah.
Okay, and just thinking about how we would work the DC kind of remission, given that the DCs don't get charged until the building kind of starts, maybe those 2 years or 5 years later. The promise to the developer that we would do something when in fact politically it might be quite different in 5 years' time.
The developer needs certainty that they can count on those DC remissions, so it's a bit of a hard one. I think someone more clever has to work that one out.
Yeah, well, we got them sitting behind you up there. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks, Councillor Pascoe. It's pretty much what I wanted to know with regard to the ownership of the items. Tactical urbanism, I think it's called, it's correct, and that perhaps there could be some joint ownership of of that property, as you suggest. So, I think also council ourselves are proposing to use those things as well. So I think a question later for staff really about that.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Kia ora.
Thanks. I've just got a brief question. Don't think it's too far out of scope. So you're talking about development behind the hoardings of development sites. Do you think that this kind of pocket spot, parklet, that's what you called it, the parklet, has a place on footpaths, wideish public spaces anyway? Could this be achieved in other CBD spots, in your opinion?
Yeah, it could do. I just sort of saw this as an opportunity for a bit of a win for council.
Take some slightly unpleasant looking circumstance and make it look...
Yeah, definitely. Like you look at that site on the corner of Ward and Victoria Street, and hopefully we're going to get a beautiful building there at some point. But it's been quite a while already, and it's going to be a bit longer. And I imagine that we've just got this hoarding right on this footpath of what's one of our most prominent corners in the city. And it probably only needs, 3 or 4, 5 metres. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Actually, I rushed you now, and there's no one else here yet, is there? Yes. There is. We have Lucy. Thank you, Brian. We have Lucy de la Tour on Zoom.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yep. Can everyone hear? Yep. Yep. Yes, thanks, Lucy.
My name's Lucy Gallagher. I'm legal counsel for the Adhere Company Limited. Adhere will need no introduction along with its associated company, Western Lee, given the resource consent application for Amberfield, which is currently awaiting a decision in the Environment Court. Just wanted to clarify at the outset that Adhere's lodged 2 submissions, one on the development contributions policy and one that Mr Hamish Anderson will be talking to in relation to the LTP. So I'm talking just about the development contribution policy submission today, and you'll hear from Mr Anderson later on today. Adhere has been actively engaging with the Council on DC issues and has submitted to the Council on at least the last 3 development contribution policies, and it's concerned about the Council's approach. It continues to be concerned about the approach, and it feels that it's not being listened to by the Council in relation to some of the issues that it has raised numerous times now. There's quite a bit of technical detail in the submission, and I'm not going to go into that today. I just want to focus on 2 themes. One is quantum and the other is uncertainty. Of course, Adhere accepts that those that benefit from growth must pay a share of that. The question or the issue from Adhere's perspective is that it considers it's being required to meet more than the costs of its growth. And in relation to Peacock 2, where the Amberfield development is located and where Adhere's land holdings are, DCs under this policy are increasing from 45,000 to 77,000. You know, I have to put that to councillors. How would you feel if your taxes were being increased by central government by 70%? It is a huge increase. Without undertaking a forensic examination of the schedule of assets, which frankly isn't really feasible in the month-long consultation period, it's not possible for me to say exactly what that increase has been driven by, but it appears to be a combination of revisions to costs within the schedule of assets, new items being added to the schedule of assets, and changes to the yield calculations having an impact on the DC level. DCs at this level, from Adhere's perspective, are not viable. They will have a direct impact on housing affordability and indeed the release of housing if developers like Adhere decide to hold off proceeding with plans, which is a real possibility. I think DC Quantum is being affected by a number of issues that Adhere and other developers have raised with the council. One of these is the cost allocation not reflecting citywide benefits. So this is open forms of infrastructure like the arterial roading network. Adhere believes that this has been attributed to the local growth cell more than is appropriate. There's also an ongoing concern about there being double counting of things within the schedule of assets. So things that Adhere expects will be vesting as part of subdivision in the future appear to be in the schedule of assets also. The other thing I want to touch on is this uncertainty, which is a factor that's undermining developer confidence. So the fact that development contributions have changed by the quantum that they have kind of reinforces this, but there are other factors that are coming to bear as well. One of these is the changes to the trigger for when development contributions are to be levied. So under this policy, the council has sole discretion to determine which trigger. I'm not going to get into the specifics of triggers as they apply to Western Lee's application, but I just want to reiterate the uncertainty that reference to 3 different triggers and very different timeframes as to when development contributions would be levied creates. I note that the council is seeking to reduce the impact of the increases by phasing in the introduction of development contributions, but that doesn't really offer any relief when the trigger issue is at play as well. So developers like Adhere don't know which trigger the development contributions will be levied at, and indeed it may be well after the phasing period has occurred. Note the policy itself talks about the fact that the phase charges are intended to provide greater certainty, but then in the same paragraph, and I'm talking about 9.14 of the policy, says council reserves the right to review its policy and the corresponding charges at any time. So there's just this absolute uncertainty It appears that there may be further changes again in light of the judicial review proceedings, depending on what happens with those, and also if the yield assumptions change again in light of the plan change which council is intending to progress. If yield does change, it's reasonable to assume that the DCs will decrease in light of a higher yield in peacocks, but again, we just have no certainty in relation to that. Finally, just reiterate that whilst the housing market is strong at the moment, that might not always be the case, and I want to reiterate that the level of DCs proposed is risking making developments like Enfield unviable. I implore the council to look at its policy and the model as a whole again to ensure that developers like Adair aren't facing a disproportionate burden of the council's capital expenses, or worse, decide not to proceed at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and we do have your submission in front of us. There are a couple of questions. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Thank you very much for your submission and the detail that came with it. The challenge for council is our ratepayers are struggling to be able to fund the infrastructure growth. I hear of the cost of infrastructure. I hear your concerns in regards to DCs and the quantums. And in your particular case, I guess you're benefiting from the IF loan, so you're only paying back principal as part of your DC rather than the interest component. But my question is, if you're unable to afford to pay it and the ratepayers can't pay it, what do we do? Do we just stop infrastructure spend in that area until we're in a better financial position?
I don't have an answer to that question. I think the first step is actually more transparency, because there's this concern from developers like Adair that, you know, this double counting issue, for instance. So it's not so much, I think the first step is resolving the transparency piece so that the development community has more confidence in the numbers that are being presented to it by council.
Could you give me, Your Worship, if I could you give me an example of where we double count? Just to help me, just a couple of examples where you believe we're double counting.
Yeah, well, I went to print off the schedule of assets this morning off the website, but it appears to have been taken down. So I don't have the schedule in front of me, but there are several reserves type items within that schedule of assets. And I'm not saying they are absolutely being double counted. We just don't know whether they're being double counted or the extent to which they're being double counted. So when you look at a line item in the schedule of assets, it appears to be something that Adair would expect that developers will be vesting.
Thank you. Thank you for your detailed response.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes, thanks, Lucy. Are you suggesting that Adair weren't consulted in the drawing up of what was covered by DCs for the Peacock when we were coming up with our new schedule and policies? Because there were certainly a lot of developers involved and consulted. I'm trying to work out whether Adair was there in terms of the knowledge about the makeup of them.
To my knowledge, no. It was just this consultation period that we've had recently.
So to your knowledge, Adair's never been a part of those discussions?
Not detailed discussions on the schedule of assets, no.
Okay, thanks. You complained particularly about the arterial road network. Would you accept that if Adair hadn't been going in there, there would be no, there's no other development that's causing that to be needed at this point in time?
I absolutely accept that some of the costs of the arterial network have to be put to the local network. It's just a question of whether that proportion is correct.
Okay, and you accept that the exit via State Highway 3 with the big new roundabout is funded by NZTA primarily because it's on a state highway, and that's the only actual new link being built?
Yes, I accept to the extent it's highway that's been funded by NZTA.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, and thanks, Lucy. I just want to add on to the transparency bit. There was a 500-page business case on Peacock, which is available and in the public domain, which sets out the various costs to council of the whole of that development. I assume that you and your developer clients have had access to that business case?
I understand that they have, but I haven't spoken to them recently about that, so I can't clarify anything in relation to that.
Thanks. I guess where I'm heading is it not a matter if you feel that there's a lack of transparency, sitting down with our staff who use pretty much a standard piece of software for calculating DCs and causation and all of the other factors that affect the DCs in one particular area as opposed to another, and getting that assurance that there's no double counting, that the costs and the causation actually belong to the Peacock subdivision, and getting
Absolutely.
that. Sorry.
Absolutely, and you'll hear from Mr. Anderson later on about the work that's been done with staff, and we anticipate continuing to work with staff. That's fine for a developer like Adir who can do that, but what about all of the other smaller developers who might not have that opportunity?
Yeah, okay, but there's no roadblocks there at the moment for you in terms of working with staff to get that assurance.
That's an ongoing process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions. Thank you for that. You've, as you say, quite a lot of technical detail to work through, but you know that you'll get some response to those through the process. So thank you for joining us on Zoom. Thank you for your submission. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I don't think that Tony's with us at this point in time. So we will go to Peter. Welcome. So it'd be good to, you've got that time set out for you. It'd be good to save some time for questions because I'm sure there will be some, if that's okay. Thanks. Thank you. Right, thank you. You can.
So the video's only 2. They might change. You're going to email it? No. Okay. Good morning, Mayor Southgate and councillors. There are 4 handouts: a flyer on safety, a flyer on Save the Founders, a page from the West Town Belt, 1980s West Town Belt Master Plan, and a page from the 1980s Bike Plan. The only thing you need to remember from the safety flyer is that vertical railing near a pedestrian crossing is dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Okay. So the flyer on the Founders. There are 3 points to this. One is I'd like to save the Founders, the Hamilton Gardens Glasshouse and the municipal pools. So the video playing is from Lippens, Germany. In 1968, the university church was blown up or demolished. The plaque remembering this moment states, "This arbitrary act was not prevented by the municipal councillors or by the Lippens University." So master plan's date. The university church has now been rebuilt as part of an updated master plan. As an example of change, you have a copy of the 1980s Western Town Belt master plan, which saw the Founders as a multi-role building. If the Founders is demolished, what will the future plaque say about this council and this mayor? So in this second, in the middle of the flyer, it would be impossible to replicate the Hamilton Gardens iconic glass house. These are a very rare type of architecture. If it's demolished, what will the future plaque say about this council? And then the same with the pool. Like the iconic glass house, outdoor pools are being replaced by expensive chlorine-smelling enclosed pools. If the municipal pools are demolished, what will a future plaque say about this council? Okay, moving on to Parks Connections program. So we have this from the 1980s, Hamilton Cycle Plan. So Parks Connection program has been on the unfunded plan for 3 decades. The 1980s Cycle in Hamilton report stated there are a number of opportunities for developing cycleways through recreational reserves as to provide more direct main routes to schools. The report also says the park manager supported this. For 3 decades, the political leaders again and again refused to fund a Parks Connection program. So that's the end of those 2. Now, DC's, development contributions, which is on the back. So Nicholas Barron was a London property developer and explained how property values work in a city. So land near the centre of the city is of more value than at the edge. Any subsidised building in the city centre increases the wealth of the city's wealthiest landowners. Why do landowners of the most valuable land in Hamilton get subsidised through DCs? So this is basically just a series of questions I'd like just to ask yourself. Here there's an example of costs of Brisbane apartments, which shows as you go up they get more expensive. And there's also another cost it's an American, of the cost of building up, how it increases as you build up per square foot. Again, why would this council want to subsidise a 6-storey building type that is 3 to 4 times more expensive to build than a lower rise building? Research from Chicago looked at the environmental impact of tall versus small. It found that 4-storey courtyard buildings had the lowest energy demand and super tall the most. So why does this council subsidise high energy building types, or want to subsidise high energy building types? A sample of 100 residential buildings in Sydney region showed townhouses and villas the most environmentally friendly, high-rise the opposite. So why does this council want to subsidise expensive 6-storey energy-hungry buildings? That's the end of that. So I support DC subsidies that subsidise social housing providers. I support funding Parks Connection program. I support saving the founders, Hamilton Gardens Glasshouse, and reopening the municipal pools. End. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see there are a number of questions. Thank you for giving me a starring role in your pamphlet.
It's a good photo, isn't it?
Huh?
It's Waikato Times. It's from the Waikato Times.
Yes, I think remember when that photo was taken. Yeah. Anyway, questions, Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, you're talking about the preservation of heritage walkways. Leipzig does do really good park walkways and cycleways, been there.
Oh, good.
But can you confirm that the heritage building was destroyed in 1968 when the Soviet-aligned German Democratic Republic, East Germany, ran Leipzig?
Yes, it was an arbitrary decision then.
Can you also confirm that a feature of some of these German cities is some monstrous flats compromising heritage areas?
Yes.
Get to the point, plain
I have made my point. I've reflected on the regime and some of their lack of vision at the time. Thank you, Your Worship.
They were modernists.
Excellent, thank you. That's helped us all a great deal, I'm certain. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Peter, thanks for this. You've obviously put a lot of work into it, as always. I understand what you're saying about the demolishing the municipal pools, but given that they've got to the state where they are now, where, I mean,
yes,
terrible, and you know, if you did have a pool there, it empties itself in 10 days, and it's a complete mess. And are you proposing that we spend tens of millions of dollars
My
building the
understanding
pools again, basically.
the cost was similar to what you planned for the dome. The dome cover is about 4 million. My understanding is to get the pool open again or to stop the leaking was similar cost.
No, I think we're talking about more like 30, 40 million probably.
I am using what's the save the pool group?
Sink or swim?
Sink or swim.
Right. So if it was more like 30 million, would you still be talking about not demolishing the pools?
I don't think that's a realistic number.
It is.
Okay, let's not get into debate, please. This is about questions and clarity. So the next lot of questions is Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. G'day, Peter. Some of this I agree with and some of this I don't. That's cool. I'm just wondering your aversion to building up, apart from the economics of it all. This is a growing city. Where are we going to put people if we don't? Because I also know you're very strong on the free-flowing congestion versus congestion argument. So if you're not going to go up, where are you going to put people?
I don't think there's a lot of evidence that says, maybe in the Asian countries like Hong Kong and China, but European countries, building up doesn't tend to give higher density.
But
I think if we look at
it's a matter of maths, though, isn't it? I mean, if we're at our boundaries, where do we go?
The building up, as soon as you get above that 5 or 6 stories, 30% of the building is servicing.
Okay.
So you straight away lose 30% of your land area. And if we look at South Melbourne, they tried to build up thinking that they would have high density, and there's no evidence that that's higher density than 4-storey
And yet,
housing.
pretty much every American city goes up higher.
American cities, only New York really is. Oh, it depends on.
Okay.
No, I don't know enough about American cities to.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to work out that.
But European cities
This is a solution.
are based on parts are higher density and parts are lower density.
Yeah,
and there's different things, and 4 or 5 stories can give very high density.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and there's no evidence that going above that really gives much more density.
Okay, I'm just trying to get the maths on it and all.
And of course,
really
going up higher for social housing, going up higher than 3 or 4 is got a really negative social outcome.
Yeah, okay.
Especially if you're talking about providing for. We have a housing crisis at the bottom end, and building up for the bottom end won't have a positive outcome.
Okay.
For anyone.
Cool. We shall carry this on over lunch one day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just gentle reminder to everyone, it is about clarity of understanding what
Yeah.
the submitter thinks as opposed to our own views at this point. We'll have a chance for our views. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Thanks, Peter. I was also just interested in clarifying, so beyond the higher energy costs around the taller, where did the high energy costs come from in terms of those taller high rises?
In the construction with the extra concrete, and then also the 30%, which is just elevators and foyers and hallways. I haven't got it here, but I've been looking through that, and the common quote is 30% is not used. Is servicing. It's basically servicing.
Okay.
And it needs lighting and air conditioning and the same.
Yes. So you're less likely about to open windows or something. That's it.
Oh no, that's a design
okay.
thing. You can have healthy tall buildings too, but they do tend to cost more to build and they cost more to operate.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And the other thing I was just interested in was, I don't know if you mentioned it in your talk, but you did provide this around guard railing, and the guard rail in this pamphlet that you've given us. And I'm just interested in, so it's currently seen as like a safety thing for pedestrians. So can you just clarify
it
why
acts
you
like
think...
tiger stripes. It's like tiger stripes. If you're really looking for the pedestrian inside that cage, you'll probably see it. But of course, if you're not looking and you're just cruising along, then you won't see it because all you'll see is it hides it.
Okay.
Like a tiger.
Okay.
If you're going tiger hunting, if you're looking for a tiger, you might see it. But if you're not looking, you probably won't.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question from me about the Founders Theatre, which we've already consulted on a number of times. We've recently consulted on the Western Town Belt. But you're saying save the founders, are you saying save the founders for a theatre? given that we've got a new regional?
No, I'm not.
You're just talking about the building for a
I like
purpose?
the building, so
Just save the
save the
building,
building.
all
yes.
parts of the building and
All parts of the
repurpose it?
building, yes, and repurpose it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Or actually, you can just leave it and just let it be as it is, and just manage your costs, keep your costs to a minimum. We have time. It's not going to fall over.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time for submission. As I think Jeff noted, we appreciate that you do take a full interest in council. Okay, so there isn't anybody else here that wants to talk, so we may take a stretch legs for 10 minutes, grab yourself coffee, whatever, and we'll...
Colin's here, is he speaking?
He's not.
Okay.
He's not. You're not down as a speaker, are you, Colin? Sorry? You aren't down as a speaker today? No. Okay. All right, no, I'm just checking. All right, so we'll stretch legs, councillors, and... To the meeting. Thank you, because the timetable is moving around a little bit, so we've been able to bring some people forward, which is good. So we now have Carolyn Mackenzie, please. Welcome. Good to see you.
Be here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've got a couple of things written down. When you're an old broad like me, you need a few notes. So, I shall be brief. I drove a car in New York, California, Boston, and at times 33 various other states when crossing the United States a couple of times. I drove in England, I drove in New Zealand, but I never owned a car in Sydney. Cars were stolen at the rate of one every 6 minutes in my suburb of Paddington, and having no garage, it seemed pointless to own one. So for 20 years, I used public transport. I once confided to your previous town planner, Robert Hodges, that if I had all the hours I have sat waiting for a bus or train back again, I would only be 35 years old. I went to live in Sydney toting 2 babies under 2 years old. So it is for young mothers of today that I'm speaking to Council's long-term ambition for a carless city. I was once told by Mayor Hardacre that we have a very young demographic in Hamilton. So without the stats, I am guessing we have a large number of young parents. Certainly, the number of childcare centres around town would indicate that. It also indicates that many of these little ones have working mothers, and I wonder if you've ever considered what their unique experiences as worker, parent and commuter might be. Have you ever thought about how many buses someone trying to meet the schedules at various locations of 2 or 3 people in a morning and still present at work looking fresh and ready for a day's work? I wonder if anyone here has tried to get on a bus at the end of a busy working day with an 18-month-old on their hip, a grumpy, overtired 2.5-year-old refusing to hold hands, a bag of groceries for dinner under the other arm, and attempt to find your bus fare while people crowding in front and behind you express their impatience. Or if you've waited with 2 restless toddlers and watched 2 or 3 of your buses go by, too full to stop, perhaps in a soaking rain and no vacant seat at the bus stop for any of you. These things don't happen in Hamilton because our public transport, while excellent at the moment, is vastly underutilised. But in a carless city, this scenario will rapidly become commonplace when the transport system is the only choice. Imagine what's involved to plan family outings, to manage social events, particularly when there is more than one child, where Saturday sport conflicts with music lessons or birthday parties at different ends of town, requiring half-hour bus waits and then the journey's duration on top. Imagine having additional work unexpectedly demanded of you and having to deliver your children to babysitters around a bus schedule or 2 while you delay an important meeting. It may paint a quaint picture of domestic chaos, but here's the thing. It is not just when they are infants that one is doing this. Factor 10 years. Yes, you will be escorting your children on and off transport until they're legally old enough to be in charge of themselves. Even in her teens, if my daughter had attended a party, I used to meet the late bus at night with our very large family dog and walk her home, a situation that is so easily remedied by hopping into a car and picking her up and providing a safe return home for both of us. In fact, all these scenarios would have been easily and swiftly remedied with the use of a car, taking the pressure off the working parent. I should like to suggest that council members take a trip to Countdown or some nearby supermarket around 4 p.m. on a working school day and see just how many well-dressed parents are in there grabbing something for dinner with youngsters in tow. It will give you an idea of how many working mothers are so grateful for their cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yes, Carolyn, without getting into philosophical argument with you, I'm looking at your submission where you say you don't want to introduce paid commuter parking around the fringe of the city. Now, if that's the case, who do you think should be subsidising the cost of providing parking areas? Do you think it should be a user pays, or do you think it should be the rest of the community should subsidise those who park there?
Well, presumably, if we're talking about working people, are we? Very
Well, I
often.
don't know. There's 3,500 cars that park in the fringe area we're talking about on a daily basis.
Yes, so if we're talking commuter.
I imagine a lot of them are, if not all.
Yes, and in some cases, of course, parking's provided by their business.
Correct.
And the
These are
city,
the ones.
of course.
This is talking about on the public streets, and you said no, they shouldn't be charged.
On the public streets.
Yeah.
No, my understanding is that you're planning on pushing the commuter out.
No, we're
to
planning
Ring
on
Road.
the proposition which you said no to is to introduce paid commuter parking that's in those fringe areas around the.
As we currently have it.
Yeah.
I think as we currently have it is reasonably fair.
It's unpaid at the moment. It's free, in other words, to the users.
Is it?
Yes.
I see meters everywhere.
Where this is talking about around the fringe of the central city, around, like, let's say an outside Founders Theatre on Norton Road, for example. That's one of them, streets.
Where you'd like to
there's no
introduce
parking
paid parking.
There's no parking meters, and in the centre of the city, it's free anyway.
Okay, so we'll
I'm just trying to tease out that particular answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I have no objection to paying for meters,
Okay.
wherever they're put in.
All right. Thanks.
Anything else?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Question. No, you can go, Councillor Winston. No? Question's gone. Thank you very much, Carolyn. Appreciate you coming in and taking the time to submit. Councillors, we're going to go to Sanjay next. No, we're not. Thought they were here. Huh? Sanjay. How do you say that? Sial? Sejal? Can't see. Thank you. Apologies for the terrible pronunciation then. There's a name similar above you and it's not the right one. So how do you pronounce that, please?
Sejal. And this is my husband, Shalene.
Shalene. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome and thank you for making a submission.
Thank you for having us.
Good morning, Mayor and respected councillors and members. Our submission is in relation to the school link road that's going from Wairerea all the way to at the end of Beach Road. And it's in relation, so my family and my name's Shalane and this is my wife Sejal, and we have 3 businesses at the Davies Corner shops, which is on the corner of Clarkin Road and Hukanui Road. And it's more in relation to a couple of things in terms of traffic lights and having at the moment the Davies Corner shops on Hukanui Road have angle parking. And the submission is, the proposal is to reduce that and make it into parallel parking. So there's about more than 10 plus businesses there that rely on this parking. And we propose that should not be changed and it should stay at angle parking because of the convenience that it gives customers to come in and use the businesses and then leave. You know, you've got the local takeaway shop, dairy, bakery, liquor, laundromat. By having parallel parking will reduce the number of car parks. Probably more than 2/3 of the car parks would be gone, which probably will impact on the businesses. Parallel parking, from my own personal experience, is difficult to do than, say, on an angle parking, which I don't know how it will impact on the bus lane and the bike lane when people are tied to parallel park and you've just come off either a roundabout or a set of lights, and whether that will have issues with the traffic and backing up on traffic. So that's our main submission is mainly in relation to that, and the impact it will have on our business and the businesses of the shopping block. It's a decent-sized shopping block, and it caters for more than 10 plus businesses, including a medical centre. And if you're reducing 2/3 of the car parks, then do we lose our business or a portion of the business, or people to keep driving and go to the next available shop or business for them?
Convenient. Thank you. That's very clear. Appreciate your submission. We have a couple of questions. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your points about the angle parking versus the parallel parking as well. I know that centre use it a little bit. I'm not sure whether I may have even used your shop. Maybe I'm
Most
conflicted.
likely, we've been there since '96, so we've been there for a while.
But just want to test you on a couple of things.
Yes.
If you go along past the medical centre on Hukanui Road, there's quite a bit of parking area available in front of St Paul's, the first bit of the school playing fields, isn't there?
Yes, so if, Mr McPherson,
Yeah.
let's say you're going to the dairy, would you park over there, walk back another 100, 200 metres to go to the dairy? Would you do that? Like, it's good to have, it's like hypothesis, but I think practicality sometimes needs to come into the picture as well.
So that's
like,
what-
I don't think that's practical, because the whole idea of a shopping block like that is convenience.
Also, from the St. Paul's parking that you've mentioned, there is a big dental clinic.
There's a big what?
Dental clinic, and there's about 3 houses there, so it's not that close. If it was right there, we've got what is the street next to our block?
Yeah, I know the one.
Kensington.
Kensington. So if that car park was available right there, yes, it would be convenient and it would relate to our block of shop. At the moment, it will not.
Yeah.
At the
So
end of the day, the whole block is a convenient block.
Understand the point you're making, because the pedestrian crossing is
Questions,
also
Councillor?
fair way down there. It's not right at the
Yes,
shops.
yes, I-
So,
Question?
There's a
so
bus
hang
stop
on.
there as well.
So if there was a proper signalised lights intersection there with pedestrian crossings right on it, that would be more convenient for the shops and safer because you've got a lot of young families, for instance, living
That is
over at
absolutely
Snell
right.
Crescent and the roads off it.
Because we are right on the roundabout. It is a very busy roundabout. We've got Snail Drive, Clarkin Road, and Hukanui Road crossing that roundabout.
Yeah, I know. I
So
was
having-
asking about the signalised intersection.
It would be very good, especially for kids to use their Fairfield schools and things like that. Saying that, we still would like our angle.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that point. So it's a
I think
question of the type of parking, not the type of intersection.
Yes.
Well, it's a bit of both. I think having signalised would benefit, because I think it will control the flow of the traffic, because at the moment you can have people coming straight through very fast.
Yeah.
You can have people coming around Clarkin Road very fast.
Yeah.
But in saying that, if you then reduce, because obviously the shopping block is right on the corner.
Yeah.
If you then reduce the car parks for the customers, you could have people coming off the lights, and then someone's trying to parallel park. You can just imagine that will probably back up. While if it's an angle park, it's quite easier for someone to come in and just park in the angle and
Merge into
then
the
come out
traffic.
and leave.
Okay, thank you. That's a clear answer. We've got a number
thanks.
of 3 other people wanting some questions. So your primary question first, and then see what time we have. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Taylor's next on the list.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thank you for your submission. The other business owners in the area, do they have views on this? Have you talked to them?
Yes, we have. We have had a very extensive meeting with the lady that came from the engineering company. A meeting went on for about 2.5 hours.
Right.
And there were a few of them available. Today, some of them couldn't make it.
Right.
But we have liaisoned with them. We have liaisoned with the owner of the block as well. So we come and represent everyone there.
I see.
Everyone, most of those, I think pharmacy, on pharmacy going this way, about 5, 6 businesses have made submissions on this, whether online or whether in the form.
Yep.
The funny thing was that this was, we were only told a day before the submission was actually closing that this was happening, even though there were a lot of leaflets and things like that. We weren't aware. It's only until some lady turned up and said, are you aware that this is going to happen and affect your block, that we sat down and then made a submission. Now, she was part of the, I think, the research into this and the engineering firm that's going to be involved in doing some of the work and designing and things like that.
Right.
So we are representing the block, not just
Also saying
ourselves.
that I'm the only one who got contacted with email saying, would you like to come and talk in person? Nobody else has. Even then, I've been in touch with them and said, look, I've received the email, have you?
It might
would you
still
like
be
to come
coming.
and join me?
Yeah,
might
I rang the landlord yesterday, asking him, that we've been asked to come for a verbal submission. Have you heard anything? He said no. Now, one of the things he said was that he tried to contact someone at the council twice and has left messages, but no one's been in touch with him.
It might still be coming because there were 5,000 odd submissions,
So it's possible.
and I know there's some hearings next week and that.
Yes.
So, yeah. Okay. Look, thank you. I won't take up any more.
Thank you. I noticed that you would like the opportunity to talk. Do you believe that the others did, or they may not have known?
They would like to come and talk.
Did they tick that though?
Yeah. Yes, they did.
They did?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Thank you for the submission. I live not far from you and use
Yes.
your dairy reasonably
I
often.
think I've seen you.
Yeah. Didn't buy any. Yeah. Never bought a single pie though. Okay, right.
That's fine.
Have
We
you?
won't tell anyone.
Don't believe them.
No. I'm just thinking of your situation, and I know your area well. You've also got one of the biggest free parks there, next to the pizza parlour and all round there as well. Have you entertained the idea that if someone was going to the medical centre and walking past your dairy, there might be a greater chance they would come in rather than just driving straight to the medical centre and parking outside that immediately?
I think the medical centre supplements the business,
Yes.
the block really well.
Yeah.
And we have seen the changes where recently they have changed their timings into not A&E anymore, which
Right.
they have shifted to the St Andrews Clinic now, and it's become an appointment only
Yeah, okay.
medical centre.
So it's affected your business?
That has an impact affected because we noticed that people going to the medical centre do come because there's
Yep.
always, when it was a drop-in centre, there was always a long waiting time.
Yeah, so people come in.
So people used to come and they were aware of our business. We've
Yeah.
been there since '96 ourselves.
So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, have you thought about the idea of perhaps not having the park immediately outside could be a good thing if it's not too far away and they come
That
past?
is
Like
a
that,
very good
yeah.
point, but the car park that's being given to the new block, we call it the new block, but since it was built recently, the part
Yeah.
that has
Around the corner.
Couplands,
Yeah.
Domino's, the cafe, another dairy and another takeaway there as well. Yes, there is car parks and yes, it can complement to
Yeah.
our car park, but not enough.
Right, okay.
Not nearly enough.
Your
Okay.
point,
That car park is
Mr.
always
Bunting,
full.
Yes.
And our car park
One more
gets
question,
used a lot
councillor
as
Bunting.
well.
Yeah, but hang on.
So,
Your point is valid, that if someone
Over
walks
time.
past and there's an opportunity for them to come
Yeah.
into the shop, well, that business might not
Yeah.
come if they go straight. But if you reduce the number of car parks, then you're reducing the people coming to the block.
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely.
You know,
It's just not
if you,
enough.
if you, two-thirds, let's say if it's 10 car parks, it's more than that, but let's say, for example, if it's 10 car parks and you lose 2/3 and you're down to 4, now you'll have 10 plus businesses fighting for 4 car parks when there was 10 car parks and an opportunity for everyone. So at the moment, I know that
So
I'm
we're
going
running
over
out of
time.
time.
Yeah,
So
I
one-
realise that, thank you, and I can't control the length of the answers, but there's a really
No.
important one I do
One-
need to ask
one more
about, the
question,
nature
please,
of
councillor
angle
Bunting.
parking where it comes next to cycleways. Have you been talked with about the danger of angle parking
I
next to
don't-
cycleways versus parallel parking?
One of our submissions was, I think the one plan we chose where there shouldn't be a cycleway next to the angle
Yeah,
parking.
yeah, okay.
And the other thing about people have to go through, like the parallel parking was on this side and then there was the, bike lane and then you had the shops.
Yeah.
That's not practical as well. If, an elderly person, or if they park,
Okay,
you expect
thank
them
you.
to
I
cross.
think you've answered the
right?
question quite
Okay,
well.
thank you.
So,
Thanks, I
this
appreciate
is our turn to make
We
sure that we
appreciate it.
understand what the Smithers'
Yeah.
view is. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for your submission. I don't want to get into the detail, but just want to understand, have you spoken with our staff around different options so far? because you had a meeting, but have you had the opportunity to discuss various
Not with the
options?
council, no.
We had a meeting and then there was that pamphlet with had about 4 or 5 options for our site, and I think we chose one of the options, the option that we thought was best suited. And that option, I think, our proposal was not to have a cycleway next to a car park anyway, or people trying to parallel park, and then you're asking them to walk through a cycleway and go to a shop is just as dangerous as a car backing into a cycleway.
Yeah, but, okay. My understanding is there's a lot more co-design work to go on, so are you happy for us to, I don't know what the process is, get in touch and we can...
There was one of the requests I did that when they represented us with those forms and those 3 options, none of the option actually showed the parallel parking. I was very surprised by that it showed the bus lane, the route for the cars, the route for the pedestrian, but no parallel parking. So we would have appreciated that it was done on that, and they said the same thing, that it's an ongoing process. So we would definitely like to be involved.
It's very early in the process right now.
We need to move on from that.
Thank you.
I guess questions answered, you'd like to be involved in further talking about this.
Definitely.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time to both write and come and speak. We appreciate that it takes time.
No problem. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to actually
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Because we're going to go in the order of some people have been waiting. So next up, I'm going to take Simon, and then Martin, and then we'll get to you, Tony. Thank you, Simon. Simon Banks on our submission forms, councillors.
Just to remind me about my time.
No, I'm managing the order people arrive. Thanks. I see you've got props. Good. Okay, cool. Off you go.
Madam Mayor, members and officers, thank you very much indeed for the invitation to address you. I'm really fortunate to be here in Paradise. Even the rain is warm in this city, and I hope I've dried out a little bit. Privileged to address you, both leaders of the council today and the future leaders of this city. I know it's a city, you've got great acoustics in your cathedral. So I've got 180 seconds. That's 2 phases of the traffic lights, hence the red, the orange and the green. And 3 things I want to address really is your traffic congestion, health and waste. The priority of any politician is to look after the health and fitness of yourselves and the people you represent. Quick question around the room. Who's had their 5 a day yesterday, their 5 fruit and vegetables today or yesterday? Whoa, right, that's encouraging. There's a few that are dodgy on that one, that's fine. And how many people have had 30 minutes of physical exercise yesterday? All right, there's a few with helmets. Yeah, okay. So we know what's good for us. And may I suggest that leadership is about nudging people in the right direction. Someone's read the book. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can you pass it around your colleagues? It is actually parental responsibility, perhaps, to provide a bicycle and some basic training to children. And then it's the council's responsibility to mop up with cycle skills training within the curriculum. It has enormous benefits. In Oxford, which is my home city, 4,000 less car journeys a day per school are generated because children have been trained to cycle to school. They also save their parents 6 extra driving lessons at the age of 16. So some real benefits here for everybody, that there's less congestion because you've got your children doing physical activity. And I can prove the results in terms of academic achievement as well. Second thing is congestion. We mentioned it earlier. It's very good. It's good to increase the gross domestic product of New Zealand, the danger, the collisions, the noise, the pollution, the complete and total waste of time waiting at traffic lights. There are other ways of dealing with this, and it is a case of just encouraging people to be able to park their bicycles securely. There's not cycle parking outside this building, there is outside your other building. There ought to be both. Okay. Two types of congestion. One is created by inter-urban commuting, say from Cambridge to Hamilton, or from Tiwanamutu, which is where I live, into Hamilton, an hourly bus service. No bike rack on the bus this morning. Good job I got a spare one in town here today. So 2 bike journeys. It was as fast, no it wasn't, I tell a lie, it was 3 minutes slower today than it would be for me travelling by car. So buses do work, but they're not good enough if they don't have bike racks on the buses. That you have signs well out of this city saying that the next bus arrives in Hamilton in just 20 minutes' time. People will think about that when they're stuck in congestion on the edge of your city. And bus lanes into town. I know you've got them. They appear to work really well. Secondly, there's intra-urban congestion. Residents of Hamilton, they've got a choice. They've got private transport, which is the car, down to local dairy, public transport, waiting for the bus in bus shelters, which you've adopted from Britain. There are far better ones from Winnipeg in Canada. Or there's a choice of the bicycle, scooter, mobility scooter, or indeed the e-bike of the future. For a queue of 10 cars, 5 have travelled less than 4 kilometres, 8 have travelled less than 12 kilometres. That means there's just you and I in our cars that have any reason to be in them because of the distances. In terms of waste, well, what can I tell you? This you'll recognise as a good brand from New Zealand. It's a metal can. Per tonne in waste materials, it's worth about $60.
So, sir, just give you a little bit longer to wrap up your main points, if you can, please.
This you will recognise, another Kiwi brand, as a plastic container. What's it worth? Absolutely nothing. Until you rip off the label, take the cap off. That is worth $3,600 a tonne. Can I suggest that you may want to have the facilities for recycling some more of your plastic in this city rather than sending it all the way to Auckland? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time. I'm available for questions now or later.
We'll take some questions now. Thank you very much. Your submission was really full, so that was, and plenty of detail in it as well, so we appreciate that. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, excellent submission. Have you also submitted to the regional council, who are the ones that actually run the buses in the Waikato?
No, sir, I thought you'd be in a better position to do that.
We will try, but it helps if the users are actually going to the organ grinder, not the monkeys.
Fine, I hear what you say. I'll ask for the details later.
Thank you.
But it is promoting your city.
Sure. Yeah,
You're saying how long it takes to get into your city by public transport.
Absolutely.
If that's what you want.
There are elements that we can definitely address, but we don't, unfortunately, run the services. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Southgate, thanks for the submission. The fact that you arrived here wet and dried yourself off, and that our weather is obviously, you know, we get a lot of rain in Hamilton in the winter. Would you not acknowledge that there needs to be a place for other modes of transport, such as cars as well? I mean,
oh yeah,
it's not pleasant spending the day wet when you've been soaked on the bike.
No, but if you've got the facilities to dry off, it makes all the difference.
Okay.
Women won't cycle if you make them wear a helmet, mess up their hair, and then it gets wet. Period. It's just not going to happen. Okay? It's a major deterrent to cycling. Facilities where you can dry off make a reasonable difference. But there is also the case that it's not raining 24/7 here. There will be days that people will choose to use the bus rather than the bicycle. There will be other days that they're carrying loads of stuff and will want to travel by car. I understand that.
Right.
I arrived by aeroplane, not to Hamilton.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
In terms of the commute from Tiamutu, just so I've got this right, you were saying the bus didn't have a cycle rack facility?
It didn't this morning, sir, no.
It does at other times?
It did. It's very much up to which bus it is, but this morning...
Yeah, because then that's a hit and miss if you've got a bike with you and you have to, yeah, right. And just obviously stressing, join with us to lobby the regional council too. Thank you. That's a really good submission. Appreciate it.
It's the alternative to the private motor car coming in and adding the disbenefits to your city.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No,
we do have to move on now, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
You also take the prize for being the first person to bring props in this time, so well done.
You'll remember.
Is it?
It's part of your 5 a day, sir. Share them among your colleagues, please. No.
He's disappointed.
I was going to bring the cream cakes as well, but I thought better of it.
Yeah, and I have to say, good reminder about exercise, but we're probably going to sit for about 8 hours today, as we did yesterday. It's a pretty hard job like that. So thank you anyway, good reminder. We're going to go to Martin now, because he's been here waiting for a little while, so we'll go to Martin and then we'll carry on with our list. Martin? Welcome.
I'm afraid my hearing is getting worse and worse and worse. I was really pleased to see this document and to see how there's so much more chatter you have to listen to. And the world is getting pretty complicated, isn't it? For me, the main interest from this is priority 5 here, the greening of Hamilton City. And this ties in with the fact that really the obvious answer to global warming is planting trees for all possible reasons around the world. I just picked this up yesterday from Paper Plus. If you want to get a copy, I think they have more copies there. A climate emergency atlas. And it really is an excellent coverage, and it's at a level that children, high school students can use. There's a double page here on global warming, and what's actually going on at the present time. So quite impressive book. What I'd like to see is at this stage is emergency tree planting throughout the suburbs. It's the most obvious and effective way of acting on climate change to get CO2 sucked out of the air. Now there's about 3 issues here which stops rapid action going on at the present time. It seems as if only teenagers are really worried about 2050 and what's going to be happening then. The United Nations says to keep global warming at 1.5 in 9 years' time. And current readings of carbon dioxide in the air, the United Nations is now saying it's going to be 4 degrees, whether we like it or not. There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of hope around. There's not enough fear. There's not enough fear around. And, well, for a start, let's replace the word climate change with global warming. I think global warming is the one thing that's going to get people thinking about the effects of it. The second, so for the first issue is that people are not really scared enough about this. I think it's going to be, they think it's all being done carefully, worked over by scientists around the world, etc. Secondly, what I get told about this when I talk about planting trees is, well, Hamilton's a green city. Well, how green is it? Can I suggest, councillors, that you take time to get somebody to drive you in a car and just look at the scenery as you drive around? Because you drive around every day and don't notice these things when you're driving, do you? I suggest you might try going down Tarapa Road. Go down Tarapa Road, go to as far as Spotlight and where Bunnings is down there, and look at the scenery. Outside Bunnings, it is an absolute sea of cars. It's an ocean of cars. It's a carpet of cars everywhere there. Then as you drive along the road, notice the median strip in the middle of the road. That median strip has a collection of dead trees, very unhappy trees, and lots of weeds. Now, it looks scruffy. It looks really scruffy. If we can get this part of the city looking green, can we get it up to the level of maintenance that we see over, where's Victoria Street down here? Victoria Street's always spotless in terms of the greenery, but not in many parts of the town. Also, as you drive along there, notice the buildings, all the industry stuff all the way along the road there. It's a solid mass of concrete. Now, my son tells me he's had 3 weeks going around China looking at electric cars and solar panels. And he said, what you do notice is that China has got a lot of greenery in its cities. And if you looked out these windows here, why can't these various verandas on the high-rises have a bit of greenery on them? And the good neighbour at Rotatuna, Horsham Downs shopping centre, is an exemplar of what you can do with greenery all around the restaurant there.
Okay. Martin, we're going to need to wrap up, so
okay,
come to our other main point.
Okay, what I'd like to see is the City Council employ an additional 10 people to plant trees in the city. They actually increase the staffing for planting trees in the city by 10. Also, what we'd like to see is the nurseries here we have be expanded a bit, and we're planting more trees for planting in the city. Melbourne, as a city, has got a really good guiding document on how to go about it. And somebody else has suggested to me I might mention the fact that 800 trees at Shaw's Bird Park are going to be cut down. And the final thing is this business of what's it called? Costings, long-term costings. In actual fact, trees don't just give you colour, they don't just give you shade, but they can improve health. And the total value of trees needs much more attention there. So can we see more tree planting? And can we realise that it's not a luxury, it's not a fancy thing, it will in actual fact give us economic returns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Your submission was so clear. There aren't any questions, but let us, just on behalf of Council, thank you for the work that you've done for many, many years around trees in the city. It's appreciated.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a number of people who've now arrived. We're going to take Tony and then Sanjay in that order. So Tony next, and then, if that's okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Hi, Tony. Thank you for coming.
Right. Yep. Good morning, all. Yep. I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to present my directive to the Council on the current 10-year plan. And I want to keep my comments restricted to the financials. This is part of the same old, same old. The financial part has been copied from the last 3 proposed 10-year plans, with the only difference being the figures involved. Each time, the debt is higher and the proposed rate increases are higher than the previous one. Each one has proposed a steep increase in rates for the first year or two, then a steady increase in rates for the following years. And surprise, surprise, we break even in about years 3 or 4, far enough ahead for you to blame someone else if it doesn't happen. Whatever happened to sticking to the plan? The debt to revenue ratio, a favourite of council because it hides the level of debt, only looks reasonable because of the increase in revenue forced on ratepayers. It has nothing to do with how well the council manages finances. This piece of deceit will only fool the gullible. 3 years ago, you proudly proclaimed that debt to revenue would be about 170% in 2027. And given the 3.8% rate increase then, the net debt would be 700 million. Now, 3 years into the plan, the debt to revenue at that time is now predicted to be 257%, and the net debt is 300 million more. That's an increase in debt of 47%. And in that time, you're proposing a further increase in rates. Whatever happened to sticking to the plan? But the most wonderful part of the deceit is highlighted by the cost hidden in the forward projection on page 74 of the consultation document, where 401 million is set aside for, quote, biking and micro-mobility programme. No mention of that in the options in the first part of the book. I wonder why. On page 68, you justify pushing council debt to the limit to afford the critical infrastructure we need. I suggest to you that spending 401 million on cycleways is not critical infrastructure. To spend that amount of money, which is greater than any other capital investment ever spent in the city, on a minority group is preposterous. This has no part in our future. Cut that out and our financial position will improve immensely. And further, it is unhealthy to encourage people to spend too much time on the streets of our city, given the levels of radiation emitted from the towers, which are popping up all over our town. And finally, to suggest that increase in debt to the LGFA maximum is okay because other councils are doing it, gives me no comfort. Under LGFA rules, we're all liable for their debts should any of them go under. The only way forward is to cull spending on all these feel-good projects and concentrate on maintaining and improving existing infrastructure, which is likely to take every cent you collect. Done it in time.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Question, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Greetings, Tony. Good to see you.
Hi. Yes.
I just want to pick up a couple of your points in your written submission.
Okay.
One regards the numbers of cycles on the Claudens Bridge going from 600 to 150.
Yeah.
Just questioning where your numbers came from, that they seem quite different to the ones I've got.
The 600 was what the council had said when they made the proposal to do it.
Right.
150 is, I think, a bit more generous, but
so
people have counted them.
So who were the people who counted them?
Just people that I know have sat there and counted them.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And with regards to the T intersection, the Puketaha intersection, again, you've said mostly used by people living outside of Hamilton. With respect, I just need to know where you've got that information from, because I'm assuming that some people living in Hamilton go out as well.
Yeah, well, if you're using that intersection, you're going out of town anyway, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To Puketaha School,
Yeah,
or
something. So, or coming in from outside. So the people using the intersection are likely to be people living in that area away from that intersection, which is out of the city limits.
Right, so that's an assumption rather than based on...
Oh, yeah, it's an assumption, but I think it's fair enough to assume that people coming into that would live outside.
Thank you.
It's not a thoroughfare that people living within the city would tend to use.
Unless they're going out. We'll talk about that another time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Tony.
Councillor McPherson?
Thanks, Tony. Welcome. I won't question you about the radiation from 5G towers, but I notice in your written submission you're saying we shouldn't be footing the bill for the Gordonton Road Puitaha intersection because most of the users live outside Hamilton.
Yeah.
Are you aware that the similar problem arose up the road with the Thomas Road, Gordonton Road intersection, and that a Hamilton resident was killed at that intersection prior to us redoing it? And if so, what would you say life was worth?
How many accidents have there been at that Puitaha intersection?
We were happy to get you the figures, quite a few.
Let's not get into debate, but...
So I'm asking whether you think does it matter the jurisdictional boundary if you're talking about safety? Perhaps it's a different way of putting the same question.
I wouldn't equate that the Gordonton Road Puitaha intersection as the same as the one at further up, the one that you changed. That had a lot more traffic coming in or coming into the T-junction to turn onto Gordonton Road. I think they're two different types of intersection.
Have you checked those traffic figures? Because I believe they're somewhat similar. A lot of traffic comes out of Thomas Road to come into the city via that intersection that we're talking about here as well.
Yep.
So it's a two-way street, literally.
I don't consider that Puitaha intersection warrants the kind of.
But your argument here was about the people from out of town using it, so therefore we shouldn't foot the bill.
Well, why there is a point, why should we?
But I'm checking your views on road safety and who...
But thank you, it's interesting that you deviate away from the main crux of my argument is that you're spending too much money and I've got to...
I'm sorry, I'm going on your written submission here, so I'm not deviating at all, Tony.
Okay, let's not get into debate. We've asked questions, the questions have been answered, I think, fairly. Are there any other outstanding questions on the... No. Councillor Thompson.
Hello, Tony. Do you think you may have been looking at the unfunded section for the biking micromobility rather than the funded?
Sorry?
Do you think you may have been looking at the unfunded section when you said quoted around 400 million?
It's quoted as the forward planning as 401 million. Part of it was funded, I believe. But it's still there, and it's still in the plan.
Yeah, so the answer to that is you were aware that it's part funded. Excellent. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer, Tony.
Thanks.
Thank you for taking the time to come in. We appreciate that. Sanjay is next, please. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, councillors and all the managers of City Council. Well, my written submission is very brief, unfortunately, so what I will read is what my main submission. As I rightly say, if you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. And everybody knows the most talked about problem in New Zealand, which is lack of homes, lack of quality homes, I'll put it that way. And Hamilton can be a part of that solution by being a place for the first home buyers. I believe that we need to form an action committee of mayor, councillors, and other interested people to get allocation of 3.8 billion Prime Minister has declared for infrastructure. And this declaration has happened just a few days back, so everybody is aware of that. And we will need it for the following. Number one, commuter train. no doubt Te Huia has started functioning, but not the way it's going to be fulfill any needs at all. We had to have an end-to-end solution because our major problem of people not getting homes is from Auckland, mainly people working in Auckland CBD and surrounding areas. And very often now the things are changing. People are working 3 days, 4 days working from home. For them, Te Huia is not enough. We require a much faster train with only 1 or 2 stops in between, reaching not more than 1 hour, in 1 hour to Auckland. That can be easily achieved because an office goer in Auckland should reach Hamilton in 1 hour and not more, because he will save much more. Fortunately, our Rotokori hub has shaping up very well. We have done quite a lot of work. We have quite a good parking lot, as we can see. Number 2, part of the money can go for stormwater management, which is, I believe, is earmarked as 50 million by the City Council recently, and also other development which is needed. And why should not we get part of that money for this development? The government can pay us either in money or in the manpower. I believe our army from Afghanistan has returned. So there's a lot of manpower available with the central government. We had to think out of the square and come to a solution where we can develop that area. We can also we look after the quality of the subdivisions, what we'll be having in Rotokori. Because there's plenty of space between the current Rotokori Rise development and our railway station, which is going to be for the Te Huia or any substitute train we will have there. But if that subdivision is not good enough, we will not be able to attract people. Because at the moment, people are fed up of matchbox style apartments or very tiny sections with hardly any space around. They will come to Hamilton only if you can provide them a reasonably good sections, 650 plus. And also a lot of other things which go along with the subdivision. Fortunately, we have a lot of things already in place. For example, we have already preschool sort of provision around the industrial area of Rotokori. We also have good shopping area around Rotokori. So all those things are in place. All we need to do is that take part of that funding what Prime Minister has declared and make Te Huia or any other train service at least 2 to 3 times a day. Well, this is what I want to say. Thank you very much for the time. Any questions, please?
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Your submission was very detailed so that was very, very good. There are none, but we would like to thank you for taking the time. We really appreciate it when citizens take the time to write a submission and come to speak to it as well. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Paula. If you want me to put some time, fortunately I have some time at my disposal to become part of this action group, I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay. So the next part of the process, once we've listened to all submitters, we'll be addressing some of the suggestions and questions of submitters. So you will hear back from us on that matter.
Thank you very much.
But thanks again. Thanks. Okay, councillors, we've got a few more, just standing up to stretch a minute, sorry. We've got a few more submitters here, so we are going to go next to Gerald Bailey from St Aidan's. Yes? Perfect. Thank you so much. Welcome.
For the opportunity to address you. I feel after hearing all those figures being bandied around, this could fall into the category of small beer, but it is a matter of some concern to people I represent. The submission relates to the eastern extremity of the proposed area designated for commuter parking. Its submission is based on the particular features of the portion of Grey Street between Boundary Road and O'Neill Street. These features comprise, firstly, the Claudelands Event Centre, secondly, St Aidan's Church and Parish Hall, and thirdly, the mosque at the corner of Boundary Road and Heafy Terrace. Each of these properties experiences periods of high usage or demand. The Claudelands Event Centre caters for daytime graduation ceremonies where typically hundreds of people are present, as well as catering for shows or exhibitions. Vehicles normally use Heaphy Terrace as far as Boundary Road for parking. It is in the interests of the council and therefore ratepayers for the Claudelands Event Centre to achieve maximum usage without impediments such as restricted parking. The church at the corner of Heaphy Terrace and Thames Street is used for funerals from time to time, again during daylight hours. People attending a funeral do not normally expect to pay for parking. Then there is the mosque. Councillors are probably aware of the large number of Muslim folk who attend Friday prayers at the mosque. Friday is their holy day, the equivalent of the Christian Sunday. They have not had to pay for parking up till now, and to require them to do so would send, I submit, unfortunate signals to the Muslim community. If the council were to apply its proposals to Heaphy Terrace between Boundary Road and O'Neill Street, all the groups referred to would be significantly inconvenienced. Given that our submission relates only to a tiny sliver of land at the very edge of the designated area, the amendments we suggest would not affect the overall integrity of the council's proposals. What we have suggested is nothing more than what has been successfully implemented in the central city area, with 2 hours of free parking available to those whose business can be attended to within that time frame. Graduation ceremonies, funeral services and mosque services normally involve a limited time, and people attending such occasions would not be penalised if our suggestion were adopted. Anyone requiring a parking space in the part of Heaphy Terrace that's been referred to for a period in excess of 2 hours should be charged at the same rate as applies in the central city, which might be described as the default rate. Human nature being what it is, if there was a differential applying as between the proposed daily rate for commuter parking, estimated by council as being between $5 and $8 per day on the one hand, and the default rate on the other, they would opt for the former. For that reason, those attending functions such as have been referred to for a period in excess of 2 hours would need to be charged at the default rate. Otherwise, commuters could occupy all the available parking spaces, thereby preventing anyone at all from attending the event centre, the church or the mosque from parking in Heaphy Terrace. Those are our submissions, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Sue, for your submission. One of the issues we're trying to deal with is congestion, and I'm thinking of your parishioners when they come to a funeral and the likes. Where do they park at the moment? Because it's a pretty congested area.
In any of the streets nearby. Heaphy Terrace would be probably the first port of call. Yeah. But then there's Thames Street, Stanley Street, Piaka Road, Union Street. Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, I know during events with Claudelands, we open up the field and the likes. Would that be a suitable solution?
Yes, but it's my observation over the years that when there's something on at Claudelands, there's still a lot of people parking in Heaphy Terrace.
Yeah, because it's very, absolutely. Yeah.
So we can't direct that sort of human behaviour.
Right, okay. No, that's okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So your alternative, Gerald, was to suggest the 2 hour free parking extend to that area instead of the full commuter.
As a sort of buffer zone between your new commuter zone and the general public access in the Claudelands area.
Thank you. And thank you for taking the time to come and express those thoughts clearly to us. We do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillors, next up we have, unless anyone else has arrived, we've got Marlena. Yep. Kia ora, Marlena. And Anna in support, yes?
And Anna's.
Excellent, thank you. Good to see you both.
Thank you. Kia ora mai tātou. E rere ana ngā mihi ki te whare o Pōtatau, tatu iho rā te whare kāhua ariki, nui tonu pai mārere. Ka hoki ngā whakaaro ki ngā tinimate, ko ngaro atu, ko ngaro mai. Ko rātou kia rātou, ka hoki anō kia tātou te honga ora. Ngā kanohi, ngā waha o rātou mā, tēnei te mihi. Mayor Paula Southgate and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the 10-year long-term plan. As you probably know, my name is Marlena. I chair Te Ohu Whakiita Charitable Trust, the governance organisation for Matariki ki Waikato, and my fellow trustee, Anna Casey Cox. So Te Ohu Whakiita Trust was established in 2009 to unify several organisations across the Waikato region under the Matariki ki Waikato banner, and to raise awareness around the celebrations of Matariki. So our focus today, we're going to talk to the creative funding priority. We all know that arts and culture are a key component in developing a thriving, vibrant city. So on the 24th of March this year, Te Ohu Whakiita supported the Hamilton City Council adoption of He Pou Manawa Order with a written and verbal submission, because the 4 pillars of well-being support the recognition of Māori culture and its values. We cannot see the 4 pillars demonstrated in the creative funding priority. He Pou Manawa Order says that Hamilton Kirikiriroa is committed to sharing, protecting and celebrating our unique Māori heritage, but this is not reflected in the long-term plan. The absence of an alignment with the treaty in the long-term plan begs these questions. Where are the treaty principles, including partnership, participation and protection? Where is He Pou Manawa Order kōrero, which stated it would support and celebrate Māori and bicultural events, including Matariki? For Te Ohu Whakiita, the announcement of a National Matariki Day is the biggest opportunity that Hamilton Kirikiriroa has to implement the 4 pillars of well-being for our communities. We acknowledge the Council's initiative to trial $100,000 per year over 3 years match funded, but the reality is that is a drop in the bucket compared to what would be required to produce a one-day national event, let alone the 6-week-long Matariki Festival we currently program each year. The creative sector funding policy is important. However, it is ineffective without adequate funding to all of the amazing community and cultural-based groups seeking the Council's support. We support the initiative, but the funding amount offered needs some serious reconsideration. Te Ohu Whakiita asked the Council to include in the following in the 10-year long-term plan: Matariki celebrations and associated cultural events, He Pou Manawa Order, and to consider a separate budget for the National Matariki Day celebrations. I was reminded by a friend lately of the importance of arts and culture, and although this example is based in Australia, this is a fantastic example of revitalisation of a city and industry due to arts and culture. Newcastle, New South Wales was a neglected city. Artists and creatives moved in to occupy the CBD due to affordable housing, warehousing, etc. From this genesis grew a thriving, vibrant community that attracted many people back into Newcastle. In 2019, it was deemed the New York City of Australia with its culture, arts, food and activities. Now government spending in Newcastle is up to $650 million on housing and transport. The Waikato has its own unique arts and culture that needs to be enabled to flourish and thrive. Reassess the funding initiative for the creative funding. It is through arts and culture that our diversity is celebrated, bringing value to the communities we serve. Huri noi te whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the great work that your trust does do in that space. Just a question for me. At this point, you know that He Pou Manawa is not quite fully adopted. It's still in process. But what you're suggesting is that once it is adopted by council, which is less than a month away, then the funding should be included in the LTP?
Absolutely, yeah. It should.
Do you have a idea of what an annual Matariki fund might what the quantum might be to run an event?
If you're talking about the one-day national Matariki Day, we can look to cities like Auckland, and I know that's much bigger than our city, and I don't expect us to go to that state. Their input is about 250,000 for their Matariki events. Down in Wellington, they contribute about, the council contribute up to 500,000, I think it is. So we are asking, when we look at 300,000 over a 3-year period, that's $100,000 per year to be divided amongst cultural groups. It seems unfair.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Points on Matariki, but I actually want to ask about, there's a point I'm not quite sure I understand in your written submission relating to commuter parking. You've counterposed that with a few other things. You seem to be arguing in favour of not charging for commuter parking. Am I reading that correct? Because I'm reading the comments that you put in here.
Thank you for your question, and yes, I am opposed to charging for parking, but as I said, our focus today as Te Ohu Whakeita is to talk to the creative funding priority.
Yeah, but I have to go on your whole submission because we're not just dealing with that, we're dealing with a lot of things. So your organisation does have supports a healthy city environmental bent.
We do.
But you still support free commuter parking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
All right, thank you for your submission. You won't get any argument out of me when it comes to spending more on the creative funding. But are you aware that's just part of a suite of arts funding options we've got? So this is a match funding thing, that's not the total.
Yes, we did look into that. Would you like to speak to that, Anna, or are you okay with it?
No,
yeah, you're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we look to the creative sector funding, we've got 16 million through grant programs to community groups and events, including creative art initiatives. So out of that 16 million, $100,000 per year has been given for the creative funding initiative.
For this particular one. So
Yes.
this is a particular, it's bait, if you like, to bring other people in because it's not been done before.
Yes.
So that's not the only creative funding we're doing though.
Yes, I do understand
Yeah,
that.
okay, cool. My other question is this the same, the 40,000, if you remember last year we approved for a
Yes.
multi-year grant, is this
Yes.
for the same Matariki? You're just saying it's not enough at this point, is it?
40,000 has, in honesty, 40,000 is not enough when you look at what we run over a 6-week period.
Yep.
So we do have to go to other sponsors and supporters to match fund your 40,000 that you give.
Yeah,
so
okay.
no, it isn't enough. In reality, if you were to run a 6-week event, I don't think anyone could run it on $40,000.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Now, I was just wondering where that's being targeted to. Is it going to over the 6 weeks or is it to one event?
It's over 6 weeks.
Right, okay. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you. Mark and Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Kia ora. Nice
Kia
to
ora.
see you both again.
Kia ora,
I think the last time was when you were submitting on Po Manawa Ora. When you were doing that last time, I asked about the fact that there was no quantum. And here you are today referring to the need for funds to be allocated as part of the LTP for Po Manawa Ora. So I'm pleased that you're doing this. Where I'm confused is what sort of quantum do you feel is required to give meaningful commitment to Po Manawa Ora in the LTP? So for the next 10 years?
To be honest, that's not something that we could put a figure on. I think that'll be part of your implementation plan, I assume, and we would love to be contributing to that. But the strategy itself is something that we fully support and obviously want it to see it resourced. Matariki ki Waikato, would have to be seen as part of the He Pau Manawa Ora strategy, because it's about celebrating, lifting up Māori cultural events in the city, which is fundamental to He Pau Manawa Ora. So we don't have a quantum for you, but we would love to be part of the plan or the implementation plan that determines that. Unless you have a quantum that you'd like to share and we could talk about it.
No, not at, I mean, this is trying to be constructive and helpful.
No, yeah.
We're trying to land on an LTP for the 10-year period, and I'm trying to zero. The question is this: on one hand, you raise it in your submission that where is it in the LTP, but when I ask you what sort of quantum you feel should be there, you say, well, let's have a discussion, maybe.
Okay, well, you've asked your question and Anna answered it. Another question, please, Ewan.
Can you be clearer on what you're trying to ask us, please, Ewan?
Absolutely. I'm asking you to be clear on what amount of money you think we should be putting in the LTP for the next 10 years.
Okay. Ewan, did you hear me say that in Auckland they put in $250,000, in Wellington they give $500,000, in Hamilton we get $40,000. So I'll leave you then to work out the quantum for that, of what we are looking for. We're saying it's not enough.
Right.
That's for Matariki ki Waikato.
Okay, thank you. I think the question has been asked and answered, so I'm satisfied with that. There are no further questions, so look, thank you very much for coming in on this topic. Thank you for the work that you've done on Matariki and its presence in the city. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now remember, the questions are to elicit understanding from the submitters. I would now like to...
With due respect, that would have more credibility if you didn't on every opportunity go off and go through this process of negating our questions.
Let's move on, please.
Expanding and having an opportunity to provide your narrative at every time. If you were to do a calculation of time...
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. I hear you.
Just some constructive
I hear you. Thank you, Ewan. Let's move on constructively, please. I'd like to invite to the table Charlotte. Yeah, am I in the right order? Charlotte, yes. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you, and I hope your little one is doing so well.
Yeah, he's just in the car with a bag of chips. No, just kidding. I'm sorry, that's off the record.
Look, we welcome a sense of humour. We're not going to comment on that.
No.
But that is broadcast nationally.
No, he's great. Thank you, Mayor Paula and councillors, for hearing me today. I'm here to talk on behalf of the Hamilton Gardens Development Project Governance Group, the PGG. So we acknowledge that our recommendations for the development program, including budgets and external funding targets, have been included in the draft long-term plan. So we're very happy to support that aspect of the plan. We want to continue to encourage council to progress the vision for the gardens, as per the Hamilton Gardens Management Plan that was adopted in 2020, because of the garden's significance to the city and the region. We'd also like the opportunity, should our funding targets be exceeded, because we're quietly confident, we'd like to be able to discuss with council accelerating or bringing forward projects in that plan. And we had some recent comms with council in December, where we committed to exploring opportunities with staff about how best to optimise utilisation of the current assets and to improve the visitor experience, along with revenue generation. We do note the proposed charge for car parking. We suggest that this proposal be considered within the work that we, the PGG, is undertaking to investigate the feasibility of charging entry to the gardens. Our initial thoughts about the proposal to levy a car parking charge are that it does offer some modal benefits, which we support. We note that the Gardens Management Plan prioritises multimodal shift, and future development will continue to move in this way, and we support that. But we do think the gardens is a complex space, and it's a much-loved public space and a visitor tourism destination, so we want to make sure that there's a good balance between all of the users. So charging people to park at a public park is not something that council appears to do anywhere else, and we think that may raise a concern about the potential for negative public perception about access to the river and other gardens areas that are not part of the enclosed gardens. We note that the Hamilton Gardens Management Plan had really extensive consultation, and it was recently approved, and nowhere in that plan included a proposal to charge for car parking. We think that a car parking charge might raise visitor expectations around the car park itself, so security, quality of the car parks, because the state of the existing car parks is not ideal. Some of it's sealed, some is gravel, some is grass, and we think that the state of it might generate some negative feedback and some potential reputational issues. But we do want to have the opportunity to investigate paid entry to the enclosed gardens as a possible alternative to car parking charge. The notion of charging for paid entry to the gardens is in the public arena, and it's been referenced generally in the Gardens Management Plan of 2020. We think that the option to charge entry to the enclosed gardens would provide more benefits to the gardens and the community than charging for car parking. You probably would have seen a report completed for the garden some years ago to explore the benefits of charging non-Hamiltonians over 18 entry to the enclosed gardens. That had largely been sort of shelved, but now there's some quite significant changed circumstances because we're now in the COVID-19 pandemic and post that, and we think it would be prudent to update this report to include new forecasting for domestic visitation and the prospect of returning international visitors once the borders are open. We think there's been quite a change to circumstances that would warrant a revisit of that report. So our recommendation to council is that you defer a decision to propose to charge for car parking until we've provided an alternative proposal regarding paid entry into the enclosed gardens, so that you can compare that. You'll need to then adjust to the draft LTP revenue assumptions in year 1 to 0. And we request that we'd like to work with staff to revise the Haworth report and to develop a proposal to charge non-Hamiltonians over 18 entry into the enclosed gardens. And we'd like to request that we present an initial recommendation for consideration by you before the adoption of the long-term plan. And if it's supported, this could be progressed through the 22-23 annual plan process, so that could enable discussion of a proposal from as early as July this year. So that's our submission. Thank you for listening. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Charlotte. That was very clear and on point. We appreciate that. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Hi.
Thank you for your submission. It's me, Paula's right, it is clear. So you're saying, hey, Taihoa, let us do the work on this. Come back to council with a proposition.
That's right.
And you've got an initial recommendation. I presume that's the one where we talk about charging for over 18s from out of town.
Correct. Yeah. Great. So that had been looked at previously and sort of shelved, but we think that should be revisited now that it's quite a different different place. It is a different environment we're looking at now. Yeah. And tourism domestically and internationally has obviously changed quite a lot. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm clear now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Charlotte. You mentioned in here that the idea of charging for parking at the gardens hadn't been canvassed in the Gardens Management Plan at all. Mm-hmm. Was it something that had been discussed with the PGG before,
No.
Were you guys taken by surprise by it, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was the PGG's reaction to it when you read about it?
We were just surprised because it was new, a new discussion, and we put a lot of work into the work that we do, looking at the management plan. So it was, it was not something we'd considered, right. And we'd considered everything else, including the management plan, extensively. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Welcome, Charlotte. Two questions. One, does a charge for the theme gardens create a potential risk of removing some of the external funders that the PGG group would be targeting?
We have looked at that briefly, and we don't think so. The conversations we've had so far don't suggest that would be a problem.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is, you mentioned earlier in your submission about bringing forward projects, based on external funding. Would there be an expectation then that you would expect council to bring forward its share of the funding into earlier years?
Yeah, ideally.
Yeah, okay, so you're
That would be the conversation
you're
at the
happy
time.
that you would give us some good notice? I mean, what we're
Absolutely.
trying to do now is develop that 10-year budget.
Of course. Well, we think the budgets that have been put in are realistic but conservative. We want to be able to achieve them. But if there was a special case or a windfall, then we would want to work with council to try and bring development forward.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Gallagher.
Zoom, obviously the excellent work you do and your team, I acknowledge that totally. Just totally acknowledge the point about the consultation, particularly on this issue. You would also be looking at various concession, and obviously if you're looking at non-Hamiltonians, whether it's a family pass, whether it's a off-peak days might be cheaper or what, because obviously on peak summer weekends it's wall-to-wall people, but there seems to be that could be,
I'm sure all of those things would be looked at really carefully.
Do some of that research.
Yeah.
And I guess even working with council with the ease of a Hamilton card.
Oh, absolutely. And there'd need to be a consultation about all of it with council. And
Tourism Waikato have also raised the point that there's the magic point where people are prepared to pay, because they think they're getting a deal. Do you think that now with the number of themed gardens we obviously have reached that point? Or if not, when are we to reach the point?
I mean, personally I do, but I don't want to preempt, the work that comes out from the Horwath report. I think the important part is that work is revisited and looked at in light of the changing circumstances. But the recommendation back then was that it would sustain a charge for those enclosed gardens, and with the work that's being done for the visitor centre, now there will be an entry point that would make that possible as well, in terms of logistically having an entry point to the gardens where it could be paid. And there's parts of the gardens that would remain, of course, free for the public, and that's important too.
But because what you're talking public realm versus the theme garden, the two things.
And that it's still free for Hamiltonians, I think that's very important.
You'd have no problem with charging for tour buses?
No problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks very much, and acknowledge that the work that you do is highly important to our functioning of the gardens and the ongoing development of them. I refer to your point about the public arena and the comment regarding paid entry to those gardens. I wonder if you could just enlighten us a little bit about what some of the feedback might have been at that time regarding that paid entry?
I think the feedback was mixed. Right. I think that's fair to say. And I think that work would need to be done, to justify it and to explain and to get the Hamilton ratepayers on board, understanding why and if it's important and why it's necessary for the continued development and maintenance of the gardens to have that revenue. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No question, Councillor Wilson? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you for coming in. Always good to see you. And thanks to the Friends of the Gardens for the considerable work that you do.
Thank you.
Marlena, you're coming to speak now on Friends of the Gardens. And of course, Charlotte was thinking about talking from the trust perspective. So sorry, shouldn't have mixed that up. Thank you.
I'm going to share this platform with two others today who deserve to be sitting here too. Oh, musical chairs, yes. Kia ora koutou again. I know these two ladies need no introduction from me, so we'll get straight into it.
Welcome, ladies. Good to see you.
Okay. Marilyn Yeoman and Virginia Graham. So, the Friends of Hamilton Gardens is a charitable trust that for more than 30 years has successfully partnered with the Hamilton City Council to assist with the ongoing development of the Hamilton Gardens. We are a significant stakeholder in the development of the gardens and have already reached our 2022 target to fundraise $420,000 and have contributed over $1.5 million towards the gardens development. The Friends work very hard at building and maintaining relationships within our local and wider communities. We, the Friends, do not support charging for parking at the Hamilton Gardens. We have been inundated with feedback from the community members, all voicing a similar sentiment. Charging to park at the gardens will chase people away and will have a devastating effect on its use by the local communities as a place of health and well-being, especially during these difficult COVID-19 times when so many households are under pressure to even provide the basics. This seemingly small charge for parking could mean the difference between them coming to the gardens or staying away. Parking charges will impact on picnic events, sports, recreation, and those families coming to our unique playground. The Friends believe it is essential to continue the development of the Hamilton Gardens for the benefit of our community. Past submissions by the Friends and other stakeholders have urged the Council to look at other avenues of revenue. But a suggestion that has always been brought forward from us is once the visitor centre is extended, the Friends would be open to discussion regarding differential charging for entry into the enclosed gardens. Also included in the long-term plan is the intention to reduce Hamilton Gardens' marketing costs by $50,000. The best marketing and promotion is word of mouth, and there is a lot of positive feedback in both print and social media regarding the gardens. Providing our visitors with the best possible experience of the gardens is the cheapest marketing there is, so why discourage them by charging for parking when they visit the gardens, playground and cafe? And in return, expect positive comments. Relationships with the community is what creates positive promotion and, importantly, donations, sponsorships and bequests. For example, a bequest of $158,000 to the Friends of Hamilton Gardens from the late Jill Christensen, a long-time Gardens volunteer and supporter, was testament of her faith and trust in us to continue advocating for the gardens as a community space. The Friends encourage the Council to remember the options suggested in past and present submissions by the Friends, the Project Governance Group, the Gardens Development Group, the Gardens Funding Group, and Tourism Waikato. We believe the cost of implementing parking charges and also the expense of a new jetty should be reallocated to complete the 4 gardens currently under construction as soon as possible. Consider the introduction of differential charging to the enclosed gardens when the Visitor Information Centre is extended and completed. Support the community to plan and deliver more value-added experiences to generate revenue and to raise awareness of the treasure we have in our backyard. There are so many alternatives to generate revenue that do not alienate the very communities, stakeholders and investors that have supported the gardens for so many years. If we allow this priority to be adopted, will the Council charge for parking at other playgrounds and parks around the city? I'm going to hand over we've been meeting with, of course, our members and the community at large who come to visit the information centre. So I'm going to hand over, this is one of some of the lists of people who will be impacted by charging at the gardens.
Kia ora koutou. This is the list of some of the people affected. The Friends of Hamilton Gardens Information Centre volunteers. We save Hamilton City Council approximately $220,000 a year. Will we be required to charges to. The propagation group, they have generated $11,500 since February. Imagine what revenue can be generated over the following year. The visitor centre workers and staff, events booked in pavilion, what parking costs to people attending funerals and weddings. The Gardens Cafe, patrons would go unpaid parking at one of the many other cafes in Grey Street. It's a bonus to have the cafe, we don't want parking charges for it. The cafe supports sponsors and invests in many Friends and Hamilton Garden events. If their customer base dwindles, so will goodwill to the gardens. Event organisers, many events are for charitable reasons where organisers depend on donations or incomes from an entry fee. This support would be threatened. And young parents, children and grandparents visiting the playground, would they still pay for parking? This is a very vexed issue.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and if there are any questions,
Yes.
Virginia will answer them.
Oh, okay, that's how that works. That's
Yes,
great.
that's how it works.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Roughly how many years, can you just refresh me, has the Friends of the Gardens worked alongside the council in terms of fundraising and voluntary work?
Friends of the Gardens was formed in 1989, and in 1994, when the information centre was improved a little bit, changed a couple of times since then, the Friends have then acted in a capacity to staff the Visitors Centre 364 days a year.
Right, that's a
so
long
it's
time.
Since 1994, our volunteers have been there.
Wow, that's a long time.
It's a long time.
Presumably there was considerable consultation with the Friends of the Gardens before this parking charge was discussed? Or?
Was a bolt from the blue.
Was it?
It wasn't expected. I have done some research, and in a Waikato Times report in December of last year, you, Jeff, were quoted as saying that the cost of the vehicle number plate recognition system was going to be around $400,000. So I query, is that the cost just simply of getting it started? How are you going to cope with people who refuse to pay? Are you going to pay somebody to keep following up bad debtors? That's another question. So that 400,000 plus whatever it costs you to keep it going could best be put into the continuing development of the gardens. Let's get those 4 gardens finished. We don't want people coming in and looking over the fence and seeing moss and ivy growing all over the buildings that are already there because you've stalled development. We want to see it finished. We want to see the information centre completed, because only then can we direct people through the information centre in order to introduce charging for the enclosed gardens. So there's several steps, and I think the problem's been that you haven't put this in place to make it happen. It will happen. We will have to introduce charging, but let's do it in the right way and let's not muck about. Let's get on, because once it is seen that the council are behind us, then we can go out to the public and say, hey, and to all our sponsors and stakeholders, and they will come on board if it's seen as a joint effort.
Thank you. Look, I see there's other questions. I won't take up any more time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'd like to get through these other questions. So, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for your submission again today. My question's around the removal of the targeted rate. I notice in the project governance group they appear to accept that the removal is okay from their perspective. Do the Friends have any concerns on the removal of this relatively low?
Yes, we do. We regarded that as our base funding, and we're appalled to think that it's going to be withdrawn. We don't know of anybody who objected to it. Hamilton ratepayers have been significantly behind the development in the gardens and seem to accept that it was part of their rates development. Whilst we accept there are other things to be done, we still think that the Hamilton Gardens is the iconic international, national site that Hamilton has, and we would urge you to retain it. We were surprised it was going to be removed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, look, I'm grateful that the Deputy Mayor has got the clarity around the consultation. I had realised many months ago that we had an error, not really consulted properly with the Friends of the Gardens. I had known that, but thank you for the Deputy Mayor asking that question. My question is simply this. Just so I've got a clear understanding, you're in line with the governance group around post-visitor centre charging for non-Hamilton residents to go into the theme gardens. Have I got that right?
Only if the themed gardens are completed.
Exactly.
And that would, how many, from your point of view, how many more gardens would that involve?
4.
4. So that's subject to the visitor centre and the 4 more gardens completed. And obviously you would work or be prepared to work with the council and the governance and other groups in terms of concessions. For example, if you've any got, which I suspect you do, you have non-Hamiltonians who might live outside, you know, who participate, there would be some sort of concession card for them, I assume you'd work through.
I think too that there's a stage in this, Martin, and I think what Charlotte alluded to it before, that the PGG and of course the Friends are represented on the PGG, they are the ones who will examine the whole charging scenario in due course. So talking about all the ifs and buts now is not going to achieve a lot. We have agreed in principle that it be looked at when the infant centre is complete and when the other gardens are completed. The Egyptian garden is well underway. It will be, hopefully, fingers crossed, opened at the end of this year. So that leaves the Pacifica, the medieval and the Baroque to be completed as soon as possible.
So that's kind of the magic point in your view, where it starts to stack.
Yeah.
Well, in order to be charging the public, you really want to have a complete story, and it's not complete until the information centre is an information centre that you want to arrive at, like an arrival point, and then the 4 gardens that we mentioned earlier.
It'd be nice not to have a construction site in the middle of our collection of the gardens, which is what happens now. You know, as it is at the moment. It'd be nice to think the whole thing is complete, and then it also frees up the rest of the gardens, 54 hectares of the gardens, for public use, community use, without the imposition of a charging fee, parking fee.
That's really helpful, and I do acknowledge the lack of consultation with the Friends re the parking issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's keep to the questions. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. So I'm clear, I think you've answered the question I was about to ask, but that was about, so you're in congruence with the governance group.
Yes.
In agreement with him.
Marlena represents the Friends on the governance group.
Great, thanks. That's all I needed to know.
Thank you, Mark. Sorry, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, so to get it clear, you think the targeted rate is being pulled and not being replaced with anything?
No, we think it's being dispersed.
In all,
I'm sorry, I was asking the speaker down the end who said she was appalled that the targeted rate had been withdrawn, and how was the gardens going to get?
Because we were very grateful when it was introduced.
But I'm checking. Have you not been told that it's been replaced by a larger amount in the budget?
It's a part of the
yes, and shared around. Yes.
No, to the gardens, not to other places.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's more money now than there would have been under the targeted rate.
we do understand that.
Thanks.
We do understand by the way it's been written now that we are actually more protected if this council happens to go and a new council comes in. So
Thanks,
we do
Marlena.
understand that.
Yeah, we do
Thank
understand
you.
it.
Are there any further questions? No. Well, thank you to the Friends of the Gardens Trust and everyone else that's associated. We know what value we get. Thank you for coming in. Councillors, we're going to, you'll be pleased to know, have a lunch break, and we will be coming back at, what time's that? Is that 20 to 1? We're not due to come back until 1:50.
10 to 2 sounds about right. Now, just over an hour.
Yeah, so just over an hour.
Yep, cool.
Okay.
Well done, Paula.
All right.
Really impressed with the diversity of people presenting, Paula.
just waiting for.
The audience that it's a cabaret section for the rest of the day, and there's singing and dancing required, but no one bought it.
No? Okay. Kia ora koutou. Welcome back to the meeting. Wasn't that some wild weather? Yeah. Just before we go into our submitters, I thought I'd share with you this lovely letter that I got today, which is from Ashton. He's 8, and he says, to the council, "Hi, I'm Ashton, I'm 8, and I want to make a scooter racing place in Hamilton. I have made an option with my friends, Reese, and we would like help on finding a landing land and the building of the track. I think the children of Hamilton deserve a place to race with their scooters. Yours sincerely, Ashton." And that is his beautiful map. It's a bit like, and that is my picture, right? But isn't that gorgeous? And just such a lovely moment that we get someone as young as 8 feeling they can reach out to the council with their ideas. So that was just a little happy moment in the day I thought I'd share with the rest of you.
You realise you destroy your future if you don't do it now.
Yeah. All right, so thank you, everyone. Hamish. Yeah, killjoy, wasn't it, Ewan?
You can be a bit like that,
I have other features. I don't want to say they're redeeming, just other features.
Okay, Hamish. Thank you for coming.
Having me. My name's Hamish Anderson, and I'm representing the Adair Company, who own 192 hectares of land within the Peacock Structure Plan area. You've already heard today from us, from Lucy Delatour, who spoke to you about the Development Contributions Policy. And just to elaborate a little bit on that, we have obviously some very real concerns around the DC policy this year, as you would have heard. However, the main purpose of this submission is to reinforce to you all the very collaborative working relationship that we have with various departments within council, and in particular with the officers within the council as well. So I'd like to share with you as well the aspirations that Adair have for Peacock and in particular our Amberfield development, where we'd like to see a high quality, attractive, modern, sustainable community within Peacock. And to this end, we're working with council on a number of key planning and infrastructure initiatives. In particular, as alluded to in the written submission, the Peacock Plan Change. So we share council's aspiration for high quality, medium density housing, which is something which I know the city's very hot on, and that comes to the heart of not only providing more housing within the Hamilton area, but also more affordable housing within Hamilton as well. And one of the important things around density housing is quality open space environments and the necessary infrastructure and amenity needed to support those high living environments. We're also currently working on a private development agreement which will unlock crucial land acquisition requirements that are needed to deliver key aspects of Council's Southern Links project, the Aotearoa Road and infrastructure as well. Our view is working collaboratively with Council is the most constructive way forward and is the best way of getting certainty for getting a quality new community out of Peacock. So that's really all I want to add. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Hamish. There doesn't appear to be any questions, but there is. Thank you. There is a question. Yep. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Hamish, for your submission. On DCs, I mean, obviously that's a hot point and it's a trade-off council has. Yes. We work under a formula, and this is the mass that coughs up, and to some extent it is what it is. But what's the sticking point for you in terms of?
I mean, there's a number of components to to that. I mean, the quantum of the DCs is concerning us initially, and that comes down to affordability at the end of the day. The cost that the developer ends up getting passed on to the homeowner ultimately, and we have to be able to pass on those costs and price point land and price point houses at affordable levels to meet the market as well. And if we end up in a position where DCs are too high, then we can't meet the market requirements, and that has the ability to definitely slow down development.
Has the shift to medium density and in some cases high density made it more feasible for you and therefore the end user?
In principle, it should, and the reason I say that is because the extra over cost that you have to put towards infrastructure to enable medium density over and above, this is greenfield situations, over and above providing for just a low density outcome is marginal compared to the benefit you get in terms of the much greater significant yield in housing that you get. So in principle, you're increasing the size of the pie slightly. However, you're slicing that pie up many more times, and therefore diluting the DCs per unit. So in principle, density should help with the development contributions issue, the level.
So that's been a positive thing that's happened through the peacocks.
So that is a positive thing, and it's in particular one of the reasons why we've looked to push and be very supportive of high density outcomes within peacock.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the acknowledgement about working well with our staff, or closely with our staff. It's been a sort of bit of an experiment for all of us getting into Peacock after all these years. Just in terms of the positive things going on, you'd acknowledge, would you, that the HIF loan, the interest-free loan, has enabled council to get in there and do its share of it earlier than perhaps, and in a more widespread way than it would have otherwise been able to? It had been sort of sitting peacocks, nothing happening for 30 years.
Absolutely, and certainly when you're dealing with large structure plan areas with very fragmented land ownership and smaller owners, it is a lot more difficult to put that enabling infrastructure into place. It's very difficult to corral a whole lot of landowners with very different levels of development sophistication and available to capital to put that infrastructure in place. So I think it's very positive that council's taken the lead on this and is putting that backbone infrastructure.
And certainly having Adair's economy of scale has helped with that fragmentation issue as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I'm really interested to try to get a bit of a better deep dive as to your opinion of what council should do. Because on one hand, I've heard, if I've heard you correctly, you're saying that our development contributions are making it unaffordable, that they are becoming more challenging for you. We know from hearing submissions to this LTP that our ratepayers are saying we're charging too much in rates. And so we've got pressure from each end. The developer's saying, hey, you're charging too much, we don't want to pay the revenue. We've got the ratepayer saying, hey, you can't keep charging us. The only solution I can see, obviously, if you're both right, is that we just slow it all down. And we say that, in fact, currently, no, we cannot afford to put the critical infrastructure into areas like peacocks and other growth cell areas. So that would leave you as a potential developer.
Beginning to a question?
Yeah, so that is my question. Well, it's easy to give a narrative. I'm trying to now give you, I would like you to give an explanation of how you would make the decision if you were council.
Yeah, look, I understand what you're saying. I think slowing things down is not a good outcome for anybody. And so trying to look at a constructive way forward, there's a number of things. First of all, I think there's a real opportunity through the Peacock plan change. And when we say enabling density and providing for more density, the plan change actually has to allow for it. So it's one thing just creating zoning, but what you need to do, and it's all a big balancing act, but in particular, my discussions with the council officers have been around the ability to carry out the necessary earthworks, making sure that your rules and provisions around earthworks enable building platforms and levels to be set to sufficient grades that are suitable for more intensive development. It's very difficult to build larger buildings, and in particular terrace housing, which require flat platforms to be able to build them economically on sloping land, okay? And so I think there's a real opportunity through this plan change to make sure that the rules and provisions enable density. So it's one thing saying it that will provide it, but you need to make sure that density is enabled for.
So is that not a function of the district plan?
Yes. Yes.
So less so about DCs, more about a district plan that is enabling.
So that's the first step. I mean, DCs all start feeding in behind. So council's already committed to the $300 million HIF fund. So those works are already underway. The bridge contract's let, that's underway already. So you're committed to developing Peacock already. When it comes to DCs, as Councillor Hamilton's pointed out, the costs are what they are to a certain extent. We know what those contract values are, and those need to be apportioned between ratepayers and growth as well. But that needs to be done on a fair basis. There are other mechanisms in which council can consider for recovering those sorts of costs. If you look around the country, there's examples, say in Milldale and SPV examples, and that sort of stuff, where direct rates can be targeted on homeowners ultimately and paid off over, say, a 25-year period.
And you think that's where that burden should be carried, not to you, the developer, in the forms of DC?
I think everybody should pay their fair share. What I'm saying is there are numerous mechanisms for paying.
Thank you. I'm aware of time, but I'm also aware that there's two councillors with questions, so I'll allow those questions before we move on. Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Hamish, for coming to speak with us. And your comments around density helping to improve yield and ultimately improving costs per unit. Do you see that we're hitting the right mark at the moment in terms of the density that's being enabled through the structure plan changes and any indicated district plan changes?
Yeah, I mean, we've been working, our team's been working very collaboratively, like I said, in particular on the plan change. And our team has got a lot of national and international experience around big master plan developments. And we've been bringing that expertise in and sitting around the table with the council officers and telling them what we think and providing any input that we can. And to the council officers' credit, they're listening to what we're saying, and a large amount of what we are telling them appears to be adopted. So I think so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, and thanks, Hamish. Look, my question follows on a little bit from that, particularly around high density, some of which is being dictated to us by central government at the moment. Yes. But just coming back to your earlier comment where you said that one of the strong outcomes of ADEA was to deliver an aesthetically attractive subdivision and outcome. Do you think that's at risk with the move from medium density to high density?
I see the move more from low density, which I consider sort of standalone large lots, sort of 600, 700, and medium density I classify as terrace housing and low-rise apartments. Maybe it's just my terminology, high density.
Okay, so you think that fits in with the NPS urban development strategy that the central government are fitting in?
Yes, I do. And it goes back to one of the points I made in the submission that when you go to higher levels of density, you need to provide a lot more amenity. And so that is open space, because it's shared space, because you don't have those in your backyard.
I think we understand. Yeah, we understand that as being one of the real big challenges. Yeah. But you're comfortable that the what you call medium density, I call high, but is still going to deliver an attractive and aesthetically attractive.
Absolutely. If it's done well.
Yep.
And a lot of things need to be considered in doing that, then absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Question from me. In terms of the medium density, apart from development contributions and that side of are there any other things that council can do to make it easier for developers to deliver diverse portfolios of housing, typology, size, etc.?
This probably comes back to the plan change, and like I said, ensuring that the rules and provisions within the plan change enable that type of outcome. And again, this is where we've been working very closely. We've been sitting with council and considering the draft provisions and providing comment. We have a number of typologies which we've delivered before in other developments, and we've been testing those up. So it's really important that you have the right structure to enable it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. We found your submission very useful, and the one that preceded it as well this morning, so thank you.
Cool. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we're now up to Te Papanui Enderley Community Trust, and I believe that Wayne's been replaced by Renee and Karen. Yes? Promoted. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for coming.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. When you're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kia ora. First, I want to acknowledge you, Council, for having us here today and allowing us to speak. Appreciate your time. Before we start, we'll just do a quick intro on who we are. So we'll pass it.
Kia ora, I'm Karen. I am a trustee on Te Papanui.
And I'm Ira Paihopa, and I'm the chairperson. And I am Renee Poihakena Jackson, and I am a trustee at Te Papanui Enderley Community Centre. I am also a mother, and I am also currently residing in the Enderley community. I have been there for 30 years. Our homestead on Elliott Street were one of the first homes in that area when it was called Fairfield. And so I'm very proud of Enderley Community Centre. I have a huge heart for having input into the change that happens there, and yeah, just very, very proud of the growth and everything that's going on in the community centre. I stand here on behalf of our people in Enderley Community Centre and putting in a submission towards the long-term plan, you know, and asking for, you know, you to look at our 4 priorities that our community have put to us, which is safer communities, revitalising our communities, having a fit-for-purpose community centre, a whare that we can come to, and a cultural playground. And when we talk about cultural playground, you know, have it cultural in shape, in colour, have it cultural in design and in form, and have it culturally informed so that our community can come and have a say and have an input into the changes that are going on in the community at Te Papanui. So yeah, that's all I have to say today. I thank you, and I pass the floor over to Karen.
Thank you.
Kia ora, I'm Karen. I reside in Te Papanui Enderley. My family have been there for 60 years. We have 5 generations in that community, and we're passionate and proud about where we're from. The stuff I want to talk about today is about why we need the support in our community. So recently we've started Kaivolution, and through Kaivolution we've had lots of whānau come in to pick up kai. And they've initiated different conversations with us and talked about their situation in their house, which includes there's huge poverty in our community, and there's a huge need. Benefits are being cut. When people are coming in to get kai, often they've been somewhere else and they've missed out the day before and the day that they've turned up on our doorstep. There's no kai in the house, and there's more people in the homes than there is food. There's lots of low-income families and a lot of beneficiaries, and the benefits are just not stretching enough for the families. The cost of living is going up. There's lots of people that have been recently made unemployed due to COVID. There's no money, there's no transport, there's health costs and conditions in houses, there's budgeting issues, they're not receiving full entitlements, and a lot of the time they do not fit the criteria if they're going into places, organisations. Lots of whānau in emergency housing, and so they're coming to us for kai. So what we're doing at the moment is we are responding to our community's needs and aspirations, and with continued effective support we can take care of the health and the well-being of our community while restoring the mana of our people.
Kia ora. So in this long-term plan, it speaks to empowering and enabling diverse communities to share their voice and shape the city. Te Papanui Enderley Community Trust has a strong position in support of Māori wards. We believe our community and others that struggle wouldn't be in such a dire situation if we had Māori representation voting on decisions that impact your most vulnerable. So for Hamilton City to have 3 suburbs rated in New Zealand's top 10 most deprived communities, that speaks volumes to the lack of representation for Māori when decisions are made that impact us. That shows tunnel vision in Council's approach, and we need more than that. Our written submission to He Paumanua Order called for elected councillors and staff to undergo Te Tiriti o Waitangi training to get better understanding and a better understanding of the lead-up strategies and events used with military force and law creations that took lands and stripped rights. This has direct correlation to why Māori sit in statistics where we do. And if people struggle with that foundation of understanding, let's be reminded of the thriving Māori economy before those events had occurred. So if people are well informed, there shouldn't be any resistance to Māori wards. You shouldn't be asking if Māori wards should exist. Instead, you'll be asking what took so long. So there's a really big shift coming. And with New Zealand history being taught in schools, that shift is coming. You councillors have a real opportunity to make a legacy decision that you will be remembered for. So take this opportunity and ensure that Māori voices are heard at the table. Kia ora, any questions?
Thank you very much for that. Kia ora koutou. There are a couple of questions so far. So, Councillor Bunting.
Kia ora. Thank you for the submission. Good to see you again. I've got 2 questions. One's about the representation you just brought up, and the other one is about the hall. Representation one first. Te Papanui Enderley, the area, do you have an idea? Obviously, it's a massive Māori population, but of other cultures and other populations in there that you are there to represent as well? What's the makeup of the area, do you know?
So yes, there's a lot of Māori and also a big Pacifica community as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's probably the most engaged we have with people with whānau coming to visit us for our services.
So what provision are you making for example, Somalian community around the area? There's a huge population of different cultures there, isn't there?
Definitely.
So the provisions that we're making is using a Te Ao Māori framework, which is actually inclusive of all.
Great, great. Secondly, the hall, can you tell me, you don't have access to the entire hall, do you? That was quite mind-blowing for me. So can you tell me about that, please?
Yes, so we just operate from half of the community centre, and since we've got Joe and Wayne and our services have been underway, we've had a huge spike in the number of people who attend or who come to us. We've actually outgrown that space. There is another, tenant in the other side of the centre, and we can see how we can really expand into there to meet the needs of the community.
Right, okay.
We would be looking for a partnership model where, council gives us a subsidy for the rent so that we can put that funding towards our programs.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. You feel that you don't have a voice around this table. Can I ask you what you understand the legislative environment that we have to operate under in terms of engaging with iwi on every planning decision this council makes?
You're asking me for my understanding of it?
Do you understand that, in fact, enshrined in the RMA and has been for a decade or more, the requirement for us to engage with iwi in every planning document this council makes?
And when it comes to voting on what happens,
okay,
that's the process that I understand. I also understand the process that doesn't allow for Māori and communities to come forward with their voice.
I note you're here today coming forward and being able to do that. But in terms of voting, are you aware that this council has Manga Māori seats and we were one of the first councils in the country? And are you also aware that there's been no decision made at a committee level where Manga Māori have been represented, overturned or not ratified by the full council? And isn't that a Māori voice?
I am aware that there's a Māngai Māori in this process, yes.
Right.
Councillor Thompson.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you for your submission. I'm interested, it came through quite strong in your submission, the issue of the traffic kind of safety in the area, and you talked about speed bumps, crossings, and that kind of thing. So, have you received a lot of feedback from your community and from the community there in terms of concerns around safety on the roads and walking and cycling and driving around?
Yes, we see children ducking through cars to cross roads. We have Te Ararima that comes out onto Tennyson Road, right on that bend. Often teachers are out there having to walk children across the road, stopping traffic because it just gets really congested. And that's probably only one of the areas over in Te Papanui. But there are no crossings in our whole community. There's nothing. The one crossing that was there at the shop was taken away years ago.
Right.
And that's directly opposite to an alleyway, so it's a high traffic zone for pedestrians walking across the road. And living there, we hear cars go fast, and we've got good relationship with the schools who are asking us to bring this matter forward.
Okay. And do you think that people in the community know if they wanted a crossing, they know how to get hold of council and go through the process of requesting that?
So people in our community have got bigger issues in front of them than coming to engage here, and that's why we come to represent them.
Yeah. So do you think maybe there's a lack of that information filtering through to council at the moment around those traffic concerns then? Yeah. Oh, that's all good. Thank you. No, I really appreciate your submission.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, so I get your submissions about the urban investment, whether, street calming, trees, CCTV. You talk about a revitalised community centre. The current one, you think, in an ideal world, would be totally replaced. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it was a club room. We're operating out of a pub.
Right.
and it's still, you know, it's been partitioned off and all the rest of it, and the Eastern Suburbs Clubroom isn't there, so we're making do with what we have.
You talk there of a self-managing community, and can you just share your vision, what you mean by that? In your sub there.
A self-managing community.
Yeah.
Which looks at partnering with council so that you can do what we need you to do.
Yeah.
It looks at, that looks like a peppercorn rent for that facility.
Right.
So that all the resource can go into the programs that we want to get underway and those that are already underway.
Okay, thanks, cool, thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yep, thanks. And just following Sarah's questions before, and also speaking as a former student of Fifth Avenue Primary 58 years ago, before it was a total immersion, and who used to go in through that back gate of Tennyson into school every day.
When you were 20, though.
Sorry?
You were there when you were 20.
Yeah, that's why they had to change it to total immersion after I was around. No. Could I suggest to you or ask you whether you thought about just hitting up your local councillor or your local council staff members to try and get, these are small things like you said, to try and get some of them, action on some of them quicker?
Yeah, we have been working with staff and we've seen some awesome developments through that.
Because have you sort of had a look at, say, your area around Tennyson there and Seoul and across to Fifth Avenue and compared that with some of the resources that are out on the street in other areas?
It's blindingly obvious that there's big differences in different suburbs.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Great to have you representing them.
I don't see any other questions. I have one around the concept, the exciting concept of a cultural playground. Are there, just out of interest, are there any, is this around the country, or would we be correct? There are? Cool. So you've seen other examples of, but yeah, so this could be something really unique, however, to the local community and what they represent, the local hapu and iwi, etc. That's what you, Mata Waka also, of course. But is that what you're hoping for in this process?
Yeah, so that will be reflected inside the building to outside of the building.
Okay, so actually the playground and the refresh of the Te Papa Nui house is all
a part
of it. Yeah, and I understand you've got some pretty good working relationships with Te Koha Health, Waikato Tainui and others as well in this development. Yeah?
Yep, definitely.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you taking the time and having the great passion that you do for your local community. It is really appreciated.
So, thank you.
Okay, so we haven't got Tracy here, but we do have Jane, looking at my list. Sorry.
Right.
It's the peril of not knowing quite which glasses to wear for which occasion, but there you go.
It's fine, absolutely fine. So I'm Jane
Welcome.
Wood. I'm the manager of the Pukini Neighbourhood House, and this is Scott Tiffany, our business development manager. We're just going to do a wee bit of a tag. So I'm going to read some stuff, and Scott's going to talk to it as we go. Okay, so firstly, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present today. We're excited to be included in the long-term plan after almost 36 years of driving community development in our city. Throughout our journey, we have continued to grow our organisation into what we see today as a true leader in the community sector.
I too would just like to express my thanks to the elected members for the acknowledgement and the inclusion in the draft plan. I'd also like to acknowledge the willingness of elected members to engage with us in discussions around this and our ideas, and the staff as well. It's very exciting for us moving forward.
With the future development of Rotokauri, Brima and planned developments at Horotū, we expect the future looks bright for the Northern Gateway to Hamilton Kirikiriroa. As an organisation, our growth isn't limited by our imagination. It is limited by the needs of our community. It is limited by our space or the lack thereof.
We've been pretty vocal around our lack of space of where we are at the moment, and it's just continuing. Our services are continuing to grow and grow and grow, as well as our staffing team. We have over 24 employed staff. We have people who are 3 to an office. We've had to convert some of our breakout community space into working spaces in order to house those staff. We really are getting to the point where we're beginning to almost sit on top of each other.
We are pleased to see in this plan the consideration not only for a community space but also for upgrades to the existing sports drone facility. We believe that this is a solution which can effectively deliver both dilemmas, our community's lack of space and our city's lack of indoor recreation space.
It's no secret that Te Rapa Sports Drome has probably seen better days, and hey, it is what it is. And so it's exciting, as Jane said, to see a acknowledgement in the long-term plan for improvements to that facility. I think if we look at the existing facility and our part in that, I think we've got an existing footprint that we can use to actually develop and create a really exciting hub and opportunity where we can marry together sport and recreation with the Ashurst Park, the playground is there, and a community space as well. So there's already the bones and the structure and a footing there. It's just how do we take it to that next level? And like I said, we got an opportunity to create a marriage between sport and community.
Moving forward, don't you love the way he nudges me? Moving forward, our organisation is positioning itself to continue being a leader in the community sector. We have forged strong professional relationships with key stakeholders within our city, including Waikato DHB, Ministry of Social Development and the Ministry of Education. Our community-based holiday program, which will operate again from next week, will provide learning experiences and care for those children living in emergency accommodation. As of May this year, we will also be part of the Ministry of Education's Healthy School Lunch program, which will see us producing and supplying around 350 meals a day.
So thank you. We've spoken before about the special emergency accommodation holiday program, which we were approached by the Ministry of Social Development and Waikato DHB to provide. We did it in January, we're going to do it again in April. As of term 2, we will be supplying the meals in the Healthy School Lunch program. Currently that's 1 school, but we've been approached by 5 others, and the Ministry of Education the other day even offered us additional schools, which we've all had to decline because we just don't have the space and capacity to cater for that need.
You would have seen from our written submission that some of our services had seen increases of 150% since the return from COVID lockdown. For example, in the year 2020, we saw significant growth in our emergency food provision. In 2021, we are on track to triple those numbers. This is just a small example of the outcomes we're achieving for the people of Hamilton.
Food security issue is no secret. We heard the speakers before us mention to that. 2019, 9 food parcels. 2020, 200. So far in 2021 is 156. So we're on track to really almost to go to 600 by the end of the year if the numbers continue.
In order for us not only to continue providing these services, but extend their reach, it is vital that we have the appropriate space in which to grow. People in our city want to live in lively, safe communities with shared identities and public facilities such as libraries, playgrounds and community hubs accessible to everyone. This is how we make a step in achieving this.
Thank you.
Questions?
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Great tag team too, by the way. Nice. So with regards to the future space that we're looking at, obviously what we're putting in the budget isn't going to meet the full demand, you're anticipating raising funds yourself, applying and working in partnership with us?
Most definitely.
Yeah, 100%. We've already begun to have some very basic conversations with a couple of key stakeholders, and one being Trust Waikato.
Yep.
And I think we put in the written submission that, you know, we are wanting to work in partnership. We're very clear on that.
Right.
We acknowledge that, you know, we're not asking for the full lot. Let's do it together.
Yeah, so you're not just saying, buy us this.
No, not at all.
No,
We've been around community development long enough to know that's not how it works.
Great, thanks guys. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor McPherson.
Congratulations on the holiday program arrangement you've got with the Ministry of Education for the emergency accommodation families. And I was wondering with the healthy school lunch whether you did deliveries to council, because our lunches aren't very healthy.
For the right price, Dave.
We could get Gretchen in to give you some lessons.
More seriously, ever since I've known your organisation, it's been physically shoehorned into buildings built for something else or some other people, or sometimes you've even got hold of keys to open up buildings you weren't supposed to have, from memory, Jane. But you've gone where buildings were rather than having them in the right place. So what are you thinking now in terms of the precinct? Let's say there was a new community centre able to be built in your patch somewhere, which is quite a long, thin patch going up north there. Are you in the right place now if the building was built, say, next door to that or alongside it?
I think we are. I think we've established ourselves, I think, since 2007 as being in that location. We've got strong partners with neighbouring schools, partnerships with neighbouring schools. I think people now know that Puketi Neighbourhood House, this is where we are located. In an ideal world, yeah, you'd love road frontage, but if you look at where we are in the city, that's maybe not a realistic opportunity, because sometimes, you know, but it's a little bit hidden away. But I think with the right signage and stuff like that at the top of the hill, we can get people to come down the driveway. But in terms of location, I think we've bang on. We've got an industrial mix there, which means on commercial, we pick up a lot of working families and things like that. We've got residential, and like Jane mentioned, those developments in Rotorua and the Te Awa Lakes development there at Horotū. It's only a matter of time before there's going to be a lot more people in that immediate area.
I think we could also work towards dual entrances, because at the moment we come off Church Road, but there may be the opportunity to also come off Ashurst Ave by the playground there. So, and that would make it easier for some of our older people who catch a bus to us and then have to walk up the hill. Has been suggested that we could get a golf cart, but yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, can you just remind us of the history of the Hero Committee that founded the organisation when you were located at the Puketi School site in the Brian Ibsen room? I'm just trying to get a historical context.
Well, I wasn't there in the beginning. I might be old, but not quite that old. We started off in the little corner on the corner of Cullingmore Street, number 1 Cullingmore Street, and that was owned by the D.B. Bryant Trust, I believe. And then we did a community, funding opportunity, really, where we went door knocking, and I still wasn't part of that, and which enabled us to build the Impsum community room, as it later became. Sue and I looked after Brian after he'd had a stroke, so he had an office at the community centre. So so that was our beginning, and then things changed. We moved, and we've hopped around the community.
30 years plus.
35.
35. So can you confirm
36.
that Sue Ravlich, yourself and the committee have been heroes in that community for 35 plus years?
Yes, Sue's still on our committee. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thanks
Scott
for having
and Jane.
us. Appreciate the
look forward
opportunity.
to getting down to the centre.
Yeah. And please do drop in and see us. We won't make you line up at 12, but you know, any other time.
No. unfortunately in an LTP... Yeah, the grate's gone. But unfortunately, we've kept them so busy here, we can't get out of the building.
If you moved it to a Monday or a Friday, I would be there for the
Yeah, but it's Oh, you could come to the bloke's barbecue then on a Friday morning. There you go.
Ah, there you go. There's always an opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We are now moving to, hang on a minute, to Ross. Yes? Yes, thank you. Paula's not turned up. Teresa's not turned up, so we're on to Ross. Hi, Ross.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Council today. There's quite a lot I liked in the long-term plan, which is something I think you'll all like to hear. I like the social infrastructure into things like libraries and Waterworld. I like the green infrastructure, like replacing founders with the green space and the gully restoration. I like the $100,000 arts match fund you're putting into place, although I do hope that's only a starting point. But I'd like to talk today about cycleways, because cycles and walkways was one element that was mentioned quite a lot in the long-term plan. I came into cycling quite late in life. I lived out in the country. I didn't learn until my mid-teens how to ride a bike. I never really used it until I came to university in Hamilton. But in the 23 years since then, I've biked just about everywhere. Hamilton's a great city to cycle in. There's only about 2 hills. When you're at university, you seem to cycle up that hill every day. But I'm still cycling today. I cycled here today. I managed to dodge the thunderstorms, which was nice. My wife used to work just across the river, so she walked to work. But when she moved to a new job north of the base, she got herself an e-bike. And this was really good for her because we live at 5 Crossroads. She could travel the cycle lanes quite easily out to that area. And it only merged in briefly in the Tarapa Straits area where you had to traverse some of the roads. Now, last year, she was returning home, and it was afternoon, about 6 o'clock, and pulling into one of the roundabouts, there was a ute coming south, so it had the setting sun right in the right of his eyes. He didn't see a cyclist coming. Fortunately, the ute did not hit my wife. Unfortunately, my wife did hit the ute. She came off her bike. There was various scrapes and bumps and bruises. She doesn't remember hitting her head, but there was a scrape on her helmet, so we decided that must have happened, so we replaced it. The bike itself was pretty badly damaged. E-bikes are decently heavy, expensive things. The frame and the electronics was fine, but everything else had to be replaced. The leather seat was pretty much scraped raw from just that impact of coming off, bouncing off the side of a ute. She went back to work after, I think she only took about 3 days off, so she wasn't too badly hurt. Fortunately, at the time, there was a guy with a really big ute who was able to give her a lift home. That bike got repaired, her injuries healed up. She still has a bit of a rotator cuff injury, but it's on the mend. But it did take her a while to get back into riding home again. And I think that leads to my point, which is about the importance of connections. There's a really good cycleway almost all the way to where she works, and there's a little gap. And those gaps are where the dangerous spots occur. Just a little activity. I want you to say your own name in your head and think about how long that took. Because if my wife had been that much sooner, the ute would have hit her side on. And then she might not be biking back to work. She might not be driving to work at all. She might not be around. And all that is due to the importance of those connections. And the demand for those connections and those cycleways and walkways and scooterways is only going to increase. With e-bikes and e-scooters, the demand is now ever increasing. My mother is looking at getting herself an e-scooter, the Lime-style scooters. She turns 78 this year. So that's what the demand is going to be like, and that's why I'm here today, sort of mentioning that story and supporting those kind of connections, because I want those cycleways to be used. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio, but every cyclist we get, every pedestrian we can get, every scooter we can get is another car we don't have on the roads, and that makes things not only safer for cyclists, it makes things safer for other cars, and that's a future I'd like to see for my mother, my wife, myself, and for future Hamilton communities.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Ross, for your submission and sharing your experience. I'm interested, are there quick wins that you see in terms of connecting things up? Are there some really quick wins that you think could be done? For example, we had an example yesterday where someone said, hey, put those cycle wands in places where there's likely to be conflicts with cars and bikes.
The only thing I can think of is having those crossings. Obviously, a quick win is not an underpass. An underpass is expensive infrastructure. But as was mentioned with the Enderley Community Group, putting a crossing there makes things easier, makes things more connected. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for riding in. You might want to pause before you ride back.
I'm going to head to the library for a bit, I think.
Does sound like the rain's back. Thanks, Ross. Okay, next up we have Wayne and colleague. Sam. There you go. Had a whisper. Thank you. Welcome, Wayne and Sam.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us. I wasn't quite sure what we were expecting. It was a little bit daunting being at camp, the kids' camp at 12:30 today and getting back. So thank you very much for giving us the time to speak. Obviously, I'm Wayne Bates. I'm chairman of Melville United AFC. Young Sam Wilkinson here is our director of football at Melville. You'll probably see in our submissions, and I apologise if I bounce around a little bit, but they are interconnecting. But first of all, I'd like to thank the council. Not only have I believe that we've got some of the best facilities, and in particular our number one pitch at Gower Park is, I do believe, probably the premier footballing surface in the country, and we're very lucky to have it, and we would just like to acknowledge the council for that. First of all, our first point was in and around the lighting, flood lighting for parks and what have you. Again, thank you very much for putting that into the LTP. At Gower, we're quite fortunate. However, it couldn't probably be more timely, because with lots of our flood lighting, once we've got all of the pitches lit up, it's a little bit, if we turn the heater on in the club rooms, the fuses pop. So basically what we've got down at Gower Park is we've got a fantastic community facility there at our disposal. We're lucky enough that we've got a academy system that young Sam here has been setting up over the last 3 to 4 years. Our plans as a club is not only to focus on the elite side of the game, but also bring a community feel or community wing to the club. One of the things that I'm particularly proud of, being a member of Melville United, is the fact that young Sam here, it's not about necessarily making better footballers, it's about making better people. And that to me is quite unique. So the other side of things, and going into the community football spaces, we've been lucky enough to have a couple of families who are, designated as would be classed as being refugees to the country. So, we've been able to find, or Sam's been able to find sponsors for these kids to, be able to come along and play. And we've actually found that they've become part of the Melville United family where they can come in, and they probably spend more time down at the club than they probably do at home. So, you know, they're always down at trainings and what have you. So in terms with the lighting, and the reason why the lighting is important is the fact that it gives us the ability to put more of these sessions on. Currently we've got, I believe it is 6 men's teams, 2 women's teams, 6 academy teams, and what we're finding is, you know, the facilities that we've got in place, they are fantastic, but with that extra lighting we could be doing a lot more. The second part of our submission was in and around the sand-based pitches. I think we can all agree you can't beat grass, and for us, you know, having the ability of not only a fantastic number 1 pitch, but our training pitch as well, which is down the hospital end of Gower Park, it's you know, like, it is pretty special, and thank you very much for putting that in. Our concern is, though, is we've got a number of teams there, and the load on that particular pitch in particular is quite significant, and we've been very fortunate that there's been some renovations done on the pitch by the council team at the moment, and it just highlights how important that is to the club. So if we're sort of wanting anything there, more sand-based pitches would be fantastic, but you know, we're very grateful for what we've got as well. The third thing on the submission was in and around community facility and an upgrade of our club rooms. Don't worry, we're not expecting the council to pay for that. But what we were thinking was that in our design and consultation processes, actually having some feedback from the council of what sort of things that they would think would be good to have involved in that as well. So yeah, so we've got quite a few things planned, and yeah, if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. I have a long association with Melville. My brother used to coach the women's team way back then. And as Jeff knows, because my brother and Jeff played together soccer for a while. Deputy Mayor Taylor, question.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Wayne, for the submission there, and I've certainly enjoyed watching your top team play a bit over the last couple of years, and enjoyed the hospitality in your club rooms as well. Just in terms, I haven't got detail in front of me in terms of your submission. With the floodlights, what's the scale of what you're needing there in terms of the upgrade?
Well, in a perfect world, all the pitches would be fantastic, but we've got 3 pitches which are fully floodlit at the moment, and I would say that I think back in 2011 we went on a big fundraising drive, and we actually purchased some of the old Eden Park lights and put lighting towers at the other end of Gower Park. Realistically, with the volume of teams that we've got, and Sam's probably a bit more qualified to answer this one, but I would have thought that we probably would be needing around 4 to 5 pitches.
Yeah, and Lance might be able to jump in on this as well. One of the things as well is transferring the lights to LED lights at the moment. So the older lights are they sap a lot of energy. As we said, we joke about we can't have them all on at the same time, and the heaters go off in the club rooms if they're all on, so on and so forth. The fuses blow 3-4 times, a term. Essentially what it would do, not just for our club, but I guess to make our facility more accessible to community groups, and particularly local community groups, just it would open up more of the space. Most training as a winter sport is done in the evening when the light goes. We think with the current floodlight poles, talk about your easy wins, there is some easy wins even just having more cost-effective lights facing the other directions on the existing poles would probably in the short term illuminate extra fields. But as Wayne said, we're probably kind of in terms of how big we can grow things a little bit restricted by training areas. So the wish list would be just do everything, and we could probably get more and more community groups using the fields. But we're realistic to maybe going incrementally with that.
Great. And I see you've got, I've seen an invitation on April the 29th.
Yeah.
For us to turn up there and
and
have a look around.
Yeah, I'll just add to that as well while we're here, because again, as Wayne said, the work done to one of our training pitches and our number ones is amazing, to the point where we've probably got the reputation as having the premium facility in the country at domestic level. Our academy, which was founded 4 or 5 years ago, which we're inviting some of the stakeholders into, is just now getting to a stage where we're starting to have a few clusters coming through. From our club alone, we've got 9 that have just made the recent under 17 and under 20 national age group teams across the boys and the girls, which
well done.
From a club that didn't have a youth program at all 5 years ago, we're now starting to bear the fruits of that. So we are realistic that we're a working class club and we're not expecting immaculate facilities, but making the most of what we got and tidying up the facilities we got not only opens us up to the community, but helps us run slightly more advanced training programs for our more gifted young players, regardless of their background. So that's very much a big focus for the club.
Great stuff. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
And we look forward to the opportunity of coming to see as well.
Yes, so that's the 29th and the 30th of April from 10 a.m.
Yep.
So more the merrier.
And thanks to Wayne for calling me young Sam all afternoon as well. That was amazing.
Thanks a lot.
You've always got to take a compliment when you get one, haven't you? Yeah. Thank you. Next on the list, I think we have Darren. Isn't it Darren's next? Yes. Hi, Darren. Saw a picture of your new boat. Thank you for sending that.
It.
It's very yellow.
Just needs to get on the water.
Yes.
Yes, a lot of questions about the colour scheme.
I don't mind yellow.
It's that for a reason, and we'll find out what that reason is when we get it up here. And there's a few more signs to go on it. Anyway, right, the reason that I'm here today is basically to talk about overnight mooring. Last time I was here a couple of weeks ago, that was one of the topics we discussed, and we're working on a solution for that. But what I'm particularly interested in is a longer term solution. And as mentioned a number of times, we would love to see more competition on the river. We'd love to see the market grow, because we know more businesses enter the market grows and it becomes a more robust area of the city's economy. We did a little bit of a tally up the other day. 13,500 Aucklanders came to visit in the last 12 months. Of our 19,832 customers in the last financial year, 13,000 of them were from Auckland, which I found was staggering, but not surprising considering the amount of people that love just coming down the road and spending a day here and then going back, which is marvellous. And I'm sure they're spending money in hotels, cafes and petrol stations and the like. So we started in 2012, and our plan was always to develop a sustainable tourism business for the city, which I'm proud to say that I think the evidence has suggested that we're doing that. And we are now expanding, obviously, into transport. Our game plan was always to prove that we were sustainable before we asked you guys for help. And we put money into our own infrastructure, and did a deal with the Gardens, did a deal with Mystery Creek overnight, and we built this little business up to now carry 20,000 passengers a year. We're looking obviously at rapid transport on the river and the long-term electric ferries, which we're in discussions with a Wellington company to build for us. And we're about to kick off the ferry trial, which will help us establish a business case for us to get funding to proceed with the feasibility for the electric ferries. So the key to all this becoming a success and being given the opportunity to become a success, and also the key to the city attracting other operators to the market, is overnight mooring. We've got some pretty amazing infrastructure now. The jetty at the Gardens that was put in a couple of years ago is magnificent compared to what used to be there. And obviously the new facility in the city is just stunning. And when the entire revetment wall is completed, it will be a huge asset to the city. But you've still got to park your boat somewhere overnight. And at the moment, we have an issue because we've been okay because we've been using Mystery Creek. Mystery Creek has become a challenge for us in that all our business is now focused in Hamilton. And it costs us a lot of money to transfer up to Mystery Creek every night. And it'd be nice to have that on the bottom line so we could use it to invest further in what we do. Our solution, and this has been raised with a number of you guys over the last couple of months, and I think it's a good one, is to install a number of mooring posts along the river wall at Memorial Park. And this would enable vessels that would be operating tourist activities or transport activities on the river to moor overnight. Facilities would need to be brought to them, i.e. power and water, and these would not be public accessible facilities. There'd be basically mooring poles, and every second one would have a gantry walkway out to it. And in my presentation, I've put a picture of a situation in one of the towns I visited the year before last in Europe. All along the Rhine River, which is the river that we visited, there's these types of moorings. And the good news from Hamilton City Council's point of view is you don't need barges to install the poles, and no infrastructure is required on the water at all because you can do it all from land because they're not that far out. And the Memorial Park is great because it falls away pretty quickly because it's in the current. As far as funding, there's $3 million budgeted for a new mooring at Hamilton Gardens. I believe that the amount of money in that $3 million that's set aside for a jetty could be used to pay for the poles, because I don't believe you need to spend $1.2 million on a commercial mooring up at Hamilton Gardens. I think you can, I've put another picture in, I mentioned it to a number of you guys. Again, the European moorings I think would work just as well, and the one I have in the picture in my presentation is for a boat that's about 50 or 60 metres long and a hell of a lot heavier than the ones that we'll be putting on the river. So I reckon you could achieve something like that for a couple of $100,000. And if that was the case, and a mooring was established at Hamilton Gardens with access to the new car park once the new developments happen with, over the top of the old car park, I believe the money saved from that budget will be put into overnight moorings in the city. And hopefully I've just come up with a wonderful idea and found a way of paying for it that's not actually going to cost any more money. Because the last thing we want to do is burden the city, but we're cognizant of the fact that we've put a huge amount of money of our own into this, and it's starting to bear fruit, and we want to grow it further, but we need you guys to help us out.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm just looking at your pictures here. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
So Darren, instead of the one with all the bells and whistles at Hamilton Gardens, the new one, you're suggesting a smaller version there and basically more bang for buck across the river.
Essentially, it's a floating ramp.
Yeah.
So the ramp is the key. And what these you've seen the big floating motels, and what they do is they basically tie up to the riverbank and lean on the ramp, which is supported by a pontoon. And that works very successfully. And the location at the Gardens is a really good location because it's out of the current. It's just tucked in around the corner, and there's some good depth there as well. So that would be perfect. So I reckon, I know the ramp, the new ramp. I know what the new ramp for the city cost. I reckon you could probably build a pontoon using the same company that built the pontoon for the city. I reckon you probably build that for probably twice, 2.5 times what you paid for the ramp, and then it's just a matter of putting a bunch of chains in to secure it all in place.
Right.
And some concrete mooring posts for the boats on the bank.
Great. And I think I saw in here that it wouldn't be so much fun for people to play off either. I mean, it would.
Well, no. The issue we've had, of course, is the kids jumping off the bank and behind us at the Gardens.
Yeah.
and it's a swimming spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, not as attractive.
Yeah.
And yeah, you jump off that, you're in the current straight away, and you're not going to be finding somewhere to.
Okay.
Yeah, right in the current. You're in the teeth of it, so yeah.
Yeah. And sorry, just to clarify, you were saying you could have a few of them up down Memorial.
Yeah.
Further
you
north.
could probably you would need to probably space them 10 metres apart, because that would be probably the length, the smallest length of boat you could put up there. And you could probably put 4 or 5 along that bank without really, with it from the jetty at the Rangariri all the way up to the bridge. Pretty much, it's pretty deep, deep enough anyway.
Cool. Thanks very much.
No worries.
Idea.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah. Hey, Darren. I feel a little bit disadvantaged. I haven't had a copy of the nice new yellow boat as yet, so I feel left out somewhat.
That's right.
Quick question. I see the suggested form of what the overnight mooring could look like.
Mm-hmm.
You would want an exclusive use, or you'd be happy that others would use it as well?
These would be leased exclusively to operators, yeah.
Right. And so the lease costs, do you have any idea what they would go for in terms of the ability for us to at least
I would imagine that
fund the borrowing?
Yeah, I would imagine you'd look at the cost of what it would cost to put power and water down there,
and repay the investment over time.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that would be something you'd be happy to pay a commercial lease.
Yeah, well, we lease premises at Mystery Creek, same deal, which is wonderful. And Mystery Creek have been fantastic to us, but again, it costs so much to transfer the boats up and down, so if they're in the city.
Right.
And the cost of security as well would be another factor as well. That would be worked into the lease.
Right, okay. So you feel over time the lease would be sufficient to fund the borrowings to do the investment, say over a 20-year period? I mean, I have no idea what the docking charges are.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you.
That's it.
That is all the questions. Thank you for a clear submission. Hang on, I'm just seeing who's next. Sorry. David Wayne is on Zoom with the Scout organisation. Welcome, David. We missed Max here for questions. Yeah.
Would help if I mute myself. Would never know I own a consulting company that deals with software.
We've all done it.
Sorry, my apologies if I come in and out a little bit. Internet in Tokoroa can be somewhat unstable, so I will apologise before I start. Scouts, most probably in our long-term plan, aren't two natural bedfellows. But as a lot of the spending of council that's been proposed, it looks towards, one, getting youth out and active, which is something that we, of course, would encourage all possibilities. And secondly, looking at the development of Rototuna, which feeds into Chartwell, being part of Chartwell Scouts, we felt it was appropriate to sort of give some feedback to the proposed long-term plan as spending around that area. I think it goes as part of our submission, anything that can sort of speed up the congestion, the backlog, and the massive potholes and tyres that need to be replaced with the roadworks out in the north of Rototuna would be appreciated. That sort of speeds up the flow. Anyone who's tried to traverse south into the city through the Pukatea, Itaha, Gordonton Road, you need to take a packed lunch and a thermos to try and get to the office. So anything that sort of speed up that process would be great as well in terms of those coming to Chartwell. I suppose the specific ones that I would like to look at from Chartwell Scouts' perspective is the timing, most probably, of the care of where the spend wants to be, and naturally the impact that goes on to the rates in respect to that. I suppose if I take it from the Scouts themselves, they don't care, their parents are paying, but on behalf of the parents, the view is trying to balance those investments into the infrastructure with the increase in those rates. The view that we took when we were putting in our submission was to consider that as part of it. Particularly, one of our concerns we have, we look towards the pool, is that it's a facility that's used by all our groups that we have under it, which represents about 4 of them, 5 groups, I should say, including the Venturers for Youth. And the idea is that, well, what we had was the investment into a new infrastructure rather than sort of feeling like hatching it and putting something in later was what we appreciated. The other factor of that was the cycleway, somehow where it was the view of bringing the east part of Hamilton across into the city in a safe way. Very keen for that to be advanced forward. Naturally, capping is something that we had to be conscious of in that respect. But also specifically where the Chartwell Scouts were wanting to work with council and see if there's some way we can be involved is through the gully restoration side of things. This is something where we have a number of our youth who are involved with environmental projects, and the reason why which might seem a bit contrary to how we're sort of talking about the rates balancing, is the view that that should be deferred for 5 years. And the view of that was more along the lines of identifying which one of those gullies that need to be restored and looking at taking a more considered approach or planned approach to which way to attack that. In making that, I would say that some of our committee did feel that council's pretty good at working out what they need to do with the gullies. We just felt that it was more of a, let's take a sort of more considered approach to the timeline of that. And that's certainly something that we as a scout group and we could talk with our regional scouts as well about being involved in how we could assist and help. So I think that would be a nice summary. I'm sure you guys have got plenty of other submitters, so I'll try and keep it nice and brief in these types of questions.
Thank you very much, David. Councillor Thompson has a question for you.
Thank you, David, for your submission. In terms of the gullies, is the reason that you chose for the option 1 because the submission document said that it would allow for time to work with the community to plan? Was that what guided that thinking?
We just felt that there's sometimes, and it's not in any way saying that this is what's going to happen, but often it's you go rushing in, an organisation go rushing into something and say, oh, hang on, if we just step back and consider that, there could have been a different approach we might have taken. That was all our view, is that we encouraged this idea of putting a consultative plan, a considered plan, and then taking some time to develop it, then taking the time to implement it.
How long do you think we would need to develop that, in your view, in terms of being able to get involved?
In all fairness, I'm an accountant. My idea is round up and you spray. So I'm more than happy to defer to those people who are much better qualified than I am in that respect. But I would have no concept to say what the time frame should look like. If it was done within 3 years, so long as I think it's more about the fact that a consultative plan is put together would be more what we're saying.
Yeah, okay, so it's more just you'd like to be involved in that planning.
Yeah, that's certainly something we would like to be involved in and see how we can assist. And we're not saying that any of us are environmentalists or we have background in what that should look like, but more about what is considered to be needed to be done, and how can we as a voluntary organisation, where we have a large youth task force who are motivated to support and put back into the environmental aspects of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David. Hope the weather's not as bad as it is here in Hamilton right now.
I was just complaining before, we had a shower of rain came through and I wanted to duvet and curl up and watch a movie, but alas, time does not allow.
Fair enough, neither for us, but thank you for giving us your time today.
No problem. Thank you.
Now, Councillor Kelly has been delayed, so she's going to come a bit later in the afternoon. But we do have, let me just catch my mind, we do have Alison here who's 10.1. So we could do that and then potentially have our afternoon break, because we've got a couple of longer presentations in that last spot of the day. So it'd probably be good to have a stretched leg. So Alison will just do yours and then take a wee break. Is that okay? Welcome, Alison.
My name is Alison Hutchins. For the past 20 years, I have resided in Logan Court off Stoneleigh Drive. Our area includes a number of other streets, has about 100 homes in total, and is bordered by Wairari Drive, Gordonton Road and Huntington. The majority of the homeowners have 2 or more motor vehicles. With the massive housing and business growth in the north over the last 20 years, traffic volume along Gordonton Road has increased dramatically and is especially heavy between 7:30am and 9:30am and 2:30pm to 6:30pm. In recent years, the road has had some improvements, and last year a speed reduction from 80 km per hour to 60. Even taking this into account, when travelling east along Gordonton Road, because there are no right-hand turning lanes into either Huntington via Darjong Drive or into Stoneleigh Drive, drivers and cyclists are in danger of being hit by another vehicle when they turn right into either of these streets. While a long-term planned project proposes the construction of small roundabouts on the Gordonton Road at Puketaha Road and Darjong Drive, there is nothing in the plan for making right-hand turns into Stoneleigh Drive safer. It would be ideal to also have a small roundabout at Stoneleigh, but this is probably impractical given the close vicinity to the proposed one at Darjong. However, at the very least, Stoneleigh should have a right turning lane. I believe it makes economic sense that when carrying out these projects, a turning lane into Stoneleigh is also created, and if funding permits, big question, a full upgrade of Gordonton Road to urban standard by putting overhead services underground and constructing shared cycle lanes, footpaths, etc. I am aware it is possible traffic may reduce once the Waikato Expressway is open. However, with infill and new housing bringing more residents to the northeastern area, traffic numbers will still be considerable, and without a right turning lane, motorists and cyclists turning right into Stoneleigh will remain in danger. I am not a roading engineer, but it would seem to me that if the road can be made wide enough for a small roundabout at Darjong, then it could be made wide enough for a right turn lane into Stoneleigh. In the interests of road safety, all these matters are urgent and should be undertaken as part of the 2021-22 plan and not deferred to the 10-year plan. I have spoken to a number of residents from my area, and many have reported close calls similar to mine outlined in my submission. I was lucky that at the last minute the truck driver took evasive action. Had he not done so, I doubt if I would be here speaking to you today. I acknowledge driver error plays a large part in many accidents, but believe Council has a responsibility to mitigate risk when dangers have been identified. For a number of years, residents requested improvements be made to the Gordonton Road-Thomas Road intersection, but it took fatalities and serious injuries to make this happen. I understand other residents from my area have also made submissions regarding turning right into Stoneleigh Drive. Like me, they believe it is only a matter of time before a serious injury or a fatality occurs if the problem is not addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hamilton has a question for you.
Thanks, Chair. Alison, have you had any discussions with staff in terms of some of the, not so much the LTP, but there's some other work streams that are in progress?
I rang after I had my close call with the truck and trailer unit, which was pretty terrifying, I have to admit. I went straight home and I rang council, and a young man rang me, and I think he said his name was Sam, and he was from, I think it was, is there a roading division or road safety?
I believe so, yeah.
And he was the one, he said, you couldn't have rung at a better time, because he said, as we speak, they're loading onto the website the long-term plan.
Right.
He said, I suggest you get in and put in a submission.
Okay.
And he said, we have done a lot of work on Gordonton Road, and we would very much like to see it upgraded.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Mayor Paula, I wonder if we can connect with you. I think perhaps there's an opportunity for you to connect with staff and understand some of the broader work being done, and it may actually help to answer some of your.
Okay.
Perhaps we can.
I have also spoken to Councillor Pascoe on the telephone.
Oh, he's very helpful.
Yeah.
He's very. That's who I call.
If you get him early.
So we've all spoken to each other. No,
we have.
But just to clarify the process, and
yes,
I'm grateful for Captain. I just want to call you that all the time. Sorry, Ryan Hamilton's suggestion. You will get a response. So I apologise. There must be something deep set in my mind. Getting back to the topic, we will come with all answers to all of the submissions.
Okay.
And if they don't lay directly in the LTP through deliberations, they get picked up by the appropriate staffing unit as well to come back to you. Have you finished? Councillor Hamilton.
If you are unsuccessful in having a satisfactory answer,
Yes.
Myself or Councillor Pascoe would love to help you further.
Oh, great. Thank you very much for that. Yeah.
I fully expect you to get some response.
Certainly there are some solutions, and and thanks for coming along today, Alison, because I think, as Councillor Hamilton pointed out, there are some options that might not necessarily be deferred LTP options to get this sorted. And we talked about Waiwiri Drive and the challenges there that have been solved.
I think you'll agree. You've got a question though.
No, the question is that we will. The question is the answer that we will get this. That we will get this matter solved.
The answer is never a question. Moving on. Thank you very much, Alison, and we're sorry to hear about your. We're sorry to hear about your near miss. And we take all submissions to the long plan seriously, so we'll be getting back to you. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you for listening.
And obviously, councillors, we need a coffee break, or maybe I do after that.
Coffee break.
So we're going to come back in about 10 minutes and pick up there. We've got another big block of submissions before the end of the day. Oh, no, don't. We will get back into it. We have a quorum, so we can. Welcome to all the visitors with us here today. It's been a long day, but we're still here and listening, so it's good. We're going to start with Ron. Is Ron here? Ron's not here? No. Oh, you are? Yes. Thank you. Sorry. Welcome. Aha. Thank you for coming. Whenever you're ready.
I had asked that there would be a graph on the monitor, and I'm not doing a PowerPoint, but
No,
I did
fine.
ask for
It's
a
coming.
graph.
I think it's coming. Here we go. That one.
Thank you. It's a key part of what I want to say. In my feedback to the plan, I covered 5 points, but I'm not going to be able to cover all of those. But what is showing on that graph, the bottom dark line is the percentage increase in low-income people's over the last 10 years. The red line is the percentage increases of rates on residential properties. As I say in my written submission, my wife and I have a house valued at $610,000 when the last revaluation was done, and I was told, understand that that property value was about the median range, and so therefore I expect that the graph lines that I've got there represent a reasonably true picture of the increase in rates on residential properties in Hamilton. I am one voice. New people have asked for the voices to be shared with you. And as I say, I'm only one. But I'd like to show you, in what I say next, that I'm probably speaking on behalf of more than 17,000 households. And I refer to a news item which was in the general media in the last day or two. And I'm going to read it. Figures released under the Official Information Act show almost 560,000 people in New Zealand now owe $1.9 billion to the Ministry of Social Development after taking out interest-free loans for things like school uniforms, the dentist, electricity, car repairs. Each person owes almost $500 more than 3 years ago, with the average amount of those 560,000 people being $3,420. Now, the Infometrics director who released this said the increase shows that people are really struggling to meet their day-to-day costs. Now, I do not have a breakdown of those figures, but on average, I suggest that about 16 to 17,000 residents, and I'm talking about probably households, in Hamilton City, that's a significant proportion of the people who pay the rates in this city. It represents about 25% of them. 25% of your ratepayers, albeit being paid through rents as opposed to directly paying rates over your counter, but I suspect that's about a reasonable figure. Now, those 16 or 17,000 residents of Hamilton owe $51 million to the government. They owe $51 million. They're not balancing their budgets. Hamilton City have been for years telling me through all their publication that you're trying to balance your budgets. But your ratepayers are not balancing their budgets, and part of the reason is what you see on that graph up there. See, for the first 5 years, you were somewhere in touch with your ratepayers. Can I suggest that today you are not in touch with your ratepayers? Look at the gap, 27 or 28% for the increase in incomes, 89% is the increase if you approve this latest plan. We cannot afford to keep rates being increased like that when the incomes of the ordinary ratepayer, the ordinary person in Hamilton, is getting increases at a much lower level.
So if we can just wrap up, so if you can wrap up your main points so we can take some questions, please, Ron.
Well, I was going to quote the Bible, if I may, to wrap it up.
Thank you.
This is from James. Suppose there are brothers or sisters who need clothes and don't have enough to eat. What good is there in saying to them, God bless you, keep warm and eat well, if you don't give them the necessities of life? And if I was just to change that a little bit, what good is you saying to them, oh, we've got a marvellous city, keep warm and eat well, if you don't release the financial pressure that you are helping to impose on them? And the one thing I didn't include, and I wanted to, 85% of the residents of Hamilton are earning less than $70,000 a year. The median income is $33,000, and I suspect that most of the people in this room are earning significantly more of that. You have discretionary money to spend. These people do not. And so I ask that you hear not only my voice, but also the voices of those 17,000 residents. Thank you.
Just wait, because we do have a couple of questions for you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula, and thank you for your time and your submission today. You've highlighted the financial challenge that you're facing as a result of increasing rates. I wonder if you would like to tell me which areas of what Council currently funds that you would like us to stop funding.
My approach to this has been for many years that Council needs to set priorities for all spending, and you need to pick your essential activities. And I have said in the past, I say it again, water supply, sewage disposal, refuse disposal, these are essential items. It's one of the basic things that ratepayers ask the council to do on our behalf. Things like roads and parks and so on, they're very nice to have, but they are not essential as a top priority, in my opinion.
Okay. One additional question, if I may, Mayor Paula. Would you include in the areas that are essential, would you include renewals and maintenance of existing city council assets?
In their priority for water and sewage and refuse, that is operating expenses which are essential services. As I say, parks are very nice to have, but if they don't get mowed every week, for example, we can live with that. If there's enough money to mow it every week, well and good. But we shouldn't be borrowing money to pay for bread and butter. And, you know, you can't afford to buy new assets when there's no money in the bank. You know, these 17,000 people I've been speaking about, they haven't got money to go and buy a new asset. They're borrowing money to pay for their dentist bill or their doctor's bill. You know, we can't keep going that way. It's nonsense.
And in that data of those people, are they all homeowners? Are their homes going up in value?
They're not necessarily, they may not necessarily be owners.
Right.
They're occupants, they're residents, they're paying rent. The rent helps pay the rates for this city. But because they're on low incomes, they haven't got the money to buy assets. You know, you people, I understand as a council, passed a resolution to pay your staff the living wage. That correct?
Yes, very proudly so.
That living wage on 1st of September coming up, it's not there yet, but when it gets to there, is going to be $47,000 and a little bit a year. You know, there's one person in this room who's getting 10 times that amount. I'm not trying to knock him. I'm not trying to knock him. I'm just showing as an illustration the vast gap between a living wage and what
I'm
you people
sorry,
do.
but we are running out of time. I just want to take one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm just coming to you, Dave. I just want to take one very small question from one short question from Councillor McPherson and one from Councillor Bunting, if that's okay. Councillor McPherson.
Sure, between us we'll be still less than Councillor Ewens. But as far as the living wage goes, since you raised that, what's your point there, that we should or shouldn't have paid it?
I'm not saying you shouldn't have paid it.
Because it's going to the lowest income earners, isn't it?
But what I'm saying is that is considered to be a living wage. My wife and I we get the marriage super. We get
but I couldn't
nearly 40,000.
I couldn't understand whether you were saying we shouldn't have paid it because it was spending too much money, or we should have paid it because it was going to the lowest paid. But my actual question was your written submission talks about Gordonton Road, Puketaha Road intersection, that we shouldn't upgrade that, and we should push the project out as far as possible because it's not on the New Zealand NZTA priority list. Are you saying that people in an office in Wellington should determine what our transport priorities are in Hamilton?
The people in Wellington are receiving information from your local people.
From councils, actually.
Well, maybe it is.
No, it is. Not maybe, it is.
Okay, let's not get into debate. Just the question's been...
So the issue up the road, the very next intersection, it wasn't on NZTA's priority list. We fought with them to bring it in after someone was killed, a Hamilton resident was killed at that intersection. We got it in. We want to get in ahead of the game, not be after the game here.
Dave, that wasn't a question. Please stick to questions. Councillor Bunting.
Hi, Ron, and thank you for your submission. Are you aware that one of the biggest hits to our rates this time is the compliance and regulation around water through government?
When is that going to start?
That I don't know. As soon as
the government haven't
yesterday,
actually,
if they'd let us. Yeah.
They've indicated that it's coming, but they haven't actually said it's on for this year.
Questions?
Yeah, I don't know. That's okay. We'll talk about that offline.
Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time to submit. We appreciate it. Okay, sorry about that. Just losing my track of time here. Thomas, you're next up on behalf of the Property Council.
Councillor Thomas.
You almost became a councillor then.
Goodness.
Yeah. Thank you. So Natalia is on Zoom and Thomas is in the room. So we'll
Kia ora
refer to
koutou.
both.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So yes, for those who don't know me, I'm Thomas Gibbons and I'm speaking here today on behalf of Property Council New Zealand Waikato branch. I have Natalia zooming in. She's our policy manager based in Auckland for Property Council New Zealand overall. I wanted to start off just by alluding to the very passionate speakers. I've had a chance to listen to some of them, but also to acclaim your passionate listening as well. And wanted to segue into Property Council's vision, which is together shaping cities where communities thrive. And I raise that partly because it sounds a little bit like the LTP tagline. And I'm not saying you copied from us, but what I do want to emphasise is that it shows we are all on the same page. We are people who are working to help make a better Hamilton. And I do think we all want a city which is easy to live in and where people can thrive. Probably to add to that, we want a city where there are world-class businesses that can start at the grassroots and grow. We want a city where people can be housed happily and live great and happy lives. And I read through the consultation document, and obviously so did many of our members, and there was a bit of a concern first of all about the timing on that. And I think there was a degree of concern that the 1 month period took into account Easter, and some people had breaks around that. So the feedback from our members were we would have liked a bit longer and that we would have liked some more open questions to address. Some of them were somewhat closed in nature. However, critical issues facing the city, growth and paying for growth, and that fits into some of the comments I'm going to explore in more detail. There is, through this long-term plan and beyond, an opportunity for Hamilton to be really innovative around funding tools. We have this dichotomy or almost paradox about rates and development contributions, a little bit of user charges and so on. But how do we look beyond that? How do we implement more successful targeted rates regimes, particularly new developments? How do we get public-private partnerships going? How do we get special purpose vehicles now that government is delivering those tools? The financial strategy we see is very important. We think the capital expenditure needs to be done. How can we deliver that well? How can this council rely on the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act? Specifically on rates, there's recognition that rates need to be raised to pay for the capital expenditure. How can we manage that increase in rates? Can it be spread out? We've got some specific comments on the growth funding policy. Essentially, we see it as unnecessary, and further comments on development contributions as well, because we think development contributions are a thing that needs to be in place, and they do have a role. We want them to be fair and reasonable, and we want them to encourage the right things and not discourage them. Important to give a little bit more background around Property Council. We have 114 member businesses. Overall, the property sector is around 2.6 billion and the second biggest sector in the region. In terms of capital expenditure, interesting to pick up on particular projects people have referred to over the last period of time through consultation, and also another track of message around critical infrastructure. I want to emphasise that Property Council supports the direction of infrastructure funding that is in the long-term plan. This $2.5 billion or so that needs to be spent does need to be spent. We need really good three-water infrastructure, and we need really good transport to help things happen here. And we have to continue to recognise and acknowledge that Hamilton is growing, And if you read the history books, they talk about how Hamilton has always grown, and I think will always continue to grow. So part of that then is being innovative about how we fund that growth. And again, there's a greater ability to look at user charges around water, around how we use that more efficiently, around congestion, around targeted rates, public-private partnerships and SPVs. Where we can move debt off the balance sheet somewhere else, that will be good. Hamilton City Council is close to its debt limit, so how can we do something differently? There are where SPVs have been implemented, and Property Council is more than happy to talk about those to councillors further. Property Council is supportive of Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act. We want to make sure it's implemented and it's a good opportunity for Hamilton City. We also want to make sure it's not a way to double dip on infrastructure and development contributions. There's other things that can be looked at. Asset recycling. How do we work out what are the best assets to have on the balance sheet and what is the return from those? Been many years since Property Council's been saying, let's look at what might be surplus and how it can be sold and reinvested. And my concern when we say that is always that extreme examples are taken. We're not talking about selling off all the parks or anything like that, but we're saying there is an ability to be sensible about what assets council holds and what the return is on those. And that's not necessarily a financial return, that is what is the community or social return on that asset, and is it best delivered by council or by someone else? We think it's actually a good idea to increase the borrowing. This higher debt to revenue ratio of 290% in the first 3 years, returning to 270% thereafter, is really actually going to be necessary to deliver this CapEx program while we keep rates, fees and other charges at a reasonable level. We have been very conscious that Hamilton's rates have been lower than others in relative terms. That's a challenge because no one wants to be politically responsible, maybe you do, for increasing rates. But the growth needs to be paid for somehow. We're well aware that there's a proposal to have a 4.4% rate rise and then a compliance targeted rate to cover the costs that central government is imposing on you. And we're very aware that those costs are being imposed. What we will add is don't use that as an excuse. How can we treat a district plan review, for example, as a very careful process and a very focused process? Is it about the NPS? Is it about other things? And if it's about other things, how can they be achieved in a smooth process, which means we don't get plan changes that get derailed? Let's have the process continue of helping the city grow. Hamilton does have to be mindful of what's happening in other cities. So generally other cities are looking at increasing their rates to meet the cost of growth. But it's also important to look at the impact of that and what savings can be achieved. And some of those savings can be achieved by operating things more efficiently and taking care of existing assets as well as looking to new assets. Traditionally, Hamilton City hasn't always done a good job of looking after existing assets, and that's a really important focus. There is a concern among our members that commercial ratepayers are paying more per dollar than residential ratepayers. Not something I want to debate in detail today, but I'm raising it as a concern. And also this district plan review, there is a concern that it's not really clear where the $15.4 million or so is going to go, particularly where we're in the middle of RMA reform. There are going to be impacts on ratepayers, whether they're from COVID-19, changes in the property cycle or otherwise, and that's why we're recommending a focus on SPVs and the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act. How do we use private capital to fund these projects? There's a lot of money out there in Hamilton and some of it's looking for a home. How can we achieve that? If we need to develop our water infrastructure, which we do, how do we use that allocation well? So one of the points in our submission is how can we stagger or stage this rates increase to ease the burden of it on people? How can we split the increase over 4 years and then look at a return rather than having it all at once? Because we do want to ease this funding burden on ratepayers. growth we keep emphasising is critical. We can't put a wall around the city, and nor do we want to. It's a great place to live. So been very pleased to see changes in perspective around those who benefit from growth should pay for it, and we want a lot of transparency around that. And we think targeted rates are a good way to go. It's something we've talked about time and time again as a way to recognise that different areas have different needs. Want to move now from the long-term plan to the growth funding policy. Property Council's view is that this should be abolished. We're not aware of any other council that has this kind of policy. There may be, we're not aware. And we also see it as an impediment. It's just another policy hoop to go through when people want to get things done. And we do know Hamilton needs to grow. We need to identify the next growth cell and the next and help open them up. And I think it's really important to note that while there is this balance between rates and DCs, and we encourage other tools, development contributions are something that can enable growth or stifle growth. And we do need to encourage the houses to be built, the new buildings to be put up, and so on. And when we see the ways in which the new DCs policy is proposing to have various carve-outs, the response is, well, if carving out projects from DCs encourages those projects, what other projects do we want to encourage? How do we get just good development happening? And what do we want to incentivise? So Property Council has been supportive of the 66% DC remission and extending that. And we've also noted this 100% remission for buildings of over 6 storeys. We do support more intensification, more city living. There is a little bit of a concern around 6 storeys and making sure they're not just built, but built well and well designed. And we think the Urban Design Panel will have a greater role to play in ensuring quality outcomes. There's also been questions asked among our members of who would have the resources to go out and build a 6-storey building tomorrow. And I think that's a really important question to ask. And there is a risk that we get more 3-storey buildings and not many 6-storey buildings because there's more of a construction sweet spot there. It's also important to remember that the consenting pathway for 6 storeys will be much more difficult than for 3 storeys, putting aside resourcing, site area, geotech needs and things like that. So we want councillors to think carefully about that. Property Council is opposed to including community infrastructure into DC fees, because basically this is then just a charge to developers which is then passed on to purchasers or tenants in buildings, and it will have an impact. The concern is that increased DCs, particularly for residential developments, get passed on to buyers and make new housing more expensive. Ultimately that makes all housing more expensive. It can also delay developments as people work through the complexities of DCs. Council's conducted its own research which shows that, put simply, if development contributions increase, the cost of land development rises, and as the cost of land development rises, people have to pay for it. It's not simply borne by one person or one sector, it is spread to some extent, but it has an impact on how friendly Hamilton is to development, and it has an impact on how affordable Hamilton is to buy a house in, or build a house in more particularly. So again, what are the alternatives? And we've tried to map them out. Let's have a serious conversation around targeted rates, special purpose vehicles, and how we spread those costs in a better way. If we can spread those costs over time through an SPV, we can help avoid that financial burden up front. And there is a really important issue about intergenerational equity and spread at a time when Hamilton is growing so quickly. Also concerned about the not the cap on non-residential DC charges, but how it only applies to non-residential developments. So there's this idea in the DC's policy of a cap on non-residential development to incentivise that. Well, if it's a good incentive for non-residential development, it might well be a good incentive for residential development as well, as a way of smoothing out some of the extremes that have happened in Hamilton around DCs. We're happy to help you model some of those things in more detail. One of the particular concerns is how we phase in DC changes, and some of the commentary in the policy talks about a 3-year phase-in. What we want to make sure is that that is locked in, if that's the case. We don't want that to be put in place and then a year later DC's policy is reviewed again and that 3-year transition is wiped. Developers work on long time frames a lot of the time and they want a lot of certainty on lead-in. So if we can have certainty that this phase transition will be locked in, that will help encourage development here. It's also important to remember that DC policy is not just about housing. We have a lot of good businesses here, and really DC's is about helping businesses come here as well. There's a concern that some aspects of the industrial sector have no projected growth, and that reflects that DC's are too high in Hamilton relative to our neighbours. There's anecdotal evidence already that people are being steered away to move their business to Horotū or elsewhere where things are more affordable. Why build your warehouse in Hamilton where there's other places it can go? And given that some of these warehouses will not have a huge impact on infrastructure. So the DC's policy is really important because it's not only going to drive housing affordability, it's also going to drive whether business comes here or not. And we're very keen to do more work with Council, continue working with you around the evidence base for that. So overall, LTP has a good direction. It's good to be investing in the future by making this capital expenditure. We do have some specific recommendations, as I've said, around DC policy, alternative ways to fund things, district plan changes, and how we can phase rates increases. Our members really are part of the community, and we want to make sure new industries come here, stay here, start from the grassroots and grow. And the way we work together has an important role to play in achieving that. Thank you.
Natalia, you want to add anything? You were speaking to both submissions at the same time, aren't you? So, yeah.
Natalia, anything to add?
Anything to add to what you already said, Thomas?
Correct.
I think you covered the key points very well. So basically, we're very supportive of the direction, but we provided the list of recommendations in terms of what else could be done to achieve even more positive outcomes for all. And we are really keen to continue working with the Council on particularly around development contribution policy. So we're always there to help you guys.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate the clarity of the submission and the recommendations. I just have a quick question, then I'll go to the others. In terms of talking about the IFF, you talked about not double dipping. Can you give an example how double dipping might occur?
Might be one I passed to Natalia, but
did you hear the question, Natalia? Just in terms of the use of the IFF, how might double dipping that you referred to occur?
So can you repeat the question again, because the connection is not that great?
Sorry, the question was around double dipping under the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act. And before you answer, just to give you time to think about that, just re-emphasising the submission point, which is if the local authority, Hamilton here, is raising development contributions, we don't want that same infrastructure that's being paid for from DCs also paid for under an Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act levy. There's been a bit of a concern around that in our submission on that Act rather than in practice, I suppose.
Okay, thank you, that's clear. Thank you, I think that's answered it, unless you wanted to add something, Natalia. I think it was...
Oh, that's pretty much what Thomas said, that we just want to make sure that, you know, that double dipping issue does not occur, where each council will implement that Act.
Thank you.
But we're more than happy to continue working with you guys in terms of how, you know, what the council can do to avoid this double dipping issue.
Thank you. Final question from me. In terms of the splitting the increase or staggering the increase of rates over the 4 years, and then maybe just because I don't speak the same language, then you said, and return post this. Can you explain to me what return post this means?
So it's a question of... sorry, which part are you referring to?
It's where you talk about staggering.
So
paragraph 5.6, split the increase over 4 years and then return post this. Return.
So how we return back to, I guess, the lowest increase if possible.
Back.
Yeah.
Now I get it. Sorry, it was just the way that was set out. I didn't understand what that meant.
Understood. Thank
Got
you.
it. Thank you. It's a grammar issue. Councillor Hamilton.
Thomas, for your submission. In Property Council, there's a lot of positive things and synergistic things in there, and I think it speaks to the relationship improving over the last few years. With regard to your point on double dipping, you may not be aware, but I know that was an issue that came up with when Greg did it, and basically we can only charge once for the kit, so it's pretty robust science, and so that has been a key part of the development.
Good to know.
Just on a couple of your points, you mentioned higher DCs and obviously therefore the higher end user affordability. Is the Property Council aware of the rate of DCs versus or relative to the exorbitant rate of land value, which has also potentially gone up at an even greater rate? Like, do you have that data set at all?
I don't have it with me here, but it's something I can provide later in terms of how the cost of development is comprised.
Yeah,
in
okay,
terms of land and other costs.
That'd be helpful. And also, just in your submission on the DC specifically, 7.3, you talked about council not taking a one-size-fits-all approach with regard to the DCs. I was just wondering if you could expand on that, because obviously there's capex and then there's the fallout. So how do we get more nuanced than that?
Yeah, I think the answer is we get more nuanced by looking at, first of all, specific developments as one example. And there's plenty of situations where, for example, people are entering into private development agreements, which are provided for in the policy. And there's also, I suppose, an overall, really what I'd call fairness review around what is the impact of these DCs on what is happening.
So you talk about more specific catchment-related DC charges?
Sorry, is that a question of what I would give the example as, or?
Yeah, when you said one size fits all in terms of our DC policy.
Yeah, there's I suppose a concern that, and at times it's quite blunt, and while there are these carve-outs, there's not necessarily the full extent of information around them there could be.
So you're looking for more transparency or clarity around the formula, is that right?
Yes,
okay.
Essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Natalia, did you have anything to add to that?
So basically what we were talking about in the submission that there is a need to provide some flexibility to account for special circumstances and emissions. And I think, Thomas, you briefly talk about the CBD emission and what it means and what else could be done.
Okay, thank you. Are there any, sorry, no, that's your questions. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Thomas, for your submission. I've got two questions. In relation to SPV, a special purpose vehicle, in regards to how do you see us managing the scenario of funding the infrastructure to enable the development and using the SPV entity to pay for that infrastructure? How do you see how we would capture any causal nexus of pressure on other, for example, roading infrastructure as a result of that new development? How would we capture that under the SPV model?
Collaboratively. It's an interesting point, and I think the details of how Hamilton wants to develop its SPVs probably need to be worked through further to in my understanding, because I can't give you a fixed answer to that now.
Thank you.
But very keen to work with Council on how we do get those going in the right way and in a fair way. Absolutely.
One more question, if I could, Your Worship.
Absolutely.
It's been suggested that one of the ways we could enable more growth is to permit developers to put in their own critical infrastructure, such as sewage facilities. One of the obvious concerns about that is in 10 years' time or 20 years' time, when the developer is potentially gone, and there is a problem with that, then council necessarily is the last person standing and we take responsibility. My question is, before the Mayor jumps on me, is this: how would you see, or how would the Property Council see the best way it could suggest that council limits its exposure in those types of scenarios? Is it a bond? Is it a deposit? Is it what mechanism would the developers say we could put in place to protect the ratepayer?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and well aware there are unfortunately examples where private infrastructure hasn't gone well. The response would be there are also examples where it has gone well, and looking at the broad suite of issues there is important. So we have some developers and development entities which are very intergenerational and very well resourced and able to make things last, and they will. Unfortunately, there are some developers, and many of them are not members, who are fly-by-nighters, and that's an assessment that has to be made depending on the nature of the infrastructure, the public risk, and the ability of the developer to deliver. But essentially there are two different questions there, and one of them's around construction and one of them's around maintenance, and failure to maintain is a very different issue from construction defects, and construction defects can really be worked through in quite a different way. You run a very different risk there. So I guess it's important to create a platform where you're prepared to be innovative about these things and prepared to think through alternatives, and then the mechanisms to deliver them can be worked through in individual cases. But there has to really be that willingness to start that conversation, which is why I'm glad you've asked.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you. My question was just around the CBD remission, and if you're not able to answer it today, that's all right, but I'd just be really interested in, you've raised concerns around whether the settings that we've put in the draft consultation, in the consultation document, whether they're right in terms of achieving good quality density within the CBD. How would you go about those remissions to kind of encourage the right outcomes?
So to get good development outcomes is definitely more than just a DC policy, and Property Council has put a lot of emphasis on urban design panel, an empowered urban design panel, how the district plan gives effect to good design, and so on. So there's I suppose a suite of solutions, as there are for many of these things, where you need to look at the different tools and how they fit together to achieve good outcomes. What we're saying is that let's not be too blunt around this. What are we actually trying to achieve, which is a great CBD? That's not simply a matter of hoping that people come along with a 6-storey building. That's a matter of understanding what is the resource in the region and beyond to deliver that, what are the factors that will go into that, if that's what we want, how we achieve it rather than something less than that. Is this what we're trying to achieve? So over time it might be great to have a lot more 6-storey buildings, but they won't happen like that.
So we need to wrap this up, I'm afraid. But
because of capacity. So key emphasis, there's a whole lot of tools out there that fit together, and we're keen to work with you on fitting them together.
brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia Thomas, for your submission, and the straightforward way in which it was set out is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now, I don't think Richard's with us. Nope. So we're going to welcome the team from Hamilton Girls High. I have that Carleen is speaking, but I see we have Principal here as well. So really, do you want who the key? Marie going to speak to it? Kia ora koutou.
if you could allow me, I can ask my choir to stand up and sing our hymn before our karakia. Whakaria mai, tori peka kia, kia ho mai, raro tui te po, kei kona au, titiro atu ai, ora mate, hei au koe no ai. E nei te wii tēnei te puna tau rori huranda whare wini ku hirea ki rei te he te tapata mana. Te hi kei runga whakatū ki te pū ki te wānanga te tau wira kātu ki te tohi ku te ata hākina o te mea nui ka te tū kei runga i ahau. Tēnei te nini, tēnei te nāna, tēnei te hao tipu. Hāpai tia manaki tia rangi nui e papatu anu ki tātou tewe e pai nei raro i ngā manaki te ngā te runga rawa. Uhi wero, whakamaua kia tīna. Taumi e hui e. Tāiki e. Tāiki e. Kia ora matu.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou mō tēnei rā. Ko Māori Gordon taku ingoa. Kua hau te tumoaki o te kura kohine o Kirikiri Roa. It is my privilege this afternoon to present our submission through to the Council. On my right I have our head girl, Mary Iremea Allen, and on my left I have our board chairperson, Mr Lale Iremea. A firm believer in girls' education, I've been privileged to lead Hamilton Girls High School for the past 9 years as principal. To give some context, Hamilton Girls High School is a state secondary school for girls founded in 1911. The school is renowned for its consistent record of achievement, inclusive curriculum and extensive co-curricular program that aims to offer each student the opportunity to express her individuality and achieve her aspirations. Currently, our school roll sits at 1,738 students, serving a community of well over 4,000, and is the second largest girls' school in New Zealand. Our vision is to empower our young women to dare to excel as innovative individuals who are globally connected, underpinned by the school values of excellence, identity, resilience, courage, creativity and curiosity. We are a school community committed to honouring the Treaty of Waitangi through our delivery of curriculum and pedagogy, as well as serving our extensive multicultural community. The extensive range of subjects offered at Hamilton Girls High School, combined with our pastoral care program and co-curricular activities, provides a platform for each student to experience success and develop their taha wairua, spiritual, taha tinana, physical, taha whānau, family, and taha hinaro, mental health. While we have also gained national titles in the sporting arena, received gold medals in various performing and visual arts activities, shone on the Pacifica and Kapahaka stage, simply our facilities are inadequate to continue to offer a holistic education at Hamilton Girls High School. We feel that our students are deserving of national class facilities and are excited by the potential to work with the Council and Hamilton Girls High School to be part of something special in the future. I'd now like to invite our head girl to speak.
Welcome, Mary. Good to see you again.
Whaatalo whaatu o lo'u ingo o Mary Yeremia Allen. Hello everyone, my name is Mary Yeremia Allen and I'm so privileged to be back here to speak again, I guess. Just to reiterate what Principal Miss Gordon just said, we're here today to kind of set the foundations and expectations on how the Council can connect with our school, as well as to lay foundations in how we can develop this relationship further in the future as a very high-performing state girls' high school. Today I'd like to just discuss how a lot of our government's plan talk about empowering and enabling Māori and Pacific students to excel and to really draw out these passions within them. So I'd like to challenge and also just like to say that within HGHS we have an astounding percentage of 40% Māori and Pacific young girls, which is amazing compared to a lot of other schools. So in order to kind of fulfill the plan to support and cater for Māori and Pasifika students, we are looking at a development plan and to empower these young girls at our school, not just Māori and Pasifika, but alongside these Indigenous groups, other girls as well, to have the facilities where they can achieve at levels where a lot of high schools have better facilities than our own. This may look like developing our health and PE, our gym plan and other cultural activities. but it's all about empowering the rangatahi as a very, I guess I'm here today to kind of speak into my own testimony being at Girls High School. As a high performing athlete, we are one of the top sporting schools in the country, and yet for our trainings we have to go elsewhere. We have to go to Hamilton Boys High School to be educated about certain things. We have to go to Hamilton Boys High School to even train with the boys rugby teams because we don't have facilities for our top rugby girls team in the country. So we'd love to explore that more and to see where this relationship can go with the council. So thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Kia ora tātou mā roro, so for maua manulangi mā. Privileged to present to you guys again. So Girls High. So as chair of Girls High, our opportunity is to allow governance to support our management team as well as our senior leadership team within our students. To be able to present to the region competent, confident, culturally inspired female leaders is one of our big goals. In order to do that, we have an opportunity in the city to leverage the green belt that sits in front of us from lake to river, and the opportunity to share a facility with the council and with the government in a way that we trialled in places like Rototuna as our first experience of turning community-facing facilities into public arena in order to be able to share a level of capital asset supported by government, local government, as well as community. So we have some challenges in the school going forward with regard to the MOE, looking at our school and deriving a plan by numbers that are predicted through their networking. Our opportunity is to service the community that we know is going to grow in the region. The increase of housing numbers, the increase of residential moving into town, and the opportunity to leverage the quality facilities that exist within the Western Town Belt. So being in that neighbourhood, our opportunity is to create, similar to the Peak, recreational facilities that leverage the location of the Western Town Belt. Now we have a perfect stadium, a perfect set-in park, a perfect potential and upcoming Pan Pacific hub, of which the school has the ability to use. If only we could share the ability to tell our story in such a way that the city grows hand in hand with the school. So this is your own image that you've indicated here and how significant the school currently sits within that overall picture. So if we are going to truly encourage community growth in this space, the ability is to allow education to be a key focus of the lead for development and for council to be able to support us within that growth. Just some key sort of elements from our submission, if I can just speak to those quickly. I'm not going to go through those key items, only to say that with government money through the MOE, through community funds that we know we have a philanthropic community with a heart towards a private sector that has the ability to enable those funds to come together, we can achieve a master plan that will create a legacy of leadership for young, female, multicultural students. More importantly, the location allows us to bring those students back in an, and I hate saying that, Paula, but in an old girl's way, where leaders that have achieved have returned back to the school in their backyard to tell the story of a journey that they took in that same way. So education for Māori and Pacific in a lot of ways is the unlocking key for the hand up and not hand out. Our ability to integrate with council here and with government and with private sector and philanthropic, we'll be able to achieve a new role of 2,100 that we believe we can accommodate. A 20% growth in our role that will match the ability for residential to increase in the region, especially within the city, and also provide the best public girls' school in the Waikato region, if not the country. Whawhatae mo le awa noa. I appreciate the time that you've given us to be able to hear.
Thank you. There are a couple of questions Yes, I am one of those old girls, but the saddest thing about that is that my daughters are also old girls as well. So I don't know what. So it makes me a super old girl. No, I'm not sure. Councillor Bunting.
Speaking on behalf of the young men in the room, sorry. Kia ora. Thank you for your submission. Couple of questions from me, very quickly. We have similar requests from Hamilton Boys. Are you working closely with them in their development as well, in a way that we could all work together?
Yes, so short answer is yes. Mate, they're obviously a lot more advanced in the development of their own facility, but we're able to sort of benchmark their growth and development through utilising private funds to support their growth. We're starting from a lot further back, obviously, and so our opportunity is potentially to create 2 turfs in the east and west that both schools share, the ability to create facilities at Girls High that potentially could be again shared between the 2 schools.
Right.
In the same way that Hamilton Boys welcome girls there when the opportunity arises.
With potentially a decent cycle connection between the 2 schools?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we'll promote that, that ability to create the cycleways and the pedestrian access that the city is.
Regards to Forecourt Rec Centre, can you extrapolate on that just a little bit for us?
Yeah, so it's again, with Lance and his team, we've had a good opportunity to talk with the council about what the needs are here for the city in regard to those recreational facilities. The Peak is a model that's been tried again, so again, there's some improvements to that, but we would see a forecourt facility as being a key amenity to support the community interface with the school interface. And that largely comes down to court time, you know, between the community and the students.
So funding-wise, you're looking at a half-and-half model, is that right?
Yeah, and potential support from the private sector as well, that has an ability to use that facility.
And very last question, if I may, thank you. I noticed in your pictures, and I'll ask because I'm sure Councillor Gallagher will be interested in this.
Sure.
I didn't see any fences in the facility. Now, are you expecting it to be quite an open facility to the public? I mean, you obviously got to be secure, but how open do you look?
Yeah, so I guess the fence has always created some interesting conversations around town when I first initially put that in place in 2015, and a lot of that obviously was health and safety and security in particular. So yeah, I certainly we would be having to open up the school a lot more and ensure that we still remain secure. So particularly around the area that we have targeted for the recreation gym space, we certainly have to open that up.
So you've already had discussions about it?
Yeah, we have, and at board level as well. And that's come up, but again, it's ensuring that we still are able to maintain the safety of our students during the day, because it was a thoroughfare, straight from the lake, straight through to Windtag, straight through to town, as well as the homeless was using it as a base when I first arrived.
Okay.
So that was the reason why I had it gone.
Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just quickly, thank you for your presentation. Nailed it as far as, you know, speaking to kotahitanga and collaboration. I guess what's a little bit silent on it is the financials.
Sure.
So if we were able to put a placeholder in our long-term plan, how would you guide us there?
I think, Ryan, there's still a lot more work to be done, you know, with regard to understanding just the capital delivery program with MOE. So it's a little bit of a sequencing exercise whereby the school and the MOE need to understand what we can support from them, and then that will inform our opportunity to come to council with the right level of request. And we're talking about the ability to have potentially an artificial turf there that we can share, as long as the girls can use the stadium to play. And then the opportunity for us to be able to utilise the swimming pool there to replace the municipal pools potentially, you know, from a community amenity piece. And that could be covered and heated, you know, and supported in that space.
So just a follow-up question then, what sort of time frame is this looking at?
Yeah, so we're looking at a development. I've only got 3 years, so 3 years.
I love it. Thank you.
We're just going to speed the questions up a little bit, but I am going to take the 3 people who are on the board. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
That was exactly my question. I'm fine.
Ah, excellent.
I'll be very quick.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for your presentation. Really acknowledge the the great old students that you produce.
Alumni,
including my two daughters. So I appreciate the good work. Here's my question. In the good old days, when the Ministry of Education would fund schools appropriately, they would fund for things like rec centres. Is that correct? Would they fund for things like pools?
Yes, I think the ability across the country that MOE have shown to invest in community amenities that's shared by school, definitely.
So my question is, that obviously must have stopped somewhere along the line, and now that obligation is falling on local government. I wonder if you feel there's a role for us in local government to really hold the ministry to account through our local MPs as to why central government isn't funding these types of infrastructure spending, because clearly they've got a broader tax take than the ratepayers of Hamilton. Yes. Not to take away from the initiative.
Yeah, I agree. Probably what I was going to refer back to is with the ministry, some of the work that we've been doing over, and I will say over the last 15 years, prior to my principalship, has been the focus around networking and projected roles. And we were really pleased to receive notification last week that the ministry have approved us to the 2,100, which is really significant for Hamilton Girls High School because that's our property footprint. And so that's allowing more funding to come in. That's allowing us to really focus on our master plan for the school rather than just specific areas. And that's a big piece of work that we celebrated last week to get that information, to get that acknowledgement from the ministry. So that opens up a lot more doors. As well as we move into that next space. But I would agree, yes, any pressure that you could put on any central government or local government would be really helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Okay, just very briefly noting the submitters waiting, but and very briefly, can you just explain a little bit more about what the pool situation would look like if we were to partner with that?
So we would see it in, again, some early discussions with Lance and his team, see the pool being able to be made available to the community outside of the specific use for the school itself, with its ability to be heated and potentially covered, would give then further community use outside of specific young or primary school use in that space. And so again, it's a balance of how much time could we give to council or to community with regard to the use of that space once we've had a discussion about how we use it from a school perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou, Lale Mary, mena ropu katoa. Thank you very much to you all for coming in today. And thank you, Mary, for being a student leader in our other process. We really appreciate the support that Girls High gives us with your student leaderships. Thank you. Yeah, puts out lots of good...
Not all. Tēnei i tangi ni te ingai a koe. Te tau kia tātou kia te pai o tō tātou arika I hukarei te me te aroha te atua. Me te whiwinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake.
Amen.
Amen.
Kia ora. Councillors, we are, I know this has been a super long day and we are getting towards the end. We've got Jeremy, Ross, Catherine, and one more. And, sorry, her name? Linda. And I regret to inform you that there was somebody who was accidentally, through administrative error, left off the list today. So we've got 4 more speakers to get through. So I apologise for that, but this is an important part of the process where the public get their say and it is just what it is. We'll try and keep our questions on point. Next up is Jeremy. What are you going to talk about, Jeremy?
I wonder. Oh, should I sit with the one with the light on it? Here we go. Kia ora, everyone. Nice to see you again. Thank you for allowing us all to have the time here. I'd like to start by acknowledging the council and staff for the work going through this lengthy long-term plan process. I know there have been a lot of submissions to consider, and if you're feeling tired and you need to engage in some jazz hands or activity while I'm speaking, I won't take it personally. This has been a widely consulted LTP, and there have been plenty of opportunities for Council to hear a range of opinions, and now there is an exciting and complex opportunity for you all to take heed of a true long-term vision. A vision that creates opportunities for change, to use this opportunity to be creative and innovative and to reimagine our collective future. I know you've heard me talking about these things many times before, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you again today, particularly at the end of a long day, but I know that there is a great deal of passion in our sector for this change and growth. Now my page is going to stick together and slow me down. Here we go. So I was originally planning to do this verbal submission as a full-on arts experience. Singing, dancing, visual flourishes, a brass band, make some noise, bring some energy to the Wednesday afternoon, but unfortunately a tight turnaround didn't allow that. Perhaps we can share a visualisation together. I want you all to think back to a moment where you were moved by an artistic experience, a moment in your own life that was impacted or enhanced by a song, a painting, a play, a book, a dance, a poem. Ponder those feelings. Those moments, those are the reasons why we look for civic and philanthropic investment in the arts. We want to make sure that every single person in Hamilton and the Waikato region has the opportunity to have that experience. There are so many moments in our lives when we connect with one another, where we find an opportunity to gain deeper knowledge about our culture, our history, our traditions, our whakapapa through artistic activity. I'm certain that if we each continue to take moments to think about this, there will be many powerful resonances that can be found within having positive arts activities in our communities. I'd like to assume that we all intrinsically understand the deeper value of the arts. This has been talked about at many council meetings. It seems to be very clearly present in your vision document, and that there are, of course, the moves towards increased investment, but there is an opportunity to do more. Access for everyone to take part in a cultural life, to have the freedom to be part of creative activity is a human right. By proactively valuing and supporting arts, culture and creativity, we can add value and enhance the well-being of all our people. Arts, culture and creativity are concerned with questions of what is and what is not, humanity, identity, dignity, of communicating empathy, of the transformation of lives, of visions for the future and of the mission for mankind. These things are universally applicable. At various events since the last election, we've heard many of the councillors talk to the value that arts brings to Hamilton, part of why the city is growing, part of why the city wins awards, part of why there is a commitment to it, which was shared positively by many of you at our own council election event in 2019. There's a great deal of shared space within that role that arts, culture and creativity play within the broader civic and societal ecosystems, spaces where diverse communities can come together, spaces for them to celebrate what contributes to their own identity and to nourish and champion that. And through this we can ask, how do we make the future more attractive than what now exists? This is our opportunity to provide contours to what could be, to create transformative opportunities for the future and to empower people to be who they are. There have been questions ranged around measuring impact, understanding well-being and value, and I can clearly state that we know how to measure and articulate all of that in a range of ways, and I could go through a range of studies, research, impact measurement models, but that's beyond the time frame of my submission today. There is national and international research, and we are currently also working through Waikato-focused research projects to provide added support to the quality and understanding of the impact that increased investment in the arts can have for this city. We can look directly to well-being, to recovery, to livability, to the nature of creativity being one of the fundamental qualities that makes us human. All of these things are measurable, even though the lived holistic experience of them is ephemeral and intangible, but often the best things in life are like that. But also to those who want more facts and figures, we can talk to the economic benefit of the investment in the arts. It is currently huge and could be even more through this increased civic investment. We know that this investment flows through our local growing community of creative professionals. We know that it enables these creative professionals to be based here rather than moving to Wellington or Auckland or overseas. This increases the overall appeal of our city. This funding and the return on this investment flows through the soft and hard infrastructure in the local sector, a sector that regularly makes every dollar go far further than its initial monetary value through passion, countless volunteer hours, and in-kind support from many local businesses and professionals. This inspires a community to engage in experiences which are active contributors to the growth economy that has been talked about by so many people today. It increases the hedonic value of a city. People visiting or moving here want things to do and see. unique experiences? Why do top executives want to move somewhere? Because there is music, theatre, art and food. This is true of all big cities and new developments around the world. Artists are in a space, they make that space cool and interesting and unique. Businesses and people move there to be part of that creative energy. This is what we should be looking to embrace, encourage and invest in. All these reasons and more are why there should be dedicated arts funding, and it is great that there is the open discussion at the starting rate of 100,000. But as has been shared by other submitters and people in community discussions, as well as Mary, who spoke in the youth event the other week, and arts champions like Nancy Cager and the Hamilton Arts Trust, it would be good if this was more like a $1 million arts fund. This investment could see transformative change, and I know that you've heard me say this before. We support this fund, and we acknowledge that it is so great to have this discussion being progressed, but we strongly request that this amount moves forward in a way that sees arts considered to have as much civic value as a roundabout. There's a second thing I want to speak to. That's the Waikato Arts Navigator. You've received it digitally, but there is a nice printed copy that should be available to you to look at, because it's far more tangible to look at it, flick through a document. This is a mechanism to help achieve broader impact, to see innovative creative approaches being the core part of a Waikato identity, a link to other strategies, a collaborative approach that connects enablers with practitioners with a focus on real community benefit. Since the COVID pandemic, I have been talking to councils like yourselves about opportunities to utilise art solutions for post-COVID recovery. This has been informed by our ongoing community-led research that has been developed over the last 8 years at Creative Waikato, but also with a focus on our development of the Waikato Arts Navigator framework since 2018. We present this as a shared framework, which includes a vision and a strategy for supporting and strengthening our arts and culture in the region. It can serve as a tool that you can utilise to guide planning and decision making. Our aspirational vision is to see our region become a place with a vibrant arts and cultural sector that thrives with diverse and transformative creative activity. Hamilton has an important and essential part to play in that space for the region. This change has already been emerging through the actions that have been occurring here, and we can see it in our city. But we also acknowledge that there's an opportunity to make more collective impact with the strategy that is forward in its intent but localised in its action. We know that the Waikato Arts Navigator aligns with council priorities of a city where our people thrive and a city that has fun things to do. It also aligns with the many wellbeing pillars that were presented in Hei Pou Manawa Ora. The core framework seeks to align practical responses that increase the well-being of all our people. The Waikato Arts Navigator is being shared with all councils in the area, but also with funders, with community organisations and with regional enablers to seek alignment and find ways that we can all track in the same direction with cross-regional efforts that will support, complement and strengthen one another, as well as bringing in more potential for national funding opportunities. All of these things, combined with increased opportunities for this national funding, have arrived through things like Creative New Zealand's Local Government's Recovery Fund, the MSD Creative Careers pilot program that Creative Waikato is running in the region for the next 2 years, the availability for Ministry of Culture and Heritage funding for cultural installations and events, community activation, innovation and showcasing the region that will be opening in the next 3 months. This has huge potential for some really transformative work to happen, but a lot of it is strengthened by the partnership with HCC. It is made possible by the increased investment that you have, and also through the shared vision of activating the Waikato Arts Navigator. We know that arts, culture and creativity are powerful levers for positive social change. They show us that we make the world rather than simply inherit it. This is why the vision is for arts, culture and creativity to be embedded more broadly in future opportunities throughout the entire Hamilton ecosystem. There is tremendous talent and value here, and there is so much potential to have a positive collective impact in this space. I thank you for your time, patience and consideration, and look forward to any questions you may have and to continue our strategic journey together. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Jeremy. That's a very comprehensive submission with detail in it. So we'll take a few quick questions, but we will, and I will make sure that everybody gets
If you need more of them,
councillors, please do not leave because we lose quorum. Oh, no, I'm not saying you are, Dave. I'm just letting you know that unfortunately, because everyone on Zoom has now gone, if we lose one more, 7 is the quorum. If we lose too many more, we have to stop the meeting. So let's just stick it out for the last half an hour. Sorry.
To be helpful, instead of us doing our roundup of issues.
Yeah, no, I was going to come to that.
Maybe do it tomorrow morning or something.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. You're right. Okay, questions for Jeremy, though, while he's here. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and thanks to the Arts Navigator. It's really enjoyable. Very quick question regards the creative match funding, and I know it's never going to be enough yet, but is this something that Creative New Zealand would partner us with?
Yeah, and I believe they've made a formal submission to the LTP, which talks about that. There is scope for what was the Ngā Toi Arohi Fund, which opened and closed in October last year. Unfortunately, they haven't announced their funding strategy for the next financial year, so that will come out in late May or June.
Right.
But there is a commitment to this, but also in the Ministry of Culture and Heritage funding, which has been announced, which I've just talked to, they are looking for partnership with councils on things as well.
Great, thank you. That's all I've got. Thank you, Paula.
Has Dave left? So we are now on quorum, so just ask you to stay with us where we can. We will try and get hold of anybody who's on Zoom to see if they can come back. Yeah, that will be an issue.
Thank you for bearing with me at the end of the day, though.
So you had your question?
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, oh, no, there is a question. Councillor Gallagher.
Can you confirm that Creative Waikato continues to do a fantastic job?
I can definitely confirm that, and we will continue to do it for the foreseeable.
That's Martin's favourite question of the last 2 days. Thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate it. We have next Ross from the Guild of Woodworkers. Welcome, Ross, and thank you for your patience. I do see the community partner submissions as really important, so sometimes it takes what time it takes, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Welcome, and you'll introduce your colleague.
Grant Taylor, Chairman of the Hamilton Woodturners.
Chairman of the Hamilton Woodturners.
Haven't we? Here we have.
Elect members, my name is Ross Kennedy. I have, and today we're here on behalf of not just our wood turning group, but also for the Waikato Society of Potters, Arts for Health Community Trust, Art Makers Trust, Hamilton Community Men's Shed, Hamilton Wood Turners Club, and Waikato Guild of Woodworkers. The first 4 of those are tenants in the Norris Ward Park buildings currently. The 2 wood turning clubs are wanting to be tenants of the Norris Ward Park or whatever arts facility we can create. Because our submission is about creating a community that truly has arts and crafts at its centre, as you have seen or heard from Jeremy just recently, and Jeremy has and ourselves have been in consultation. The quote in your draft plan, long-term plan, is a multi-purpose arts-based community facility. And it goes on to note that Norris Ward Park is at the centre of your thoughts currently. And we recognise that there's been a lot of work done to achieve that. We recognise also that the park has some potential for some of the other submitters that I've heard sitting here today. We further recognise that the Council's future contribution to the performing arts with the commencement of the theatre project is part of the CBD to River Concourse. And we don't see ourselves as separate from that. We see ourselves as part and the whole of the arts opportunity in Hamilton. We are aware, and so are you of course, that the Hamilton has just received the accolade of the New Zealand's most beautiful large city. I was astounded to see, unfortunately, that Wanganui was also mentioned in the same Scoop article that I read, and having 50 years ago been married in the city of Wanganui and have attended there a number of times, I can say that Hamilton has been rightly awarded. I hope there's no press here.
We would love to agree with you on
that. But let's think about what makes the city beautiful. We believe it's a combination of aesthetics, ambience, accessibility, culture, and of course its people. We're of the opinion that Arts and Crafts Centre, as we submitted, can add significant value to the wellness, well-being, mental health generally of the population. Aesthetics, for example, is the first impression, so is important when it becomes visitor-centric. Hamilton proves this with the gardens, its city planning, arts in the community, and examples that we have of the wood carvings in the council reception and the pavilion in the gardens. Ambience is a feeling of well-being. Ambulance, probably I could at the end of this day. Ambience is a feeling of well-being, fellowship, socialisation, participation and belonging. And it is important that the population feel as though they belong. These are underpinned by the Arts and Crafts Centre for members and visitors. Accessibility is being able to freely attend, see for themselves what is an attraction in the city. It attracts investment as a result. Activities encourage perpetual growth and development, and we are certainly growing, there's no doubt about that. Culture, arts and craft is an all-encompassing. Being able to participate freely and showcase all cultures, and I think as we heard from the college earlier, is a significant step in having arts and crafts as a result of that. And the city encourages cultural change that drives all people and related activities. People, it's interesting because we are people focused. We have to be. As a council, you have to be. So a lot of concern currently is being placed around people's well-being and their mental health. We support a city that has a strong sporting emphasis. We submit that Arts and Crafts Centre, including performing arts, balances the city, providing the important opportunity for daytime events, attracting not only resident population, but also providing opportunities for those visiting the city. The outcome we're looking for is the same as yourselves. Multi-purpose, arts-based community facility. There is a quote, and I'm going to misquote and probably upset many people as a result, but it's simply, it is people, it is people, it is people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And a quick question for me. You're currently in Forest Lake, aren't you, Mina? Is that where you operate?
The Waikato Guild of Woodworkers is currently in Forest Lake, close to, yes, okay. Story Road, Story Ave.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Thank you for the submission. Really enjoyed it. So you're suggesting that you'd move out of the Forest Lake premises, there's another premises as well, join up at this enlarged Arts and Crafts Centre in Norriswood Park, am I right?
That is the proposal.
So do we have any idea on how much it would cost to expand this building as you're suggesting?
There are two options in our submission. One of them was to build over the top of the existing structure and therefore incorporate the existing structure within.
Yep.
There is a second one is to build on the side. I think there was the car park in the car park area, but that doesn't actually lose any car parks. It's for addition of the wood turning, the two other clubs that are involved. The combination of that, that's how long's a piece of string, but I think I've noted about 5 million.
Right, and this is something you'd work in partnership with us?
There's a possibility of a stage, and most certainly it would be a partnership activity, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Thank you, Mark. There are no further questions, but I think we're quite clear on what your aspiration is, and so you'll get a response in due course through the process. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the time and the patience this afternoon, for the beautiful bits of wood turning that we see, as you say, across the city, including in the gardens, which I had the privilege of learning more about when I met you. So,
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we now have Catherine, then Linda, and then Kelly. Kelly was supposed to come earlier in the day and got held up, so we're nearly there, but there are these three ones to listen to. Catherine, welcome.
Thank you. This will be brief. You've heard from us before, and I'm glad to have some committee members and our patron with us to support me today. Mayor Paula, councillors and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for staying. It's been a long day for all of us. As President of the Friends of the Waikato Museum, and because we do have some new and younger councillors present, I think it's important to reflect on some of the issues of the past. Some people may not be familiar with these, or they may not want to hear them again. 1987 saw a monumental event for our region, the opening of a purpose-built facility cascading to the Waikato River and designed by the person who also designed Te Papa, Ivan Mercer. At the time, Mayor Ross Jansen, the councillors and iconic pioneers of the arts and culture fraternity such as Campbell Smith and Ken Gorby must have been so proud. Since then, some disturbingly negative events have occurred. The amalgamation with the library and the loss of the museum's own director. This was later reversed, but it did last for 10 years. The removal of the words art and history from the title. The remaining physical evidence of this deletion on the front entrance wall to the museum is simply quite appalling. You can still see where the art and history words were pulled out of the wall and nothing was done to cover up what had been done. It looks terrible. The loss of the nationally acclaimed Jim Bar and Mary Bar collection to the Dunedin City Council, and then finally the loss of the internationally acclaimed Chartwell collection to the Auckland Art Gallery. I was talking to a large group, 100 or so, at a Probus meeting this morning, promoting the museum on behalf of the council, etc. And someone said to me at the end of the talk, so really the council is in a position of trust to ensure that the museum guards our taonga. And I thought, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Anyway, those are the negatives. So after all that, you can imagine just how excited the Friends are to see in the draft LTP evidence of reinvestment in our museum. The funded projects are absolute musts if the museum is to function safely and meet some of the regulatory requirements. The airlock doors are vital if we are to be lent collections from other museums such as Te Papa. We can't have them at the moment. The changes are also necessary if the museum is to increase its space for retail sales, venue hire and event hosting. You will have seen our written submission that we're fully supportive of all that is proposed. For us, the director and staff of the museum, it is absolutely time for your attention to turn to this visitor destination. The museum hosts 2 national awards each year and houses 30,000 taonga, which includes an extensive visual arts collection. So how does the City of Hamilton convey to its visitors the wealth of its collection? Will the rebranding proposal address this issue? Do you realise that there are at least 6 special collections housed in the museum, including our own from the Friends, the Barry Hopkins collection, the Te Kānawa Hettit collection, etc. It's Trust Waikato collection as well. Hamilton must be seen as a safe and responsible custodian of these. As a community group that has the capacity to attract external funding, the Friends have signalled that they are willing to work with the council and staff to put effort into this area. When it comes to the well-being of our community, there is no doubt that our museum is a critical component and contributor, and Jeremy said all that for me as well. I thought it was fantastic. We want to be part of a vibrant cultural precinct that serves us well. So the Friends celebrate their 50th anniversary in 2024. Wouldn't it be exciting to celebrate in an enlarged and rebranded facility that is all things to all people? We wish you well.
Thank you, Catherine. Councillor Bunting.
Just a very Martin-esque question. Can you confirm that you do a great job on behalf of the city? Just before Martin gets in there.
You really want me to answer that?
You just did. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question
It
from me.
goes without saying.
Super quick question, Catherine, in terms of both the airlock and the rear entrance, what's your view into the timing around the rear entrance improvements, the riverside?
Well, I didn't want to bring in too many disappointments because, you know, we know about limited funding, and we've said that in our submission. We are desperately keen to see the river entrance happen. We are fundraising for a sculpture to present to the city to be placed in a prominent part of that entrance or beside it, and we're very excited to see that the jetty's there or being built. So yes, and Councillor Taylor knows exactly where we're at on all this. We are very keen to support it all and very excited.
Thank you.
Bring it forward.
Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Now we have Linda. We have Linda or we have Kelly? We have both. Linda first, and thank you for... I'm sorry for whatever error occurred for you not to be on the speaking list, and thank you for waiting to speak to us this afternoon. It's appreciated.
Thank Councillor Hamilton for visiting us in our home with our complaint.
The submission is on an email. Yes. Thank you, Linda.
I live in Moonlight Drive with my husband. We're a retired couple, and since we've moved there 10 years ago, you have increased all the housing around. There's been shops built, daycares and schools, and the traffic up Moonlight Drive has increased immensely. And along with cars, there are a lot of trucks and trailers and heavy machinery and everything going up Moonlight Drive. And that road is not built for it. And outside our house there is a set of pavers and a concrete bar that join the pavers to the tar seal around the roundabout. And every time a big truck goes past, our house shakes. And we've had enough of living in a shaky house. And if you want to spend money on building bridges across for pedestrians and that, why don't you fix up the roads? We've got to live with that shaking all the time, every day. And you're not going to be building opening up Borman Road for another 10 years in your plans. And we were told when we built there that that road was going to be opened up in about 18 months. And that's 10 years ago. And you talk about health and welfare, people being in the wellness. Well, when you're living with a house shaking every day for it's been for about 5 years now, and another 10 years expected, what do you think we're going to be like?
Thank you. So is your question on that?
We'd like the council to fix up take the pavers out of the roundabout. I don't even know why you've got pavers at a roundabout. It's such a busy road. You need to put a counter on that road when school is in and see how many vehicles go up that road. You've got no idea. We can't get out of our driveway in the morning or at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We have to allow about 10 minutes to get out of our driveway because the traffic starts at the top of the hill and it's banked right up just about to the other end of Moonlight Drive. It's gridlock all the time. For about 2 hours every day.
Thank you. Are you happy to take some questions? My question, I think you just about answered it then, so the thing that's causing you the most disturbance is the paving material being those.
Yeah, and it makes our house shake. When a heavy vehicle goes over, it's the pounding. Councillor Hamilton came out and he could see when they go over this concrete bar that joins the tar seal to the pavers, it goes down, and heavy vehicles make our house shake. And not just us, the one next door as well. That lady couldn't come today, she is ill. But, and we're only on one side of it. Lord knows what goes on the other side because those people rent. I suppose they just put up with it. But we're home all day and those other people are at work, so they don't have the heavy vehicles going through at night. But we have them all day. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
And
the road is not designed for heavy vehicles. So we've been told by an engineer. They came out and patched something a few years ago because it keeps breaking up.
Thank you, that's quite clear. I'll just take some questions if I may. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula, and thanks for your submission today, Linda. So just to be clear, there's sort of two things. One is there's some immediate attention needed to the Moonlight Drive roundabout. And secondly, I was just reading through your submission as a commissioner. You're seeking the Borman Road extension that's been deferred to be brought forward, or...
Well, if it's not going to be, fix up the roundabout outside our house. I know you haven't got any money, but you've got money for other things, but I don't know what your priorities are.
Cool,
but 10 years out is a long time. Another 10 years to wait for it is ridiculous. When you look at all the housing that you've built, there's heaps and heaps of houses going out there, and all the schools that are out there, the daycares, all the supermarkets that are opening up, the shopping centres, and we're right out to the boundary now, aren't we, on that side of the Hamilton? All the houses are right out to the boundary, and they're still going on along the Borman Road. There's heaps and heaps. It's high density housing, and there's that many cars parked on the side of the road because there's no garages, or they've got one garage and about 4 cars. It's absolutely ridiculous out that way. I don't even know why you've allowed such high density housing.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's quite clear. And I'm sure you understand the process is that we're here to hear from you, and later in the process we deliberate, and then you will get a response to your concerns, if not before. But thank you.
Thank you. I sent a letter to you as well. I sent an email to you. Yep. And the other lady, that's Councillor Forsyth, is it? I sent an email to her and to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You will get a response to that, and it will be circulated to all councillors as part of this process.
Okay,
thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time. Kelly, won't describe you as lucky last, maybe, for the day.
But before everyone starts, can I clarify the call to say I couldn't make the time? I haven't just rocked up late expecting...
Oh, I know.
Just to be clear.
No.
I'm not that arrogant. Okay, kia ora, thank you for taking the time and for still being here today. I should have a slideshow, otherwise what I say won't make sense. There we go, okay. I'm pretty sure you know how I feel about hey, it's going way too fast. It's supposed to be transitioning at 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
I can't talk that fast.
It doesn't seem to want to run, so...
Jeez. Okay, this is going to be tricky. You should know how I feel about cycleways and gully restoration and climate action. I feel as if I've spoken to you in person or here, I don't know how many times over the last couple of years. So my positions on those things are quite clear, but I would just like to say that I live in Dinsdale. My husband cycles to work in the city every day. I cycle to Frankton and Free FM. That's our little triangle. If you could just deal with that part of the city, we'd be super stoked. And I did notice that in terms of your cycle plans in motion, there wasn't a lot for the west. I'm a little bit concerned about that. So if you think of me when you do your priorities. So next photo thing. But I am actually here to talk about heritage and arts today. Because I feel as if you've done really well with the gully investment and you've done really well with the cycle investment. But for me, when I think about, and I did spend a lot of time thinking about what makes me really love being here, it's our uniqueness, it is about our arts community, and it is about some of our stories, as uncomfortable as some of those may be. Next photo. I want us to look after what we have. You currently own a property, Beale Cottage. It's our oldest home in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, but it's had no love and no community access since you brought it off Maisie in the 90s. And so now that you have an opportunity to figure out what that might look like if you open it to the community, please take it. At the moment, you're spending about $15,000 a year on some maintenance, I believe. It does need a bit of investment by way of paving and by way of replacing some soil and perhaps a little bit of work to the chimney, I understand. But you already own this property and you already have responsibilities to make sure it's cared for and loved. But there is so much promise and opportunity in that space. Next one. So I've done a heap of research and been to visit lots of house museums. So house museums, they deck it out to a particular era or a theme or display. That is one potential for Beale Cottage. Another one is you're using it in the first instance as a meeting space or an exhibition space or for small performances in its garden. But again, you've got to get the bones of the property right, and then the community can come in and put the bells and whistles on. So first instance would be a meeting space, second instance you could look at displays, permanent displays. The next one. When we talk about Beale Cottage, I don't want for you to think that I want to only tell the stories of Dr. Beale. I don't. There's far more stories that come about from Beale Cottage than just Dr. Beale. We need to tell the stories of mana whenua, first and foremost. We need to tell the stories of the role of women, of food growing. The Forrest family who lived there for the longest time were market gardeners. And that's a really exciting story for the Waikato in terms of our food growing. Next one. I'm hoping, I might have put this one out of the way. One of my favourite things to do in the city is to go to our nature spaces, and particularly I've just discovered that we have pa along the river, which I didn't even know about. So I'm currently, and my family are currently discovering these. We're using Ngā Tapawai o Hotu Mauia, have trouble with that word sometimes, to guide us, but it would be really awesome if the City Council could put up the interpretation boards so we can learn our histories together, but primarily focused on our pa and our awesome gullies and nature spaces. Next one. The reason heritage is so important and history is so important, yes, we can learn about this at home by ourselves, but the council has a role too, because what we find is when we don't know our history, we make some pretty bad mistakes. And I think this is something that we need to learn as a community and a city together. How do we deal with uncomfortable history? So that's something that I'm really interested in, and I hope the council can have good leadership there. Next one, that's Pecha Kucha. It's happening at Victoria on the River. I'm not asking the council to organise lots of events, but I am asking the council if they can make it easier for us event organisers to put on these events for our communities. It can be really hard working with the council to put on these things. I organise a lot of free events, and sometimes the council makes me not want to do any more. Next one. This is thanking you for the Mesoverse space, which is on Victoria on the River. Thank you for Navarra Lounge still being there. That's me with Skinny Hobos back when I could stay up after 10 o'clock. But having these accessible art spaces is so critical for my well-being. They're my people. So please make sure that you protect the grassroots arts and not just the expensive stuff at the theatre. Next photo. And last but not least, please show a little bit of love for Frankton. You've got a Frankton neighbourhood plan. I don't think any of the projects seem to be funded, or very few. So if you could fund the connectivity, the activations, the events and telling the Frankton stories, that would be awesome. And that's all I'm asking for.
That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your submission, written submission as well. Just can I just kick off with one question, not to labour it, but make it easier to put on events. You're saying,
yeah, okay.
Can you
so
just be a little clear about?
So Victoria on the River, for example, we put on. We were going to put on a Pecha Kucha in March, but it was cancelled because of COVID. But we spent months waiting for a response from the council about whether or not we could host it there, even though we'd done one before, because there are noise control issues. So if you've built a space that you want people to come into, to connect and to enjoy being a Hamiltonian, you've kind of got to figure out whether or not we're allowed events there. That would be super helpful, help your plans for the central city. So there were noise control issues, but anytime you need permits, road closures, there's all these things that mount up to make it really impossible for us to do free events. But Victoria River is one of those spaces.
Yeah. So it would be good to know exactly where it falls down in detail, so that helps. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Kia ora, Kelly. Thank you for your submission. Just in terms of the interpretive signage, where would you prioritise that? Because I think currently some of our river signage is sitting unfunded.
I had an idea. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
I only thought about this earlier this morning. So if you took Te Huia to Rotakoti transport station, technically you could hire a bike or bring your own if there's only 3 spaces on the train, but you could get on a bike. If you could get over to the river and you had your pass lights from Puketi down to probably Hammond Park, and if you had signs at each of the pass sites along there, and there are heaps, and some of them are beautiful, like the one that is at Meropeko, which we saw there. Sometimes it's really hard to understand what a pa is when you're looking at it in terms of the I don't know the right word, digits, ridges. So if you could help people visualise what the pa might have looked like and the stories of that particular one. AJ Seeley's Gully has a super interesting story, but there's no board there. I had to go home and spend way too much time on Google to find out. But I put it upon myself to learn about those different sites so I can then share those. But the council has far more resources and stuff than I do, and so and access to the people who can tell those stories, the right people to tell those stories.
So you would prioritise, so it was
Along
the
the
river,
river. Yeah.
along the river?
Yeah, I think so, because if you've got a river path there for your cycles, you're just going to be cycling down one, having something to eat, visiting Beale Cottage because it'll be open by then, coming over Jeff's Bridge, and then you're back up to the train station.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's my vision.
Thank you, Sarah. Finished? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, so if I've just got you right, you'll say take the Frankton Plan book and the Hamilton East Plan book, take them off the Dave McPherson coffee table and blow the dust off them and go through it and start to itemise what has not been achieved and what can be achieved.
Yeah, well, my understanding is that when Julia Haraka was mayor, you did a heap of really good plans, and I think a shit ton of money was put into them. So they're done. Please don't try to do the Frankton neighbourhood plan again. Just start to go, oh, that's cool. So prioritise our storytelling, our heritage, our arts, the things that make us unique and that people will want to visit us for, and none of the boring stuff, just the stuff that makes us come alive. But yeah, there's Hamilton East as well, but for me, I live in, I live near Frankton, I work there, and that's my priority.
Thank you.
I won't ask you to define boring, Kelly. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Hey, just regards you made 2 really interesting points about cycling.
Only 2.
Yep. And Beale Cottage.
Yeah.
If there was to be like a major cycleway that went from the university and came down Beale Street, right past Beale Cottage, etc., and through there, as opposed to one further over, would you support that?
Yeah, of course I'm going to support any cycleways that you decide to put in. I think the priorities, as you've identified, is sort of like an X shape, which you're kind of starting to do with the bus between east and west, although they're a little
but if the major route came through down and passed by Beale Cottage and people were cycling by,
I don't know if I would make sure that it had to be beside Beale Cottage, but there is a school over, so if you're thinking of linking up schools, definitely.
Right, good.
But Beale Cottage.
Liking that.
You know. But yeah, definitely, you have the right idea. It's to make it easy to get around, basically. And
wouldn't it be
safer.
great? Yeah.
Would be great.
Thank you.
Lucky we know the people who want this to happen.
Yeah. You're there. No time for Sarah. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you,
There's a
everyone.
lot in your submission. And as
I've got a lot to say.
Huh?
Got lots of things to say.
I know, and we appreciate that from you too. We appreciate the interest you take personally, and also, the way that you share information from the council through your radio program as well. So we do appreciate that. Okay, councillors, we have come to the end of the day, so we're going to adjourn. But just in the matter that Jeff raised, great minds think alike, I think you're all too tired to do a roundup at this stage. So we'll, some of the councillors have emailed their questions through, and I've been pushing them Julie's way as they come in. You can choose to do that, and any residual things we can cover off in the morning. Julie will collate them as they come so that we have oversight of each other's thinking as well, which I do think is really important. Thank you for your patience today. It's been a long day, but I think we've got some real gold out of the submissions that people have presented. So thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yes.
What are the timelines on